Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the HCS Season 1 Grand Finals. It's the pinnacle of these last 3 days. It, of course, is Championship Sunday. My name is Sims. This, of course, is Walshy. Dave, what a weekend we've had so far.
What a pleasure it's been to catch you before, but now we are looking at the winners bracket finals of EG versus CLG.
This is going to be a mental game. I mean, we've seen it so far. The intensity of this weekend, you know, this has been kind of Halo at its finest. We've not seen the Halo like this in one hell of a long time.
And I just want to bring it back to that trophy.
Yeah.
Did you try to pick it up? I know we weren't supposed to, but I went and tried to feel how heavy it was. That thing is ridiculous.
I don't know how people are. I mean, just look at that thing shining in all of its glory. Lifting that above your head, you certainly don't want to be dropping it.
No, but so we're talking about winners bracket finals. Let's look at the full bracket and see how teams got to where they're at right now.
I think it would only be fair if we actually kick things off speaking about Noble Black. They're kind of the underdogs of this event. Coming in as 8th seed, they had to play their wild card match. Did go 1-0 down to TGN Vibe. You know, great work to TGN Vibe, although you called it straight away. They did get outslayed, however. That could have been a little bit of a warm-up for Noble Black, but nevertheless, they took it 3-1, moved on to place Evil Geniuses. Did manage to take a game off Evil Geniuses, however.
Yeah, some people started to look at that like a fluke almost like how TGN Vibe took a game off. I mean, no flukes were happening here. We're talking about the top 9 teams in the world. Anyone can win if they're playing well. And we might have thought we saw the end of their run on that day. We're like, all right, they lost the 3-1 to Evil Geniuses. It was nice of them to, you know, win their placement match. But they end up taking out Optic Gaming that first day. I had Optic Gaming placing 3rd before this tournament.
Well, as you mentioned there, exactly. I mean, I called these guys for top 4. Look at them now. They're back in top 3. You mentioned it. They took out Optic Gaming. They then went on taking out Denial Esports. They then moved on, took down Cloud9, and they are here today. Congratulations to them. So, but the two people, the two 1st and 2nd seed, what we're going to be seeing next, obviously, Evil Geniuses and CLG. This is going to be the big one. I truly believe kind of whoever wins this, me personally, I'm just going to call this one, whoever wins this will go on to win the event, but that's just going to be...
That's a very safe prediction. What I'm going to say is that Evil Geniuses is going to win this, and they are going to win the tournament.
Big calls from Walsh, yeah. That's a big, bold call, that one. But you know what? I want to see exactly how we made it here today. Guys, we have a quick video, a decent little recap of just how we arrived at Championship Sunday. And that is exactly how we arrived at Championship Sunday. We have seen triple kills. We have seen game 5s. Amazing, some incredibly clutch snipes. It has just been a roller coaster tycoon. One thing that I've noticed we haven't seen, I want to see an overkill extermination, Walshy. I really want to see someone land this.
You are asking for a lot. You are setting the standards high.
Well, hey, there's $100,000 on the line. You know, some people need to do these kind of things to get that kind of money. But let's have a quick talk about the teams then. So I'm going to let you kick things off. Give us a rundown of Evil Geniuses.
All right, Evil Geniuses, what they need to win this tournament. That's what I want to talk about. They need to keep playing how they are. Now, that might seem like a cop-out answer, but what that means is Evil Geniuses, they do a great job when they have control of the map. Every team here does. But what Evil Geniuses has done so well this last tournament, right here, is they'll have 3 of their members down. And one of the pivotal plays that we saw yesterday was Lunchbox. He was the only one alive against all 4 members of Cloud9. He gets a kill, stays alive, buys time for his team, and not only were they able to get control back, they got a full setup and the oddball.
As you mentioned, he pretty much just staying alive, but you called it completely. With him staying alive, they didn't even manage to do anything.
They weren't able to get any spawn kills. It was just chaos there. Fear itself had no idea where he was at, and that's just one of those plays that it's not going to show on the stat screen. You're only seeing 1 kill from that, but it really snowballed that entire play snowballed into full control for Evil Geniuses.
And that is where the step up is pretty much between being this good player to being a professional player. Them kind of moves, and that's what we're going to be looking forward to today on Championship Sunday. So obviously they're going to be playing against CLG now. CLG have not had, I don't want to say the easiest run, however, they did find things harder, especially against Denial Esports. On your screen right now, Mr. Richie Hines, the captain, Royal 2, Ogre 2, The Goat, and Snakebite. Now, one thing I want to mention is Snakebite. Some of the shots that between him and Royal 2 were pulling off yesterday with that sniper rifle, my days. But the one question I want to ask you, Walshy, how did these guys defeat Evil Geniuses?
How are they going to defeat Evil Geniuses? They need to get full setups. We have not seen a single team yet really pull off a full setup on Evil Geniuses. If they are able to do that, like I said, any team here, I feel, has the ability to beat Evil Geniuses if they have a full setup. But one of Evil Geniuses' greatest strengths is disallowing that.
We were actually talking about earlier on, we saw how when they actually managed to get that setup, we saw it with Roy on Warlord. He just pretty much got the ball into the flag, and then the guys set up around him. You mentioned it, you called it exactly. That's what they need to learn to break. And these guys, at the end of the day, they've been pretty much seed 1 throughout this. Fair enough, they got it stolen off them by EG, but these are seed number 2. This is a professional team. I can't imagine from 10, 12, 13 years of Halo, I just cannot imagine Ogre 2 not winning today. I just can't picture it. I can't envision it.
Yeah, someone was talking to me the other day. He's like, is it a little weird seeing Ogre 2 still on the tournament scene? I was like, actually, it'd be kind of weird not seeing him on, because he's always been on the tournament scene. No matter what tournament you go to, he is there, and he is placing well. Let's
see if the GOAT turns up today. But let's talk about the number 3 team now, the underdog team. It is, of course, Noble Black. Quite a few people wrote these guys off, coming, not even on day 1, but coming into this event. They had to take down TGN5 initially to secure and just keep the 8th seed, which they did. On your screens right now, we have Arcanum, Ares, APG, and Maniac. APG and Maniac, the duo, the BTH boys, the Beast. Ares and APG obviously both leaving, coming away from Optic Gaming. They did go on to defeat Optic Gaming. Arcanum at the moment, I have to talk about this guy. We've seen him throw a 45 bomb. The snipes, the shots, that shot on elbow that he managed to pull off yesterday. My word. But can these guys challenge CLG and EG?
Well, the amazing stat from that last card was they had no top 8 placings at a LAN yet. They came out to Gamers for Giving, which was 2 weeks ago, and they didn't place top 8 there. And look at this. They're at the finals now, in the top 3 guaranteed, waiting to hopefully snowball off of whoever loses this winner's bracket match.
All right, then. I am going to put the pressure on you now.
All right.
Give me your first, second, and third predictions and your reasons why.
Well, first is going to be EG. Second is going to be CLG. Third is going to be Noble Black. And why is because I'm Walshy, and I'm always right.
Oh, God, I love it. I absolutely love it. You know what? I'm actually going to go different. I'm going to go CLG for first because I really just don't see the GOAT losing it. I can't, and I think Richie Hines wants this more than anybody on that stage. I think Hines wants this. He's fired up. He's ready. I'm saying I've been watching his stream. He's ready for this, and they're going into this. But they need to take down Evil Geniuses in this next game that we will be casting. They need to take them down first in order to not just get there, but I think they will spiral off that momentum going into the grand finals, and they will take them down again. Second place, I'm going to say EG, just because I just don't think, you know, no offense to Noble Black whatsoever, but I just do not think that Noble Black at the moment, fair enough, they're coming off of the momentum coming into this, but I just do not think they're ready for these top 2 teams.
That is a really good point, because one thing we saw was that Noble Black, they got better and better progressively through the tournament. They had some of those weaker first rounds, had some tough times getting going.
Yeah.
But after they got a match going, they just kept getting better and better. And we have to see if they can just start off strong. Because think about it, their very first match, their placement match, they dropped their very first game to TGN Vibe. They cannot afford to do that against either of these squads today.
All right, then, guys, we're going to take a very, very quick break. We're going to show you a quick VT, but we do have some good interviews going down on main stage. So after this quick video, it's going to be over to Clutch.
Trying to hang out and get these kills right now. Finds two players, picks up the double kill right there. That's going to be two. See if he can turn three on there. And he has a triple. They're not killing the player in his base, though.
That could be everything for them right there, because look, now there's 3 down for Triggers down.
And here it is. Let's go to Snipe down.
Snipe down, making a play. He gets the kill. And now it's going to be 4 down for Triggers down.
They do have both snipers, and so much for your hypothesis. Holy mother of Clutch.
What a matchup here, folks, to kick things off at the grand finals. That was awesome to see. That is going to do it.
We got him. We have sword. All right, we have everything. Stay where you're watching. Stay where you're watching.
I don't see it for him as he's going to be coming through the left side. The call-outs have been made, but he's going to get peeled. That lead.
Yeah, right now Snipe Down is taking this blue angle, trying to find.
Oh
my gosh! Snipe Down lines up the perfect 2-for-1 out the library window.
Oh my God! What a way to end the tournament!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start our first match in the winner bracket finals. First up, it's my pleasure to introduce a team represented from Evil Geniuses. He is Snipe Down. Give it up. Even Hines is clapping for you, Snipe Down. Massive respect between these two teams. You guys have performed at an excellent level throughout this entire season. And going into today, what is the team mentality?
We're confident, we're not cocky, we know how good CLG is, but, we're bringing our A game. We practice as hard as we could. We practice more than any other team, and we're just going to go in and not going to be overconfident and just play our best and take it and hopefully end the series with a, victory.
Let's go and introduce your opponent for this winter bracket finals. Representing CLG, we have Hines. CLG, one of the fan favorites at this event and this packed crowd here, Hines. What's the mentality for your team right now for day 3?
We just got to stay disciplined, make sure we're listening to each other. We know if we make a mistake, EG's going to pounce on it, so we got to make sure we play smart.
Got to play smart, got to give it your all. Anything you'd like to say to Evil Geniuses before we start?
Great bunch of guys, but I hope you don't win.
Snipe Down, any response?
Yeah, I just feel like our two teams deserve it more than anyone else to be here. We've been, at the top all season, and I wouldn't want to play against any other person than my good friend Richie Hines right here.
Oh, massive respect. Massive respect.
What he said.
All right, gentlemen, please shake hands. Good luck and have fun to your booths. We'll go ahead and bring out from Noble Black, we have Arcanum standing by. Coming out, Arcanum. Here he comes. Here he comes. Give it up for Noble Black. You guys are backstage getting warmed up, watching this match, I'm sure. Between these two teams, which one would you rather face?
CLG, for sure, in the losers finals.
And the mentality for your team right now with your preparation, you guys went through quite an experience making it to the season finals. What is the mentality? What's the attitude of your team this morning?
We've been hungry from day one. We're hungry now. We're hungrier than anybody else, and we're going to come in and we're not losing this tournament.
Well, best of luck to your team. They're going to be waiting to face the winner of CLG versus Evil Geniuses. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will crown a champion. $100,000 is on the line, $50,000 for first place. Let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk.
Did you see the look and determination on Arcanum's face? I actually caught with him on day number 1, and he did mention, I said, how did you kind of feel with the loss at Gamers Forgiven? His own words were, it's ammunition, and they've used it. They've put it in their guns. They've come out all guns blazing. They're top 3 now. Those guys have done it. So even if they don't make it any further, they have done one hell of a solid performance. I'm proud of them. To see them come as the underdogs, I'm really proud of them.
I found it really interesting. They said, we want to play CLG. I wonder what that reasoning is, because it's, a lot of times people get that question like, oh, we just want to play whoever it is and have a good match. He goes, no, I want to play CLG.
Well, they did take one game. You know, they've obviously been beaten by EG, managed to take a game off them, but maybe the CLG versus Denial game, maybe they'll think, well, you know, these guys defeated Denial. We can do better this time. We've seen the mistakes that were made. We'll take full advantage of them. And you know, maybe they can beat them. Time is going to tell. We are getting this matchup very, very soon. It's going to be underway, as you can see on screen right now. Evil Geniuses taking on Counter Logic Gaming. The one thing I want to touch on, though, Walshy, the respect from these players that they have each other. You saw it on main stage there between the two players. That is both friendship and respect. You know, I'm a big fan of that. Always a big fan.
Respect all around, but also that competitiveness. You know, it's like Richie was semi-kidding, like, you know, good friend and all, but I don't wish you to win. I want us to win. They're being completely serious there. They, you know, even Snipe Down, he's being humble up there, but you know, deep down inside he says, we're going to win this. We got it.
Definitely. All right, then we are going to get this match underway in just a second, but we are going to pass it over to some VTs and show you these teams in action.
A lot slower at the start of this game than what we can see, and there it is. Now it's 35-35. We can't be any more closely.
Team on Warlord. I did not think that Evil Genius would be able to bring.
Looking here to see if Roy's going to find one player, and yes, he does. It's going to be a headshot right on APG again, and a body shot there, not able to kill, but the grenade will find its way, and that'll be Maniac. Another one right in front. That's going to be a double kill there. Oh! And a triple kill as that one. Yeah, he's on the prowl.
And here he comes. He has been spotted, but he's going to clear up on the clock. That means we have 2 minutes before we hit that 15-minute end of regulation. Get 5 seconds from it, and he got picked off from yard tower. So that was a smart play by
Oh, 2 players right in front of him. That's going to be a double kill there for Lunchbox.
Against the CLG squad, you do not want to do that. You want to keep control. As you notice, CLG seems to thrive in some of those
setups you talked about, Walter. You said you want to get that control in the BR. Is it communication? Is it just that natural, like, you guys are picking up on things, or what is it that's separating?
Brackets. That's it. Can't see.
Jump off the map. I got him. Good shit, TJ. Looks like he swooped in, grabbed that last rocket that STK was not able to shoot. Killing Frenzy for lethal.
He's to the right. He's right now.
Nice.
I'm not.
And so there you have it, Team Evil Geniuses. We keep mentioning it, Walshy, on paper. This team is so scary.
They are monsters. Just saw all those highlight reels right there. Every single one of these players, obviously one of the top shots in the game, and more importantly, they all know how to play. They know where they need to position on the map. They know when to run the objective. They just are all well-rounded players.
Not only on the all-around of how the individual ones, it's how every single one of them can use that sniper. I am looking for some intense sniper shots today, but it's all about who they're going to be playing. They are going to be playing CLG, so you know what? Let's jump on board with them and take a look at these guys in action.
Platform right there, a much better vantage point, and he can do things like that.
Just continues to cause problems here for BWS. This could be a triple kill for Hines as he just shows up big time here, and he's gonna get the extermination.
Gets taken out. Here comes CLG.
Yeah, they're gonna look to push in that rocket though. Amazing placement. Push that. Which he's gonna get it.
That's going to be pushing here. You know, we've talked about the beginning break. I mean, it's much more about,
I guess they relying on the battle right. And let's see if he's going to find a player. And he's going to whip the melee, but he gets the stick, though. And
continue to run that flag.
yeah, it seems like Royal 2 could be. That's going to be a double kill, though. Royal 2 looking to put this flag in. STK, can they do it? Yes, they do. Here at Iron Games, it's going to be 49-40.
Oh my God! I mean, they're looking real good, coming out really swinging here.
Oh my goodness.
Now with sniper rifle in hand, finds a player across the net. Oh my gosh, doesn't even trying to pre-nade that bullet. There you go, snake fight again, right on that invis. Good positioning from him, able to clear Brian. There's one more, and he's trying to stop this plant. Let's see if they can get a counter going. That's 3 down right now. Trying to get eyes on. There's 2 players in the back grenade wrap, 1 in front as well. He should get easy to
Be able to, guard for 15 seconds. So it's like Ryan needs to get this cap and tie ball.
And we had highlighted before the dominance that Chronology Gaming has here. And look at that BR, just so soft.
So there you have it, Team CLG. They are going to be their opponents going into this winners bracket final. You know what, Walshy, I'm being told in my ear that we do have a packed crowd, a big, large amount of people outside. Guys in the audience, are you ready? That is what we like to see. We haven't seen crowds like this in a hell of a long time. Everybody is ready to see some high-level Halo. So you know what, Walsh? Let's talk about the game types. We're going to be bringing them up on screen in just a second. So I believe the first game type that we are going to be seeing, I think it's going to be a neutral bomb on Warlord. And there it is on screen right now. Bomb on Warlord. Game number 2 is going to be Shrine on Slayer. Game number 3 is going to be Lockdown King of the Hill. If nobody gets the 3-0 clean sweep, we are going to move into game number 4 and 5, which will be Warlord CTF and Lockdown Slayer. Walshy, Warlord Bomb, give us your predictions.
Warlord Bomb, it's going to be tough. It's going to be one of those game types where you can actually get full control. You're going to see these players, they're going to rotate from side to side, and eventually after they get control of the enemy base, they're going to push towards top center, where they can get spawn trapped on the portals. Now, that didn't exactly answer your question as far as what my prediction is. If I had to predict, it's just going to be so tough because I don't know who's going to come right out of the gate. Both these squads have potential to get the other one on respawn, get all the kills. So I'm going to say it's going to be close because both these teams are very objective efficient. They know once they get the kills, they know how to get those arms. They're not going to be getting caught off by unlucky grenades or getting picked off when they should get an arm. So I could see quite a few arms this game. I'm predicting at least 4 arms this game, and I think it's going to be 3-1 in the favor of EG.
You can see the coaches in the back behind each team. Now, these guys are actually going to come into their own, especially on the map like Warlord. We know that camo on this map, it's not often you say camo is so imperatively important, but on this map, the map is so dark, you grab a shotgun and it is all kinds of trouble. Washer, who do you want to kick today off with?
I want to start off with the man that we just interviewed a second ago, Snipe Down from Evil Geniuses. Here we go.
All right then, guys, here we go. Day number 3, winners bracket final. We are in game number 1 on board with Snipe Down right now. A little bit of a battle going down. That's going to be Royal 2 going down straight off the bat. We've got Snipe Down, no shield at the moment. Can he survive? Interestingly, yes, he can. No, he can't, just as I say that.
Just a little bit of ring around the rosy. He lived a lot longer than I thought he would, but those are the seconds, those precious seconds that Evil Geniuses needs to buy so that they do not allow CLG to get full control.
I believe that was Lunchbox actually throwing the grenade at the Invis guy, trying to get the ICU medal, but Ian, there he is actually. As I say that, it does pop up, so that's going to be camo burn right now. Lunchbox, though, moving up onto the platform. The bomb is on the move. People jumping in and out of the portals right now. He's just decided, however, that's a bomb going down. 3, 2, 1. Double kill now for Lunchbox, and that's the bomb. Is it going to go down? Yes, it is. Snipe Down's going to pick that one up, and that's going to be 1-0 to Evil Geniuses.
But all of Evil Geniuses is dead right now. We're going to see what CLG can answer with. Now, I want to point out that last play, Lunchbox, he killed the camo person, and they were able to turn that into a bomb arm. Usually we saw CLG in the advantage right there. They have camo. They should be able to get the slaves, but not quite the case. Evil Genius is just such a scary squad.
I didn't even see that off the bat. I was actually more concerned about what Lunchbox was doing on screen at the time, just grabbing them. But this could be a triple kill for Snakebite, and yes, it is. That's going to be 3 down now for Evil Geniuses. Can they make something else? That he picks up camo, drops down to the bottom. The bomb, however, is at the spawn at the moment. I don't want to see him pick this up, Walshy. I want to see him get some kills.
No, he has to go for slaves. We saw that triple, and we were thinking, oh, that's almost a guaranteed arm. Look, he has a killing spree, and they're bringing the bomb in again. If they had a chance to get touched on that original bomb, that would have been an arm for sure.
But look, there are 2 people advancing. The bomb does, however, get thrown out.
This is the top siren position. Top siren position I'm talking about. Once you're blocking the spawns on the flag, you get top center, and you get spawn kills at the portals, just like this.
And there we go. Bomb is arming. Will they finish what? No, that's actually going to go down. 2 down for either side now. Will he advance on to finish that off? I believe that's a big double kill for him. I think he's nearly on a running
spree
right at the moment.
He's on a 7 spree, and he says, you know what? I'll finish this bomb myself.
Oh, gets pushed down. I believe that's the yes, it is. The bomb will get dragged out. That's now going to disarm. That was almost a return for CLG.
Yeah, and not only a disarm, but they just ran it all the way over. They just let it reset and brought all the way to bomb center. So once again, all that hard work that CLG went through to break the bomb in, those 7 kills, not taken advantage of.
And that is so imperative. You keep mentioning it. Once you get them down, they were 3 down at one point. They need to take advantage. They did have the setup. They had 2 people over the bomb. They had Snakebite up top mid, but they just didn't make nothing of it.
And you know what that is? That's EG doing what they do best. Not letting CLG ever get a full, complete setup. No matter what, they get the kills that they need to, and they're getting crucial kills that matter. And Snipe Down somehow arming the bomb.
I have no idea how he's alive. He does just need to stay alive. However, someone has actually managed to pick up the bomb and throw it out. That's going to be dangerous, especially if one of his teammates can throw it up to him. There is somebody in that teleporter. They need to be very, very careful. Bomb has been thrown up to Snipe Down. He's putting it down right now. He's halfway there. He has support from Lethal too. He's like, that's going to be bomb number 2 going down for Evil Geniuses.
He wasn't even touched. Not a single grenade touched him. But once again, we have 2 members of Evil Geniuses down to get that arm, and they're not letting CLG get full control.
You called it, Walsh. You look at this, we're only a couple of minutes into the game, and we already have 2 bomb arms going down. Almost a third with an answer back from CLG. They didn't manage to see it through. Once again, Lunchbox is picking up the bomb, though. It's on the move. Look at this aggression, Walshy.
No, there's 2 players on the base, but Lunchbox doesn't care. He just realized, hey, we keep being aggressive. We bring the bomb to their side, and we get the slays.
But those 2 people, they're only 2 alive, so they're both going to be trapped in base. 2 people now for Evil Geniuses going up into the base. It's going to be Lethal running around top mid. Just needs to stay alive and do some damage. He does have this camera, trying to find the player. So if he kill him, he takes him down, and he does. Royal 2, sit down.
That is such a huge BR fight. Those are those individual those individual fights that they need to win. And right now, EG are winning their battles.
This is what we want to see. This is what Championship Sunday is all about. Lethal right now on a little bit of a tear of his own, using this camo to the best of his ability, grabbing the bomb. He needs to move this away from his side of the base. Instead of using the teleporters, he's going to throw that straight out. He finally does go down.
He does go down, but they're doing their strategy that they've been doing this entire time. They'll grab the bomb and move it up any opportunity they get. Of course, he died right there with camo, which is not ideal, but Lethal's plan right there was to throw it just a couple tosses, then go back to Slane.
I believe that was, he didn't actually get any assist medal off there for Lunchbox, managed to get through the teleporters, jumps back out, see if he can find that one shot, but he does finally go down. That's maybe 2 down for Evil Geniuses right now, moving across to Roy. He's found a guy bottom mid, Willie, so no, he doesn't actually get the kill, he does get the assist, however, that is what is imperative and what matters. The bomb currently just lingering around their side of the base. Someone needs to make a move on this one, Walsh.
Evil Geniuses are in the driver's seat right now. The bomb's near their side. I'm not sure if they're going to move it forward or if they're just going to let reset. However, once they do get the kills, you can bet your money that Evil Geniuses are just going to at least make a couple tosses towards the CLG base.
All right, so Lethal goes down, moving across onto Lunchbox right now. He's just trying to stay alive, pardon me, at the moment. Will he find a player? Yes, he does. Up in green, gets the shots, jumps up onto the health pack. He does get taken down by Snakebite, though. This is a really nice play from Snakebite. He's inside the enemy base with the camo, just keeping them locked out of the spawn.
Now, we're going to have to see how they take advantage of this, because look at this before. CLG had camo. They had a 7-kill spree, and they did not get an arm. It looks like they're taking a little too long to push the bomb in.
Another killing spree for Snakebite. This guy is on a tear right now. He does finally go down, but you mentioned it. They had the setup there. They could have moved it across, but they did not take advantage of the situation.
Just seems like it's taking them a little too long. We know EG, any opportunity they get, they toss the bomb over. It's a team effort. It's not just one individual moving the bomb. We saw Lethal doing it before. We saw Lunchbox doing it before. And now we see Roy doing it in a position to arm the bomb.
Throws it up. They catch it like a basketball. That's the bomb going down. Lunchbox puts bomb number 3 on the board for Evil Geniuses.
Now, as my prediction states, we will only see one arm from CLG over these next few minutes, and that should be the end of the game.
4 down, though, for Evil Geniuses. Again, they could have tried to make something happen, but they haven't. They survived Roy, but look at the assist medal, the team shot, the aggression, the danger from this Evil Geniuses roster. Now they've come out of the stocks. That's going to be CLG moving across to Snakebite. Unfortunately, he is on his own, though, as there is 3 teammates down.
Well, the most unfortunate part is not that he's on his own, but he's on the opposite side of the map, and Evil Geniuses pressure, they're bringing the bomb towards his base. He had to leave the Evil Geniuses base when he worked so hard to get up top there.
All right, so we have just played 7 minutes of game time. 3 bomb arms in 7 minutes, Walshy. You called this one. Plenty of bomb arms going in all over the place right now, moving across to Royal 2. What's going on, Walsh? Why is this happening to CLG?
It's just because EG, whenever they get the kills, they already have the bomb nearby, ready to arm. We've noticed 2 separate times that CLG has gone on killing sprees, opportunities that they need to take advantage of and arm, but they've not been able to do it. So I'm noticing a little bit of change in CLG's gameplay. Look at this. This is one of the first times that we've noticed we've had a few kills already, and the bomb is already at the Evil Geniuses base. So I like this this shift. CLG is starting to adjust, but we have to hope that's not too late.
But once again, we have mentioned it before, it doesn't matter about the kills, it is all about the objective. We're moving across to the Go Ogre 2 right now. He's hanging around in Evil Genius's base, just blocking those important spawns. However, look at where the bomb is. It's near bottom mid. Somebody needs to bring that across to him so he can get 1 point on the board for them. They are currently 3-0 down.
Yeah, Evil Genius's style of play is just completely countering what CLG is doing. Because what CLG is doing is they're pushing over the enemy base like you're supposed to. You want to spawn them out. You want to spawn them near portals and get those easy spawn kills. But the problem is when they spawn out near those portals, Evil Geniuses is just moving the bomb towards the CLG base. It basically forces Ogre 2 or whomever is on the flag to push back.
But once again, we're in the exact same scenario that we saw before. Currently on the board with Snakebite. He's in the enemy base. He has now support from Hines. It doesn't matter, though, because where is the bomb wash? He's nowhere to be seen.
Yep, he's getting these kills, and they're finally pushing up, it looks like. But eventually, Snakebite is taken down. They just can't seem to get everything clicking at the same time. And look at, once again, Lunchbox just moving this bomb across the map. He realizes if the bomb's on the CLG side, guess what? They have no chance of arming it.
Somebody get these guys an application form for DHL right now. They are just moving these boxes into the bomb spot all the time. 3 already going down. We are, I think, currently at the moment 9 minutes of play into the game. Only going to be 6 minutes remaining. All they have to do is slay, slay, slay. In theory, if they want to win, but I don't think they're going to do that. They will keep this pressure applied at the moment. There's the bomb going down. Can CLG put one on? They can't at the moment. Is anybody else going to pick that up? No, they're not. The bomb gets tossed out once again.
Lunchbox tossed it out. I was trying to see if any other CLG members were nearby, and it looks like they were so close. Like, look at that. Ogre 2 is still 3/4 of the way, even after it being tossed out. They might still be able to finish this bomb.
Oh, will he be able to do it? And yes, he does. Finally, CLG putting one on the board. But I think the damage has already been done at the moment. Moving across to Snakebite right now. Finding the guy down below, whips out the shotgun. Unfortunately, he does go down. Move across to Royal 2 right now. Finds a guy bottom mid. That's going to be Lunchbox, but the team shot is just too strong.
CLG, though, they are doing what they need to do. They've been getting kills, and they've actually been taking advantage of it for the first time. I was saying before that they weren't moving the bomb across, but now they've been doing that for the first time. But once again, Evil Geniuses being the aggressor, and we have Roy arming the 4th bomb.
Once again, that Loy combo coming into play. However, 3 grenades do manage to take him down. I think that's going to be lethal, though, picking it up and finishing off. That's going to be 4 bomb arms for Evil Geniuses.
Now, is CLG going to be a comeback from this? Because at this point, EG is only 1 arm away. They've been the aggressor this entire match. Look at Lunchbox is one of the only ones alive, and he's moving it back towards across to the CLG side. It's hilarious how much they're moving this bomb across the map.
This is insane. 3 down now for CLG, and you have a wild snipe down with Camo currently cruising around your base, causing all kinds of problems. He needs to take down Ogre 2. This will be a big play, but that's Hines coming in off the spawn. The Wingman medal coming in for Snipe down, but they do have 3 EG members hanging around the CLG base. toss up the bomb. Here it comes. Down goes the arm pad. And that's going to be 5-1 to Evil Geniuses.
I have no idea how Evil Geniuses did that without getting outslayed. They were winning their fights, and they were all equally doing their part for pushing the bomb across the map. I've just never seen a team work that well together.
The aggression there was seriously next level. What a game to start. Day number 3, game number 1. I did not see a 5-1. I'm gonna call that. I did not see a 5-1.
I called 3-1, so I was close, but at the same time, I did not expect that many arms. The part that's just baffling to me is a lot of times when these top teams, in order to move the bomb across the map, they have to give up slays. They're giving up slaying power on the map. But for some reason, it didn't seem like that was lacking with Evil Geniuses. I just saw them moving the bomb across the map the entire time, yet still somehow get the slays. Usually you have kind of like a cost benefit there. It's like, all right, we're gonna move the bomb across the map, but we're gonna die a bit. Let's take a look at these stats though.
But look at the kills on the board for EG right now. Kind of neck and neck. I mean, you saw...
only outplayed him by 4 kills.
Yeah, but
that's
look at Snakebite at the bottom, 34. He got the most kills. We saw him with the big triple at the start, but it's not about the kills,
it's not. And I said that so many times where Evil Geniuses pushing the bomb across the map the entire time. Let's take a look at this first bomb arm that Evil Geniuses was able to get.
Indeed, come straight down, picking up that double kill. That's what we wanted, the Protector. Then you saw Snipe down just jumping straight in and finishing it off. The teamwork
and it's not
was
just
brutal.
The fact that Snipe down was there, we had Lunchbox also there.
Yeah.
It just seemed like EG they moved as one unit across the map. Snakebite had a great performance. I believe he went, what, plus 12, plus 14. I know he had 34 kills, something ridiculous. But the point is he's over at the EG side of the map, killing people off spawn. But during that time while he's getting those kills, Evil Geniuses is moving the bomb to the CLG base.
You said it exactly. Every time you saw them, we saw several times that CLG would be in the base of EG, but they would always be on their own, and there would always be the bomb quite a fair distance away from them. They had no support, and every time you looked at EG, there was 2, there was 3, there was constantly more than 2 members at a time, always in that CLG base. And to be fair, the score says it all, Walshy.
Yeah, I mean, we only saw 1 arm from CLG, but we also saw like 2 or 3 different killing sprees throughout the time. Like, I remember that one time Snakebite went on a 7th spree, and we're both looking at each other saying, how have they not armed yet?
Yeah.
This is the 2nd best team in the world by seedings, and we are not seeing arms off these full steps. EG just doing such a great job of being aggressive and moving the bomb across the map that last game. However, we are now going into a Slayer game. This is where Snakebite can shine because he says, you know what? You have no objective move across the map, and you can't escape my headshots.
All right, so I believe it's going to be Team Slayer on Shrine for this game number 2. Although looking at the screen out there, CLG, they don't look too happy. Well, they aren't going to be happy, especially with that's a big fat 5-1 there on the board for Evil Geniuses. That's the kind of, that's not even a close score. That's the kind of score where you think, what happened?
What are we in for? But more importantly is Warlord's a very telling map. All these teams have played this. Ogre 2 has been playing Warlord for the last 13 years of his life. There are no surprises on that map. It is just straight up teamwork and team shots. So they were outplayed. They only got outslayed by 4 kills, but they got out-armed by 4 bombs.
Coming into this then, Walsh, you put yourself in the driver's seat of Ogre 2 right now. This is you going into this game number 2. You've just lost 5-1. What mentality do you want them to be in?
You tell your team, shake that one off. Don't worry about it. Snakebite, grab that sniper. You were destroying last game, so let's get this started with them.
I think it'd be only fair mentioning Snakebite if we actually kick things off with him. All being well, he does pick up the sniper rifle. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are on board with Snakebite right now, moving into game number 2. He doesn't actually get the sniper rifle. It's going to be Royal 2, his teammate, who does pick that up, looking across. He's seen a shot come from the hut. Can he find? That's going to be the man sniped down. Who else for EG would have the sniper rifle, of course?
Of course, but this is CLG's chance to kind of slow it down a bit. That Warlord game was just non-stop action. They did not have much chance to regroup themselves. We saw them start to get some life towards the end where they started, all right, we're going to start moving the bomb. We're going to start countering their strategy. But it was just too late. Here's a game type where they can slow it down. They're already up 2 kills, and they have Sniper, and I believe they have Rockets if I saw correctly.
Yeah, looking across the board at the moment, I don't think Rockets are no longer in play. I believe that was Ogre 2 who did go down with them. Still on board with Royal 2. 3-3, though they have brought it back of EG, tied it up. They did have initial 2-0 lead. That's going to be an assisted grenade for Royal 2, but unfortunately, Snipe Down finds his target. That's going to be their sniper going down. Moving across to Snipe Down right now. We have seen this guy can just go off when he wants to wall shift.
So not only did he pick off the enemy sniper, he says, guess what? I can be aggressive now. He pushes his street, looks for the spawn kills and rocks, was unable to get those kills, but the point is he is ready to still be aggressive because that is where EG has shined throughout the beginning of this match.
But he does actually turn around, finds a guy behind him trying to creep up and take down that sniper. That's a guy who's going to jump up now. I'm not entirely sure who that was jumping up. That's going to be Ogre 2, I do believe. Aggression, boxing in at Snipe Down. Brilliant play for CLG. They know that CLG, I do apologize. They knew that they needed to actually shut him down, and that's exactly what they did.
So CLG ended up swarming in on Snipe Down, killing them, taking their sniper, but at the same time, Roy now has the sniper and is on a double kill.
Double kill from Roy. That's going to put some numbers on the board. That's going to bring them up to 10-10, losing now 11-10. This guy is nuts. We saw yesterday what he can do with this weapon. It just finds faces. We saw Snipe Down miss a few shots, but yesterday he simply did not miss. Every single bullet found its visor that it was aimed at.
It was on this map too, because we saw plenty of times on Lockdown where Roy would actually drop the sniper for Snipe Down. All right, these are the times where, first off, he's notable for hitting snapshots, but secondly, once they get these kills, once EG gets a kill or two, they're looking for spawn kills and rocks, whether it's their rocks or the enemy rocks.
Okay, 13-12 at the moment. Teams just trying to sniff each other out and see what's going to happen. Give me the play, Walshy. What do EG need to do right now? They are one kill down. Beautiful double kill for Roy, though. Turns around, finds his face, takes him down. 14-14 the score right now.
EG needs to hold the space. In fact, I think Roy should combine that sniper ammo that he just killed, because if he did that, they can just hold the space the entire time, have the only sniper on the map, and keep control of the rest of the game.
All right, so hitting the 12 minutes remaining, Max, 16-14, just in the, leading away with CLG at the moment. They've kind of been neck and neck, but they've always been in the lead. A little bit of pressure on EG now, however, going back off that objective game. That's going to be 2 snipers, I do believe, though, Walshy, in the hands of Evil Geniuses. That is dangerous waters for CLG.
But 2 snipers, but only 1 bullet in each one. They need to make these shots count, but more importantly, they have Towie behind them. He's going to get the timers on these sniper weapons.
He didn't actually, I don't believe he got rid of the last bullets.
I think he did.
Did he?
I think he
that
did.
was my mistake then. So that's going to be out. You mentioned Towie in the background. Timing those snipers is going to be imperative. If one of these teams does manage to set up with both snipers, that is going to be a deadly combination, and that is where you will start to see the score escalate at the moment. 20-18, this is lethal. I believe he actually picked up the comeback kill. Yes, he did. Jumping over to Ogre 2 right now. Picks up the fresh rockets, though. There are 4 kills potentially in his gun right now.
Now, CLG is doing a great job bringing themselves back in the series, because we have seen from the POV of EG that they've just had all this power up control. They've had multiple snipers, yet CLG has been able to stay in this match. I mean, they're down by 1 kill right now, but we have not seen them going on the sniper sprees. We've seen Roy hitting ridiculous doubles just to keep his team in this match. So we're going to have to see what happens when there's no snipers on the map, or if CLG is actually able to get their sniper and make quick use of it.
Oh, but that's going to be rockets going down, though. That's a full barrel. He hasn't actually managed to... Sorry, I believe he used only 1. Now Evil Geniuses have finally taken the lead. Snakebite chasing the guy, but they are currently both no shields. Who's going to get this one? Will he throw a grenade up? In fact, I'm saying lies, he doesn't have any grenades, so he can't do. There is a guy on P Street that he needs to be aware of.
How did Roy live right there? We saw that from Snakebite's POV. He juked 2 different players in the snipe hut, and he's still staying alive.
Does he have any rockets in the barrel? I didn't catch it. No, he does not. So there, he's going to hold them. And that's the important thing, because once he drops them, Towie's going to get that in his ears, and then EG will then know when they're coming up perfectly off the spawn.
And a lot of times, if they have the choice, they're going to offset it a bit longer than usual, because they want people to set up early for the rockets. They want them to waste time in ring, waste time in spots that they don't need to be. So now Towie's going to have this time, and you almost guarantee that EG's going to get those next set of rockets.
So it was almost at 10 minutes. He'll certainly be writing that down on his little piece of paper. They will now be watching for them coming up again. The rockets on this map. I like the sniper rifles. They can be seriously game-changing. But 33-30, still quite evenly based, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, at this point, it's anyone's game. No one is a clear winner. I think this next sniper is going to help decide who can take the lead.
9 minutes 30 on the clock, 34 to 30. They are going up on by 1 kill now, so that leads it down to 3 kills. They did put 1 on the board. However, we are with Lethal. There's the shotgun. Finds 2 guys though in ring 2. Will he get the shotgun long distance? Yes, he will. He's gonna. But
and look at the decent amount of damage. Like
beautiful.
Way more damage than I expected there. They have much better shotguns than I have. That's for sure.
Some of the.
I get broken shotguns. Yeah.
Oh, look at that though. Can he get the second one? Yes, he can. The long distance shotgun. Lethal on a tear right now, but there is
why
the
pick
fresh
up that? Why pick up the sniper when you have that kind of shotgun?
No
he could have picked that person
reason.
off from the rocks.
Here we go then, Bert. You mentioned it. The sniper will now transition across into the hands of CLG. We have a sniper rifle in the hands of Hines and in the hands of Royal 2 Walshy. 2 snipers now for CLG.
So they have a 1-kill lead. It looks like they have both snipers on the same side at the moment. I cannot tell. Yes, they have both snipers on the same side of the map. You can guarantee that both teams are going to be charging over this side. They do not want to let anyone get set up because they realize all the power weapons are over in that sniper hut.
However, an Evil Geniuses member did just run away with that sniper. I don't actually see who it was. In fact, it was Lunchbox right now scoping up onto ring 3, seeing he can just find anybody poking their heads out. Does miss, unfortunately, the little jump. Jumping up now into shotgun pit, looking down the P Street. Does he see anyone? No, he does not. Checking carbine. There is also no one there. Looking down at bonfire at the moment. Nobody on his screen whatsoever, but he's in the perfect play. 8 minutes remaining on the clock. They're down by 2. He's just trying to feel it out and see where people are.
This is one of the first times this tournament that we've had the option to see Lunchbox snipe. It's always in the hands of Roy or always in the hands of Snipe Down. So we want to see what Lunchbox, Roy's twin brother, can do with this rifle.
He's only got 2 bullets, so even if he does miss them, it's not all doom and gloom. They will be going out very, very shortly. However, that is 2 potential kills, especially when you're 2 kills down. He could bring this back to a draw quite easily.
So what EG's plan right here is they need to get control ring, or they need to get pick on the CLG sniper, who is Royal 2, and they need to make a push on that base. Because Royal 2 right now, he still has 3 bullets of sniper ammo, whereas Lunchbox, he's completely out.
Yeah, so that's going to be the sniper going down, but however, 13's across the board at the moment for Evil Geniuses. Few bullets now for Royal 2. He wants to extend that lead. They are only up by 1 kill as we reach the 7-minute mark right now. Neck and neck throughout this entire game number 2. If Evil Geniuses do somehow manage to scrape this going into game number 3, their confidence is going to be boosted. However, if CLG do manage to bring this one back, it's going to do the same for them. They may be able to remove the momentum, but look what Roy has just picked up perfectly off the spawn Walshy.
That was because of Coach Towie. They dropped those rockets. They actually delayed dropped them, got him up at that plasma pistol. I believe Roy had the option early to drop them towards a shotgun, and a very big blunder from one of the top players in the game.
You committed suicide. You do not want to see that on your screen, especially when you have rockets wasting one of those.
No.
I do apologize, it wasn't off the spawn. Again, you mentioned they were delayed slightly. 1 rocket in the barrel. Lethal really needs to make this count. They've now gone down by 2 because of that.
He saw what just happened a second ago and said, I'm not going to try that one again.
I'm not going to do that one. No, thank you. Ring 2 control, though. Is it really that important when they're down on kills, Walshy?
Incredibly important. What this allows is if they get a pick on the opposite side, they have the ability to just charge in and get spawn kills. Because right now, Royal 2 only has 2 sniper bullets. I don't know how aware of this that EG is, because they know that there's a sniper on the other side. Otherwise, they would be poking out, checking out where they can make a push. But they realize as soon as they get picked, maybe on the sniper, or as soon as they have their own snipe and get a pick, they can make a push since they have ring control. Right now, Roy and the squad, they're obviously worried about ring 3. You see Roy just checking out this different jumps. We know teams boost up at this point. So you see him just checking back and forth while he lets Lethal sit his wall.
At the moment, they are down by 2 kills, especially even more so by that commit suicide by Roy. We are going to jump on board with a listening with Team Evil Geniuses very, very shortly just to see how they're going to see this one out. But that's going to be a big new combo come down from ring 3. That's going to be Snakebite haunting enemies from the sky right now. Will he drop down? No, he won't. He's going to there to survive. But look at the assist wall shit. It came in when it was needed at the right time.
Yeah, so let's go to a listening with Lunchbox and the boys from Evil Geniuses. Actually, Steel.
Better watch her.
Just gotta trade, guys.
You gotta watch jump up though.
Yeah, someone's gotta watch jump up. Do you want me to watch jump up?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm watching jump up.
Alright. I'm watching red jump up. You watching blue jump up, man?
Yeah, blue jump up.
We're good.
Put yourself in a position where we can trade.
DJ, if I need help, you can come to the window, right?
Yeah. You only have 2 balls.
Red coordinating. Red courtyard. Yeah, I don't have a patient or anything, so
not peeking. Got a trade.
Grenading me. They know I'm here. I gotta leave.
Red jump up, or blue, bond and jump up. Going red rocks now, PJ. They know I'm here now, PJ.
Play safe, play safe.
He just give me
Sliding red car, sliding blue car, sliding blue car. Holy shit, he just jumped up. Yeah, he jumped up.
Fell 40, fell 40, fell 40.
PJ, might be a guy red car
safe,
soon.
play safe.
I'm gonna poke out for a second.
Okay, I'm hiding in hut and just staring and ring then. Yeah, we just have to trade. I'm not even trade.
Yeah, we're good here, guys. We're
Gotta trade.
Stop being on the bond now.
Alright,
Stop being on the bond.
don't peek, so.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
That's all good.
Alright,
Getting naded.
watch nades, watch nerd nades.
Ring 3.
They might push now, they're gonna push. Nice
Bomb.
job.
Red P, red P.
Red flag sniping to TJ, red flag, he's red BR.
Red flag and red
BR. Yeah, he's on BR. He might move, so watch out.
You wanna get out of ring? These are free kills. I don't have a rocket.
You can back up, you guys can back up. They have to push.
Red rock sniping, red rock
I'm watching
sniping.
jump up. I'm watching jump up.
They're bond. You guys wanna leave ring?
Back up, back up.
I got sniped down. Nice, Matthew, good job. There's snipes there. Core rock, right in front of you.
Challenge him.
I don't drop. Do not die.
To the bond, guys.
Challenge him.
Roy's weak, good bond.
No.
Alright, back up. Alright, back up.
I can drop the snipe. Which snipe? Do you know what snipe this is?
No.
This is red rock. They have to push us.
I'm not putting rocket on spawn.
Relax.
Alright, we gotta put ourselves in good position.
Boost up.
All we have to do is trade.
Up.
If I drop the snipe at 2 minutes 10 seconds,
No,
that's like,
I wouldn't.
what's the time?
You gotta watch
What
jump
do you
up.
mean? That's the time.
Gotta watch
Do we know
jump
what side that
You
snipe
can,
is now?
but we don't know what side it's on.
Yeah, but dude, listen, the game's over.
Yeah, but
210.
I know. Red wall. Yeah, you can.
Sniping the courtyard, rock. They alive.
Red team.
Back up. Bring 3-1 in. Let's go. Good job, guys. Let's go. Way to bring that back. Let's go.
And there we go, CLG putting one on the board. You heard them in the listening, Walshy. The game is already over. I like the fact that one of his teammates says, don't say that. Don't say that in case the comeback was real. But that's going to be CLG putting 1 point on the board for them. And that's what they needed to move into game number 3. A little bit of confidence now because, you know, we can't lie about it. The first game was a bit of a whitewash.
Yeah, you noticed even when they had that 5 or 6 kill lead, 49 to 43 or 49 to 44, they said, hey, don't push it. Do not let Evil Geniuses get back in this game. We've seen what they can do in the past. But let's take a look at these stats real quick. And all across the board, just great effort from CLG. I mean, you see +3 from Snakebite, +1 from Ogre 2, and +4 from Royal 2.
Generally kills, deaths, assists, everything even across the board, but that's what we said. This is seed number 1 and seed number 2. These are potentially the best, well, they are not potentially, they are the best 2 teams in Halo in the world right now. And I'm still quite stunned, but whether that was CLG's flaws on objective being shown, or whether it was just, you know,
maybe it takes a while to get
to
get things rolling. I mean, it's tough. Like, there's a lot of times where you get a team like Evil Geniuses on a roll. It's not so much that CLG is having a rough day or playing bad. It's like EG was just playing that good, and once again we saw CLG just playing that amazing.
A little bit of a slower match then. All the Slayers will be a lot slower, especially Lockdown. When it comes to Lockdown, that's going to be the fun one to watch. That will be, I believe, game number 5, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to be moving into game number 3. It's going to be the King of the Hill on Lockdown. I mentioned yesterday, this is kind of, for me, a smash and grab. Either one team kind of runs away with it, or it's neck and neck with the scrappy Hill tie. All right, so CLG coming off the back of the win, Walsh. They want to go into game number 3. They want to continue this momentum. What do they need to do on this map and on this game type specifically to defeat Evil Geniuses?
It was back and forth with snipers, so I can't give it to either team saying like, oh, you know, Snakebite was sniping so much better than Snipe Down or Roy, because we just saw great shots from both squads. It's going to be more so who can actually control the power weapons. A lot of times that consists of getting either sniper and or a sword and getting that sniper tower, because that's just a crucial area that you can hold single-handedly.
All right, then. So we are dropping into game number 3. It is currently 1-0 right now. People in the crowd, are you ready? Championship Sunday. This is what it's all about. High-level Halo. You see on the screen right now, there is the trophy. It's not just about the money that is on the line. It's about the pride. Season 1 Grand Finals, Walsh. Every team wants to be holding that above their head at the end of today.
They've been training all season long for this, despite how well they did in previous tournament, how bad they did in previous tournament. This is where it all matters.
At the moment, the teams just look at that handshake. This is what we want. Get your team pumped up. Get ready for this. This could be the turning point. Whoever wins this will go into game number 4 with the 1 lead advantage, but also the added pressure of knocking their opponent with game number 4 into the loser's bracket against Noble Black.
It's a huge advantage you have, because if you can get to the finals, you have to lose 2 best-of-5s to actually lose the tournament. We're starting off with Snipe Down, who tries to shoot the sniper over, but is instantly shot back.
All right then, so here it is, game number 3. Remember guys, tweet the stream, let everybody know what is happening today. Use the hashtag on Twitter, HCS. It is of course Championship Sunday right now. This is King of the Hill on lockdown.
Now we know it's Snipe Down, watching all his angles. I think that sniper was completely off the map, because I'm pretty sure we saw Lunchbox down towards Bomb BR looking for the weapon. So we actually had lethal drop down, and now we have some power weapon action going on right here.
Grabbing a little of hill time in A. Now A, you generally don't see a lot of hill time gotten from it, but they've managed to get 9 seconds. Will they extend that any further? A, you know, A is always one of those places where it's just a dangerous place to be. Big sword kill for lethal, locking down BR tower. That's going to go work perfectly for them as we move into the B rotation.
Yeah, these teams now are finally figuring out ways to scrap time in all these other hills. Like earlier in the season, we didn't see people getting much time in Hill A or Hill C at top blue. And now we've just seen teams scrap up every time they can. The best example of this was Cloud9 yesterday. They did such a great job getting time in every single hill and giving no breathing room.
All right, Wash, it would only be fair if we moved across to Mr. Richie Hines now, the captain of CLG. He has the fresh sniper rifle looking across at that B hill. Finds one player jumping up on the lift. There he goes down. He goes at the moment throwing grenades. Seen as a player jumping up from elbow, and there he is. He knows he's there. Do you think the best thing is to bail right now from where he is?
No, I think you're in a decent position. You have your teammates watching your back, but once again, he does die there. So if he let the sniper stall on the map, that is a bad play.
Looking across, we don't actually see the sniper rifle in play at the moment. I'm seeing an SMG in play, which is an interesting choice of weapon, but nevertheless, at the moment, on board with Snakebite. He's going to try and lock down this B hill. 5 seconds remaining on this. They need to transition over to C to put some more points on. We hit the 10-minute mark, 28-10 the score.
Yeah, the reason I want to say that Hines' play was not bad earlier about staying there was you need to keep control of that sniper tower. Eventually it's going to move over to C, eventually it's going to move over to D, and at that snipe 3 area, you get plasma nades, you can wait for them to come up where you have 3 teammates at BR3, so you don't want to just bail. A lot of teams are expecting you to just bail top center and run over the library, so they had that angle covered. EG was watching that, so Richie Hines' best move was to stay there and fight to the death.
But just look at Snakebite, he got the double kill, then got the assist on the guy running under bottom mid. He has the sword running away. He's pretty much completely owning BR tower right now. Finds the guy bottom mid. That's the one he was originally chasing. Jumps off. The sword goes off the map. Cracking play. He was going to go down. He knew it, so he didn't let Evil Geniuses take control of the sword.
And that takes a lot of restraint. It takes a lot of knowledge of the game, knowing, hey, I might be able to pull off this play 1 out of 10 times where I get the sword lunge and get the kill, but the safest play I can do right now is jump this weapon off the map.
2 down for Evil Geniuses. We move across to Snap Down, finds a guy jumping into library. There's the double kill. That's going to be 2 down for CLG right now. He's hovering around at top mid. The stalactites come down. Do we see any hit markers? No, we do not. That means that player's going to have backed off to open ramp. Holds his shots. I like that. Didn't start shooting straight away. Just waited for Richie Hines. However, he gets cleaned up by one of the teammates of CLG. That's going to be, at the moment, I'm not entirely sure who that was. I think he was in B2, but look at Roy. Here we go. Sniper rifle in his hands. It's time to turn this game around.
Yeah, he got a stick, and they actually had sniper tower controlled, but even though Roy's here with sniper, he is not getting any time for his squad, and I don't disagree with this because he has to get these slays. He realizes, hey, we get a few more of these kills, we can at least bring this back 15 seconds and possibly control some of the E-hill.
3 down now for CLG. He's going to be the good person, be that man and hand over one of the weapons. Interestingly, give Snipe Down the sword and not the sniper. That's an interesting play by him. He must have confidence in his shot right now. Currently on the POV again of Roy, but he finally does go down.
So the worst part we saw right there was Lunchbox was in a perfect position. He was at BR3. They had almost what you consider a full setup, like BR3, Snipes Tower. They had all the weapons, but Roy was taken down. Snipe Down was eventually taken down. Lunchbox actually fell off the map as he was going for a back smack on someone VR bridge. So there was just a very series of unfortunate events.
It went a little bit scrappy there. They did have it. They seemed to have it locked down, but you know they had the sword, they had the sniper rifle, but everything didn't go their way. That's going to be a big back smack for Snakebite as he does go down. Let's move across to Lethal right now, holding down and defending the E-Hill. Loitering medal does pop up on screen, turns around, catches the guy, BR1. Shots coming in from S1, though he does have support.
I think he got stalactited from top center. I could be wrong if that was an environmentalist, but the point being is we are near the end of the first rotation. CLG is up by almost 30 seconds. Now, that's very telling because we did not see CLG going on any sort of tear. We saw some great snipes from Hines. We saw some great plays, but by no means were they on fire. And they are ahead in this objective game, showing that they can keep up with EG.
Interestingly, though, it's actually CLG who do have the B-Hill section at the moment locked down. Killing spree for Roy, grabs another sword kill as he tries to jump up from elbow. Coming underneath, it's interesting why they're trying to push. What? Can you tell me why exactly are they trying to push Snipe Tower when it's going to be the BR Tower that comes up next for the rotation?
They're going for the full setup because what ends up happening is if you control Snipe Tower, they're not going to really be able to get in the B hill. You can just shoot them out, double team BR. We know how much damage these BRs do across the map. So what EG is going for is they want to get this full setup if possible. However, it looks like they're actually changing that strategy up. We see everyone pushing across, and unfortunately, 3 members of CLG or EG are dead, and we want to see what Roy can do to keep his team.
However, he does have the sword. Finds Snakebite unaware top mid. Is that a sniper rifle? Yes, it is. In comes the sword. There's the double kill. He is going to contain that sniper rifle in his hand. Looking across, doesn't get the triple. Did go for the quick scope. That's going to be sword and sniper in library. All the goodies ready for someone to pick up.
One of those situations, again, that we're talking about where 3 members of EG are down. Roy's able to pick up a double kill and buy some time. But once again, his whole squad goes down. This is what CLG needs to do to win this match. I said they need to get full steps. They need to make sure that Roy isn't able to get away and keep some sort of control on the map.
But originally, when we did say that they were up by almost 30 seconds, they're only in the lead by 2. EG have brought this back to a very close game.
Yeah, I don't know how they did either, because that whole time it looked like all his teammates were dead. Roy was just kind of scrapping, saving for his life. Yet, EG was somehow able to make up about 15-20 seconds.
At the moment, though, look at Richie Hines. He is literally sat in this hill. He's been here for a while. Hitting the 5-minute mark. Nobody is challenging him whatsoever. He's been here for quite some time now. That's racked his lead up quite a little bit, almost hitting the 100-point club. Here we go. Now they've got it. They have locked down that C rotation. Down goes a player, but he's still got control of BR Tower.
Yeah, now this is not the tower you want here in a second, because before when I was saying that it's okay to stay at Snipe Tower when it's going to the Bravo Hill, you're allowed to stay there because you can shoot them out. However, the vice versa is not true. When it's moving to the Delta Hill, you cannot stay at BR Tower because you do not have angles to throw grenades and get those kills out of bottom Snipe Tower.
The Alpha and the Delta Hill, I do like that one, Walsh. I'm a big fan of that. I'm usually saying A, B, and C.
Yeah, I was before, and I just felt like I was stuttering my alphabet, so I decided to switch it up to say Alpha and Bravo and Delta. And
this is championship. That's what we need. We do need some big words like that. But currently on board with, I think that's going to be Roy's POV of Lethal at the moment. Roy coming back off the spawn. That's going to be Sniper Rifle going down and transitioning across to Royal 2 right now. If we move across to him, he's going to get challenged. So there is a player creeping up behind him, turns around, gets the headshot, catching Snipe down on the elbow. Will he get the double? No, he won't. He's going to go down that Sniper Rifle and Sniper Tower, moving across into the hands of Evil Geniuses.
Now look at that constant aggression. This is one of the hills that we usually see teams in immediately, just grabbing up time because they can isolate 1v1 from bomb center. But these teams just realize they do not want to give up full control. They've realized what this other squad can do to them if they give up all these deaths. So what they're doing is they're playing it cautious. They aren't scrapping up time in this D hill originally. But you see the opposite happening where, and in hills like, let's say, the B hill and the C hill, hills we normally don't see them get control of, they are. It's just a completely unique style of play. Double play.
That's going to be a big double that taking down. That's going to be 3 members of EG going down. But they are interestingly in the hill. That's going to be 4 now. They're going to rack up these last few seconds of time. But sword and sniper in the hands of Snakebite. He has his chance to shine and take down some Evil Geniuses. Player finds a guy creeping up on elbow. They don't want to get too close. But Plasma kill, a beautifully placed Plasma right there. Will he get the sword and look for the double hunting around right now? Where is that enemy player, Walshy? He knows he's there somewhere.
Yeah, he's just focused more so on on those bottom blue spawns because he realized those are where the most threatening grenades are. If someone spawned somewhere else, I mean, I believe that came across the map, and he's able to pick off that sword kill at the snipe tower.
That was big. He needed to survive there, which he does finally go down. However, he has his teammate underneath the hill pushing in right now. That's going to be Lethal checking out the elbow, looking under glass. Can he find this player in that E-hill? There is 20 seconds of time in there. If they can lap it up, we are approaching 2 minutes remaining, 132 to 133. Not a big score gap by any means.
No, this is a really unique spot, and look at this. They've been scrapped all the time. They have the power weapons, but Lethal cannot push in there. He realizes, guess what? They have people in bomb blue, and he gets stalactite at the snipe tower.
The icicles landing on the face of Lethal. Down goes the sniper, down goes the sword, and here comes CLG on the aggressive push right now. We're just hit less than 2 minutes remaining, and we are now in the A-hill. The time is racking up. They need to get him out of this as soon as possible.
I mean, I hate to say it, Ralphie, but you'll shoot your eye out. You gotta watch out for that icicle. Cannot stand over there.
It will drop down and it will do damage. We actually saw that yesterday in one of the denial games where it landed on for the final kill, landing on top of Miquin. They are a very, very dangerous environmental of this new lockdown map. You need to be aware of what's going on. 1 minute 30 remaining on the clock, 148 to 117. What do Evil Geniuses need to do right now to win this game?
We've seen it in the past. We've seen it actually executed against CLG before by the Optic Squad. They need a full setup. Evil Geniuses needs to take over the BR tower, then they need to take over the snipe tower at the same time and spawn CLG bottom blue. But at the moment, Roy and Snipe Down are the only two alive and trying to make this push by themselves.
All right then, so 1 minute remaining. Eventually it is going to become mathematically impossible for Team Evil Geniuses to win, but that's a big double kill from Snipe Down with the sniper rifle, looking for the triple. He's on the hovering around the corner, just misses it. He needs to get in this hill and he needs to keep it ASAP.
I don't know if he's going to stay alive. He is just ran out in the open. He realized time was against him, and he had to make a move immediately. I don't know what EG is going to be able to do, especially when they pull out the clutch no-scope like that on Lunchbox.
Oh, that was absolutely disgusting. I think we might actually have that on camera. If we can get a replay at the end, that would be incredible, because we didn't see that. But that is going to be game number 3 going to CLG.
And you can't ask for a much closer game than that. You saw the panic in EG for the first time this series. They seemed pretty collected on Sanctuary, on Shrine, where they're in Team Slayer. Even though they're down, you didn't see them panicking. That was pure panic. You saw Roy trying to force that push over. You saw Snipe Down getting double kill and saying, I gotta jump out and get this headshot over on the close ramp. Yeah, he was flanked from blue. So that's, they just pushed out a little too early, I feel like. And I mean, I don't blame them. If I was in that exact same situation, I probably would have done the same. But these guys, they're going to have to play perfect Halo in order to beat the CLG squad.
Indeed, coming off the back of that, the initial 5-1 loss, they've just shook it off. I said to you, what do they need to do? They need to keep their heads up. They need to get focused. They've done just that. Controlling game number 3. This is what they need, and we mentioned it before. Going into game number 4, they now have control of the series. The pressure is on EG. Let's take a look at the stats, Walsh.
Now, I am just noticing a Royal 2 with 26 and 15. Great game from him, but his team just evenly doing what they need to do. Even though Hines went negative, has the most hill time. Ogre 2 going second most negative, most hill time. The two players on the bottom, Snakebite and Royal 2, those young Slayers, both going positive and creating those opportunities for teammates to grab some hill.
Once again, at the bottom of Roy with the 26, I think it was Roy looking off the screen, it was with 26 kills, but it doesn't matter about the kills. This is an objective-based game type. So, moving into a game number 4, Walshy, there is no clean sweep today in this winner's bracket final. It is, of course, going to be 5 flag CTF on Warlord. Any predictions for this one?
I feel like this is going to be very similar to Warlord Bomb, where it's going to be moving the objective as much as you can. However, the biggest difference on this one was last time we saw Warlord Bomb, we saw Snakebite, we saw Royal 2, we saw Ogre 2 even, all the way on the EG base, but they weren't able to take advantage of it. On this, however, flag, there is no escaping those members on your base. You have to deal with them. You have to address them at some point, whether it's right off your spawn or as you're bringing the flag back. So that's going to play to CLG's advantage. The way that they were playing earlier, if they do that again, you aren't going to see a 5-1 sweep like that. I'm not saying that CLG is going to win this game, but I'm saying that we are for sure going to see a closer game. I think we're going to see Evil Geniuses take this game in about 5-3 or 5-4 flag game.
The aggression that we initially saw, they're obviously going to use it again, even if you mentioned, but you can't just always go for flag pulls. You can't just pull it out. Fair enough, like bomb, you can throw it up there, you can do it.
Across like this. Like if EG tries to just force the flag across the map whenever they get a chance, it will not work out in their favor. That only worked out because it's bomb. And basically, the way I look at bomb is if you move it a little bit closer towards the enemy base, they have to take that time to bring it back to, as we call, the 50-yard line, or to bring it back towards your base. So that's extra time that you're adding towards their arm time. However, it doesn't work that way in flag. You can't run their flag out of the base just a few seconds. They can easily return it in a half a second and then run their flag in. So this is going to be more about slaying. And we've seen both these teams capable of outslaying each other.
Once again, the coaches are going to come into their own and be worth their weight in gold, as they will be timing that camo. You grab a shotgun in your back pocket and the camo predator combo. It is all kinds of dangerous. You can just slay and slay and slay. So here we go, guys. It's game number 4, winners bracket final right now, on board with Roy.
Roy grabbed that first camo. Now they had the time on it, but at the same time, CLG is also going to have that time. Usually the first camo is really hard to sneak by either squad. You're not going to get a grab on it and get away, or at least not get the coach the other time, because there's so many eyes on camo the entire time as you're fighting in the beginning.
A little bit of a cheeky pull there. The flag is on the move, but Snackdown is currently in play to return it, which he does. Richie Hines still up in the base, and he does get taken down with the revenge medal. Turns around. That's going to be, I believe, Ogre 2, but that's going to be 3 down now for Evil Geniuses. Can CLG take advantage of this?
Now, that's the situation I was talking about before. Now, Evil Geniuses has to deal with that person on their base. They were able to take off Hines, but I'm actually really scared for Evil Geniuses right now, because Hines was able to get on their base so fast, and he was unseen until he's actually fighting from up there.
Oh, Hines with the big one, putting Lethal down, jumping on board with Snakebite. That's going to be sniped down. His counterpart running away. The Snakes versus each other once a moment. Moving across, we do see a player, however, up in blue flag right now. That's going to be one player on red ramp. Can he see this other player? But that's going to be sniped down now, throwing the grenades, and he goes down.
Now, I don't know what they're going to be able to do to get this return. Looks like Ogre 2 is trying desperate it. 3 down for CLG, and EG has run the flag across the map.
Yeah, he did just try and get the return. Unfortunately, just fell unlucky. However, the Sentinel beam comes in, rips Lunchbox apart. That's going to be the flag reset once again.
That's a huge play from CLG. We've seen those sort of plays from Lunchbox earlier, where he would be the only one alive. In this case, I forget who it was from CLG. I believe it was Royal 2, got the kill and got the flag return. That is a huge play. That saves them a cap.
That Sentinel beam, especially when you have such an incredible team shot. It's like running through it's just literally like running through a forest with a chainsaw. It just rips down shields all over the place. You need to be very, very careful, and it works perfectly into their advantage now. Everyone going down, but we're currently moving across to Lethal. He's going to try and put one on the board.
Seems like ELG is trying to force these flags. They are trying to force them too hard, and at what cost? They died. 3 of them dead right now. I'm not sure. I mean,
and there we go. Ogre 2. I didn't even see that one.
No,
I
did not see him run across.
Sneaks it around.
But that's the situation I was talking about, with saying, hey, you can't just force a run across the map. CLG is actually be able to outslay you and be able to return that flag immediately and cap the flag. So it seems like EG is playing this like it's bomb or something. They need to get the slays. Plain and simple.
We do apologize about it. We actually missed that one at the time. We were too concerned with Lethal trying to put that one in, but instead Ogre 2 answered back. He managed to drop one in. That's going to be 1-0 now to CLG in flags. Ogre 2 once again playing objective right now, which is kind of different style of play for him. He's usually the main slayer.
In some ways, he's always been that all-around player. He has always been, you know, if he gets that sniper, he's able to get the kills. If there's a ball game, you know, I've seen plenty of times where he gets over 2 minutes of time with the oddball. He is that all-around player. Every single time, you know, we've said it so many times, trying to break those stereotypes, like so-and-so is only a slayer, so-and-so is only an objective player. But if you had to classify Ogre 2 as a player, he would be the all-around player. He can do the slays and the objective.
And that is why you win over 30 events. That guy has got more medals than what anyone else that I know, but it's all about the game right now. On board with Hines, he gets the comeback kill. That's going to be the flag carry going down, but that's going to be CLG going 3 down right now. Warlord proving to be a tough one. Snakebite did have top mid control, however, he goes down now. That's going to be Roy throwing the flag back again. That is once again a return, I do believe.
Yeah, now I feel like that was just a misgrab on Roy's part. I don't know if Lunchbox was in position at the time to even finish it, but point being, just did not get that last toss. But even with that last toss, there were 3 members of EG down. They are desperate in these objectives. It's not like the first game. The first game, like we said, they were flawlessly moving the objective across the map while not lacking in slaying somehow. But now, anytime they're moving this flag across the map, anytime they're moving the objective across the map, they seem to lack in slaying. I don't know what the answer is to that. I think CLG is just heating up.
Lunchbox picking up the double kill, finds a guy in the flag. Will he throw a grenade in? Does he have any? No, does not, but he does find the guy. Will he finish it off? No, that would have been a big kill. He really needed to finish that one off.
Yeah.
He goes down, moved across to Roy right now, looking, but this is going to be lethal once again, moving the flag. Not entirely sure if that actually went through. I don't believe he did.
And I think that's partially intentional. Not saying that he didn't want to get the flag through the portal, but he wanted to drop and slay. EG has been making the mistake of trying to force too much objective this game.
Yes, so we are looking at lethal right now up on platform, shooting into the flag. There is one guy, he's half shield. The assist medal pokes up. That's what you want to see from Team Evil Geniuses. People cleaning off your kills, just scoping around right now, trying to find some players, trying to rip some shields down. However, it's going to be, I believe, Hines who came in there. Did put him down. Yes, it was indeed. Move across to Lunchbox right now. Plasma grenades going in. Do we see any hit markers? No, we do not. However, Ogre 2 comes around the corner, shuts him down. Move across to Roy right now. Finds a kill bottom mid. He's just picked up the camo, so that's going to be camo burnt out.
Yep, that's going to be a minute 10 later, so we're looking at camo at about the 23:40 mark. Now, I want to see if either squad's going to get it or take advantage of it, because we've not seen it be a big factor this game. It just seems like both teams are fully aware what time is coming up and are either getting just barely 1 kill with it and it's getting burned immediately. So at some point during this, like I would say in about a minute or so, I would love to go to a team audio listen-in with Snipe Down and the boys from EG to hear how they're communicating. Because that first game, they were just dominating. They had their shot, everything was working well for them. Are they having some confusion? Is there lack of communication? What are they maybe doing wrong that CLG is just, taking advantage of?
At the moment, it just feels like they're constantly getting outslayed over and over again. And you mentioned over desperate in the flags. It's still happening. Look how many's down for Team Evil Geniuses. Tell you what, guys, let's jump into a team audio and see how they're going to turn this one around.
Flag right now. They're going to spawn by.
We spawned on it.
Return. Our ramp, our flag tickers. And yellow nades on me, guys.
Kimmo. I got the flag.
Buy me their nades.
Now, Justin, now.
This guy yellow. Our ramp port, guys. I died. Our ramp port's 1 shot. Our ramp port's 1 shot. Our nades. Our nades 1 shot, guys. Stop center with camo.
Behind you, Jason. They're needles.
Yes, camo's green flat.
Green behind you, Jason.
And front green.
One shot green ramp. We got it.
Live.
You're dead.
Run it, right?
They spawned their health pack on me, dude. He's on the flag. Weak the flag in their health pack.
Their health pack. They spawned
I got one.
I got nades on.
Spawn their health pack.
They're gonna spawn the ramp portal, I think.
And
the flag spawn.
1 shot their health, dead.
On the flag still weak.
I need help their flag. He's weak. 1 shot their flag, dead.
I got it. Running it ramp.
I'm watching health side.
Ramp.
Catch this flag, Justin, in the flag.
I'm trying to watch our ramp.
Yellow.
I'm hiding yellow.
Get to our base.
Yellow nades 1 shot. Yellow flag 1 shot, dead.
Yellow ramp weak.
Yellow flag 1 shot. Yellow flag 1 shot, guys. Yellow flag 1 shot.
Yellow weak.
Yellow flag was 1 shot.
Three.
And their health for it. Yellow
guys.
Under green ramp, 1 shot.
Our health for dead.
1 shot grenades. 1 shot grenades. Roll 2.
Blow it down.
1 shot front green, snake bite.
I'm looking. I'm
ramp, maybe.
I'm 1 hit. I'm pushing the flag.
Our shot, green flag.
Eric, I have help.
I got him.
I'm looking green flag. I got green.
Do that, guys.
I'm on their flag.
They're ramp.
Their ramp port weak. He's gonna go ours. 1 shot.
I'm
He's in. He's ours. They're still.
I can't get him.
1 shot there. I got him.
Our help port, upper help. 1 shot snake bite. 1 shot upper help. I can't get him right now.
Check him out, Justin.
I got him. Our ramp portal, guys.
Camo's up, Justin. Get it. I'm on the flag.
Our flat weak. Our flat weak. Stay alive.
I need down. Stay down.
1 shot on our flag. 1 shot our flag. 1 shot our flag.
It's our flat.
Dude, 1 shot our flag.
I got it.
I do it in.
Our ramp.
Our ramp weak.
I have no ammo.
We have no ammo. We got a nice flag.
Top
I'm 1 hit. I can't help.
Stay alive. Just hide.
Yellow ramp, maybe?
Yep.
3 dead. Last guy. That was the last guy. They
1 shot bottom mid, Hines. 1 shot inside bottom mid.
I'm looking. Our ramp port. Our needles 1 hit. Our needles 1 hit.
On a frenzy.
I'm looking. Nice.
Nice shit, TJ. I'm going to green.
Their health pack.
Our
health port 1 shot. I need help, guys.
Weak their health still.
Behind me. Green flag, 1 shot.
I got him. I'm gonna die though. No, I'm 1 shot.
1 hit the health pack. We can run this.
Their ramp port. Our ramp port. Our ramp
Flag,
port.
guys. 2-2. Stay alive.
Still their ramp port.
Hines just 1 shot their health.
Absolute their health.
Our ramp.
Alright.
On me, I need help.
Green nades, our ramp.
At green. Eric, get low.
Big kill.
Their health back. Upper health.
He's weak, not absolutely. Our flag. Stay alive as long as we can.
In front of green. He's not
TJ, I'm trying to help you. 1 shot green either. 1 shot and top center pushing me. I died.
Flag's weak, 2 shots.
Grenades.
And And we are back. We noticed EG communicating very effectively, saying, stay alive, I got your help, do this. And now let's take a look at snipe downs, kill-death ratio during these objective games so far this tournament. He has a 1.26 ratio. That is impressive when we're talking about playing against the top 8 teams in the world.
What was so impressive there, we're coming up, we've just played 9 minutes now. You meant, how quickly did they actually respond with 2 caps? They didn't just go for 1, they got it on the bounce almost simultaneously. They slayed again and got it back out to bring it to 2-1.
You want to know what my favorite play there was? It was when Lunchbox, he had the flag in his health. He heard that there was someone on his flag. Wasn't sure how weak he was, but what he did to counter that is he tossed the flag to his plat out in the complete open where he knows if a CLG member jumped up towards it, they would just get melted instantly. So I love that play by Lunchbox. That ended up turning into the second cap and gave them the lead.
That was very close. Lunchbox managed to pick up the double. If they would have taken that player down in time, that could have been a 3-1, approaching the 5-minute remaining mark. Every single time we've been on board with both Lethal and Snipedown, they've been in that top middle section. Every single flag that they've pulled, they have, and they've actually successfully managed to cap. They've had somebody up on top mid, which is not something we've really seen from CLG, Walshy. They've not had anyone up in that top mid commanding that central section.
Well, I've seen them in top mid, but it hasn't been at the ideal times. It hasn't been when they have someone on the flag and get the spawn kills, because you notice so many times the strategies that I've said before is basically you block out the enemy spawns and then you have them spawn at portals for those easy spawn kills. And you just notice what Lunchbox did. He knew that they were spawning outside their base, got through the portal, and got that easy back smack.
But look how many just went down for CLG. That was 3 down at one point. Currently with the Lunchbox now just putting pressure over.
He is rotating back to this flag grab.
Yep.
He was hoping to get that flag tossed up to him. Unfortunately, CLG answered, and they were able to stop the cap. So Lunchbox did a good rotation, though.
Yeah, he managed to take him down, but it wasn't. Again, that's for the second time in the row. It wasn't just in time. However, at the moment, they still are in the lead. 4 minutes of game time remaining. Catches a guy in the pot. He will go through. CFAT gets called out, and the assist medal comes up. Unfortunately, a bit of an unfortunate place grenade. But look, there is the assist medal. His teammates cleaning up the kill. Catching the guy bottom mid, however, doesn't see him soon enough, and he gets put down. Move across to Royal 2 right now. He's camping in the flag, just having a look straight across. Going on a little bit of a defensive side, I would say.
Yeah, this game is playing out quite differently than I expected. I had predicted earlier that this is going to be a high capping game, 5-4, 5-3, something along those lines. It is the complete opposite. Both these teams barely getting caps, just going for the slays that they need. This is one of the first times that we've seen Snakebite get away with camo. Let's see if he can make use of it.
But look at what he's got in his back pocket. That's the shotgun. Unfortunately, he does get shut down. And to be fair, that's exactly what Evil Geniuses needed. You cannot have a camo shotgun guy running around causing all sorts of problems. 3 do go down for CLG. 1 has now spawned. It's 2 down currently. But look, the flag is almost there. Will they grab a cap off of this? I do not know. It's literally minutes away from being capped. This could be a very, very clutch return from Hines.
And not only a return, this could be a counter cap. We saw 3 members of EG down as Hines was pulling that flag.
Clutch play from Richie Hines, throwing it out and also getting the return to stop the 3-1. Will they manage to see it all the way through? I don't believe they do. They have a member of Evil Geniuses running riot in their base right now. He did go down, and here we go again. The tables have turned completely opposite to what we've just seen. We now see 1 member of EG in the CLG base, killing the flag guy, getting the return, and throwing the flag out. Complete reverse of what we just saw Hines do.
And once again, Hines is on the defensive. He just got done stopping a flag. He's like, why are they running it back? This is constant pressure from both teams. Nobody is at ease here.
And there we go. Snipedown puts in the 3rd flag. So that's going to be 3-1 to EG. The pressure now successfully pressed back onto Evil Geniuses at the moment. This is what they wanted. They can apply the pressure back on a CLG.
Ogre 2 just got a double kill unofficially, and one of those was the camo again. Both these teams not allowing the other to get control of camo.
However, only 2 minutes of play remaining, Walshy. They are down by 2 flags. Fair enough, we saw EG cap 2 flags pretty quickly earlier on. Can CLG do this again? CLG really need to push forward. There's 3 down now for Evil Geniuses. They need to work hard, get the setup. The flag is on the move. Ogre 2 needs to get get some serious kills. Here's Smackdown. There's one. Basically going to get out behind. He didn't. Very, very close to doing so. He was pretty lucky to get away with it. Takes down Smackdown.
Not only this, is Ogre 2 is getting greedy. He said, hey, we're going to get this cap. I'm going to get ready for the second cap in case we get the kills. Right now, he's going to look for a kill or two and then possibly run the flag.
Fair enough. He's got 2 people on him, but then again, he's keeping these guys away from his flag, putting good shots in. He gets away, throws the flag out. Still alive, does finally get shut down. 2-3 the score right now. 1 minute of play remaining.
And that's just brilliant play by Ogre 2. He just stayed alive long enough. And those were the situations I was talking about where they have to deal with the CLG members on their flag. When we were talking about Warlord Bomb, they were just running out. They would just leave the person on their flag. Now they have to deal with them. Otherwise, that could be a potential cap.
This could be dangerous. We are approaching 40 seconds remaining. EG are currently in the lead by just 1 flag. It's still everything to play for, but it's very hard to get 1 cap in 30 seconds.
This could be the last camo of the game, too. This game is partially in Lethal's hands. Right now, I feel like he has to get out of top center. You got your camo away for the first time, man. Get out of there. Get a shotgun. Go get some kills down low.
Yeah, all they need to do literally is slay. They need to survive for another 15 seconds. The flag, however, is on the move. 10 more seconds remain from seeing a game number 5. 7 seconds now. I think we're going to see it, Walshy. This is what we wanted on day number 1 of Championship Sunday. Say game number 1, Championship Sunday. That's going to be it. Evil Geniuses secure game number 4. We are going to game 5.
This is what we want to see. Everyone out here wants to see these close games. The only one that's really been some sort of blowout was that first one, that 5-1.
Yeah.
And things just changed completely. We said that it was going to be a much closer objective game. We knew that EG was going to have trouble dealing with the CLG members on their flag, and that held true throughout the entire game. I liked the play by Ogre 2 at the end there. He realized, hey, we are down by 2 caps. I am going to get a little greedy and stay back on their flag. This could have potentially spawned them out where they could have gotten a flag return, but he said, you know what? We are down the last couple minutes. We need to get a second cap, and he's going to set himself up for that. Let's take a look at these stats.
But just look at Lunchbox right now, throwing the 40 bomb onto CLG. That's the kind of stats we like to see, but look at his teammates' assists, 25, 27, and 28. That is a scary team shot right there.
As you said, he's dropping the F-bomb, also known as the 41 kill bomb. He got those kills and you just saw how much objective work he did as well. One of the best plays I saw out of Lunchbox, once again, was that time he tossed the flag to Plat as it was at his health. A lot of players, they aren't going to be disciplined enough to know, hey, I'm so close to my flag, I just want to force it in. He says, guess what? I'm going to toss down my Plat, and we're going to eventually finish this cap.
All right then, so game number 5 on Championship Sunday. This is what we like to see at high level Halo. But for game number 5, it is going to be Team Slayer on a lockdown, the most passive game type that we have here currently. This is gonna, come on then Walsh, how's this one gonna pan out?
This was gonna pan out, we are going to see intermittent times of very aggressive gameplay where there's not going to be an established control. So for example, let's say there's only a couple live at BR Tower. We are just going to see them fight over and over again for BR control until things slow down. Once teams spawn away and realize, hey, it's a dumb idea to push now, we'll see a slow down. So we're going to see different panic times once we get a flank or once there's power weapons down, you'll see teams push. But for the most part, we should expect to see a passive game.
Again, it is a very passive game type. We constantly talk about it. The one thing, the communication and the teamwork is peril. It's absolutely key winning this game tank. We are going to kick things off straight away with a CLG listening. We're going to listen to how Ogre 2 commands his guys. You mentioned it. 10, 12, 13 years of Halo. He has the team, he has the opportunity to take game number 5. If they do this, they will go straight through to the grand finals. Neither team wants to drop down and face Noble Black. So guys, here we go. It's game number 5, kicking things off with a listening with CLG.
No one dropped her sword yet.
Close ramp and close ramp.
Then window, I got
close ramp and too. Close ramp and
no one for sword. He went for sword now. Tell him he's on sword.
B1.
B1's weak. 2B1. 2B1. Go open ramp. With sword. Open ramp with sword if you can need it.
Yeah.
He's there.
Life on respawn or they have?
Go ramp. Watch ramp. Watch out top BR. Lunchbox.
Right. Guys,
Watch that shot. I saw icicles. You guys top BR.
Getting shot, dude. Ice. Man.
Snipes on spawn.
Yeah, snipe should be on spawn. That means it's gonna be up around 14.
We got spread out. Someone's gonna go to blue.
You want boost up?
Yeah, boost.
Bottom BR, lethal. Let's go to BR.
No, get over here.
B3, B2. Who's going to blue?
Tom, go to blue.
Tom, go to blue. Tom, go to blue and get shot.
Tom, go blue.
Nading.
I gotta see library.
What are we watching? I'm watching.
I'm watching library entry.
Are you watching that?
Dude, Snipe's gotta be out. They're nading it.
Top middle.
B3, S1.
I need help S1. Top weak. I need help S1.
S3 guys.
S1 behind us.
S3 guys. S3.
Yeah, yes, sword S2. S2 again, weak.
One shot.
Another weak S2.
S2 is Snipe. S1.
Top BR.
Stay alive.
I got.
I'm one mid. Where?
Elbow.
Top BR. Push the elbow.
Elbow now.
Top BR. Absolutely S1 lethal. Nice. Top BR. Looking
Snipe from library. Snipe from library, I think.
S2. S2 to S3, probably sword. He's getting forward. S2.
Yes, did he drop? Mike's dead.
S3 PJ.
Top BR. Top close range. Weak. Where's he going? Knives down at B. Left bridge. He's going for it. Library.
Yeah, sword B2, no shield. Sword S2, no shield.
Where's he going?
He's S3. Guys, we have to push.
They have snipers. Go on me to snipe.
You guys want to get caught? This guy's snipe. I'm not snipe.
Library entrance 3, guys. He's right there behind me.
Nice, guys.
I don't know if you have sword.
B2. They're gonna snipe.
Shortcut, Roy.
Sniping library.
Roy, shortcut to top.
Sniping bridge.
Half health top center.
Top mid
Roy.
weak. Top mid read. He dropped blue.
Oh, he didn't drop yet. There's no shield there. No shield, same spot. I'm getting it. Sniping open ramp. Sniping open ramp. Yep.
Gotta go under glass.
Gotta go under glass. I have sword.
Might spawn blue. We're not at blue. They might spawn blue. Go blue. Gotcha.
Oh, the snipe guys.
We got a nade BR bridge and library.
Try to we gotta get nerd nade somehow. Sniping. B3 sniping. Guy in the library.
I have sword.
It's time.
I'm gonna go low.
You guys wanna push? We get the kill?
Where's he sniping?
On me fish.
Yeah, look when.
Where is he sniping?
Alright. There's one bridge.
Two library.
You have eyes on the sniper?
Oh no, I think he's.
You know you there, PJ?
Nice stick. I don't know where he's sniping. They know PJ's B1 now. Entrance.
I have
Two open ramp. One
try to throw
I should've. Yeah, I should've waited.
I mean, that's two, dude.
Where? BR2? BR2?
No, he's B3.
They had two guys.
We have to make a push. We know that what Eric does.
S3, Roy.
B3.
Can you guys need S3?
Oh. Top center, dude. They push snipe. That's it. There's another one there.
Nice. I got stuck, dude. He has sword. Snipe. Sword S3. Sword S3.
In the open.
Sword S3.
You guys.
Getting shot from under glass.
B1 right now. Library.
Library sniping. I'm
B1.
S2 and hit going top. Library sniping.
I killed S3.
Open ramp.
Where is he? Weak? I killed S3.
Library window sniping.
Went B2.
I'm 1v3.
Two close ramp. Nice. Matt, open ramp side.
He got shots. He shot top yard. 2 left.
Open ramp side as well.
Got one. Another close? No, it's not library.
It's sniper in library. That's sniper in library.
Lord's down top middle. Right to your right by shortcut.
In library, still in library. 3 in library.
Lord's under glass. Under glass.
3 in library.
3 library.
Close.
I'm trying to get
I can't watch it anymore.
Is that two there?
One's under glass. Watch your blue.
Another. Window. Library entrance 1 shot.
Library entrance, no shield.
Lethal.
One's under glass, guys.
They spawn there.
Wipe out. 1 shot.
Nice, guys. One shot, low elbow. High elbow,
no shield on top.
B2. That's one. That's one.
Dude, that's one.
Sword off.
Swords off.
Goes off the map. Guys, snipe on respawn.
Top yard.
Open ramp. Try to stay alive.
Where's he?
Guys, we have to get up top.
Swords on spawn, guys.
They're gonna be on you. They're gonna be on you.
Spawn.
Top yard, lunch box. Nice. Open ramp. Dude, B3. Oh, the top, but we're not there.
Where is he?
Speak. Open ramp side. S3.
A shield.
Oh, and S2. They have sniper.
He's gonna have
They have a shot. They have a shot.
Under glass on Matt.
Swords up in 5 seconds.
Library entrance, I need help. He's no shield.
Dude. Wait, weak match?
Library entrance.
Swords up, guys.
Library entrance pushing you B2.
On the elbow shot.
All right, then jumping in, we are 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. CLG down by quite a large deficit now, Walshy. What do they need to do to bring this one back in?
EG has held on to this lead, and I've been really impressed by CLG's pushes, though. They did some very coordinated pushes saying, hey, we need to get over to BR. We need to sneak someone down low. We need to watch library. They've just done, I feel, almost everything right, but it hasn't been enough against EG.
That was a massive kill for Roy, taking down, sorry, I do apologize, Lunchbox, taking down the sword guy.
It's okay, Roy usually gets the credit for 8 kills that the Twins get, so.
We'll just go with Roy, the actual duo, Roy, the combo. But right now, on board with Lethal, just look at that lead. It is currently extending. Remember, the winner of this will move on to the grand finals of Championship Sunday. At the moment, the game looks like it is solidified in the hands of Team Evil Geniuses. Someone poking up from elbow. He does find 2 players, does finally go down, moving across to snipe down right now, exchanging weapons. but look at what's in his back pocket. He's holding on to that sniper.
I was going to say they were almost a perfect situation, but right now they have someone above them at BR3. Once again, let's take a look at Snipe Down stats. We looked at his objective stats earlier. Now we're going to take a look. He has a 1.15 KD ratio within this tournament, within Slayer games.
That's exactly what you need, but he needs to land these shots at the moment. I say he needs to land these shots. CLG haven't even yet hit 25 kills. There's number 38.
This is the most crucial kill right here. He needs to jump the sniper off the map, or this could let CLG back in the game.
He doesn't, but that's going to be Roy. I do believe he actually just went off map with the sword, so that's going to be Sniper hanging around at BR3. He needs to get over there ASAP and get control of that weapon. However, grenades going in, that's going to be a player landing on when we saw the hit markers coming out. This is dangerous times at the moment for Evil Geniuses, but they are only 9 kills away from securing victory.
This is going to be those crucial times, those chaotic times where neither team's going to be comfortable setting up. Snipe Down knew that there was a sniper down BR3. They knew Storm was off the map, and they still wanted to scramble to get whatever control they can get, because right now EG was spawning in bottom blue, the spot you do not want to be.
But look at this, Walshy. This is the EG that we saw back in game number 1. They only need 5 more kills. That's going to be 4 more kills now to see the grand finals. 8 minutes on the clock. I do not think we are going to be seeing that 8 minutes. Little bit of a BR battle going on, but Roy finally takes it. You will not get away from his BR. 3 more kills remaining with 8 minutes. Finds the guy jumping up from elbow. Down he goes. That's going to be Royal 2 right now. Finds another player jumping up with shotgun. That's going to be Snakebite who takes him down.
Now, EG is only 2 kills away from guaranteeing themselves top 2 in the tournament and playing basically the winner of Noble Black and CLG. This is going to be crucial. I cannot wait to see the expression of these fellas' face when they possibly win this match.
I'm seeing sniper bullets still coming out of Library Door at the moment. They only need 1 more kill to win this and see themselves through to the grand finals. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
They know someone is bottom BR, and they're hunting him down. I saw 2 or 3 members of Evil Geniuses down low, and they say, hey, guess what? Last kill's down here. Let's end this.
But there it is. That's going to be Team Evil Geniuses going to the grand finals.
What a match. We saw back and forth. We saw Evil Geniuses right out of the gates with a 5-1 win. CLG taking the next 2 games, and EG coming back, winning game 4 and 5 to solidify their spot in the finals.
You called it right at the end. I think it was Royal 2 who was looking with. He was sat in that corner. They knew he, you just saw
They were hungry for it. I saw him down there. They said, hey, last kill's down here. Let's hunt it down. We have kills to give up. We just need to get this last kill.
You called it exactly. They had such a deficit on CLG with the kills. They knew we can just run at them. We can afford to take the deaths. Currently, let's have a look at the kills on screen right now.
I'm noticing Roy with +5, Lethal +5, Snipe Down +6, and Lunchbox -3.
But that doesn't matter because they get the win. Did, however, get the most assists. Let's give him some credit for that one, picking up 8
absolutely.
assists.
He had some crucial kills there. Lunchbox always doing what it takes to get in that game. We talked about that 1v1 he won at that point. We were like, you're like, Roy, when's that 1v1? I'm like, no, give Lunchbox the credit where it's due. And just an amazing team effort all around. Those guys have to be proud of their work, yet they know what they have ahead of them.
That was, that's what we saw initially from game 1. They've actually taken control of game 1, says, right, how do we play against these guys? Let's transition this to game number 5. Everything is on the line, especially when we're going into grand finals. I said it to you before we started. This, for me, now feels out who we're going to be seeing winning the competition. You want to be going in to the grand finals ahead of the winners. You want to go in as the winners. The confidence is there, the confidence in your team, the confidence in your shot, the confidence in the ability to win that $50,000. But this is Halo, and anything can happen.
Exactly.
We've seen it happen before.
Seen it happen before. I've experienced it before. I mean, we're talking New York playoffs, 2006. It was MLG New York playoffs where we won the winners bracket finals. Carbon came back, took us out in a best of 11.
So going off that, what you mentioned, you've obviously been in this position right now. Put yourself in CLG's shoes. They're going to be going and facing Noble Black, a very, very dangerous Noble Black, who we've seen the underdog make it in to top 3. What kind of mindset do they need to approach this next match with?
Well, if I'm CLG, I'm thinking, hey, we had so many close games, just a few small changes, maybe a few small kills could have went our way. We could have won that series. time to just let that one go. These guys are veterans. They've played in enough tournaments. They know that Noble Black is hungry, waiting for them in the losers bracket. But, like I said, they have a row ahead of them. They can win the series, get some confidence back, and take down EG in the finals. But rather than speculate, we have Clutch down the floor with Richie Hines. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. Hines, tough loss against Evil Geniuses, but you're still in the fight. You're still in the tournament. What do you need to focus on now before you face Noble Black?
We just need to make sure we get our kills. We let Evil Geniuses stay alive behind us a lot. We need to make sure for our communication is better. We need to make sure we don't get mad at each other mid-game.
Got to keep things tight, especially that communication. We're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen, with our next matchup of CLG versus Noble Black. Stay tuned. You're watching the Halo Championship Series Season 1 Finals presented by ESL.
Get more, baby! Woo!
Guys, welcome back. We are going into the losers final. It's going to be CLG taking on Noble Black. My name is Sims. This, of course, is Bravo. Andy, what a day we have had so far. We've only had one game, and how intense was that for a winner bracket final?
I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better way to start day 3 here. Really a continuation of yesterday, right? We saw best of 5s back to back to back, and now here we are starting the day off with another best of 5. Evil Geniuses able to edge out CLG. Sims, I got to tell you, if you're watching at home, you've seen some of the crowd shots. We have a packed house out here. We can't tell you how excited we are to be here in Boston at PAX East. We have lines and rows of players up against the barricades just trying to watch. Every seat is packed. Like I said yesterday, I can't even find a seat when I try to watch when I'm not in the booth. So we have to give a shout out to the crowd here. Make some noise if you're joining us here in Boston. I can't wait to get this match underway. It's going to be the losers bracket finals here, CLG and Noble Black. What I want to know, Sims, can Noble Black continue their destruction from yesterday? You heard Arcanum in his pre-tournament interview. He said they're ready to play and they're here to win this tournament. They're not just thinking about CLG, they're thinking about playing all afternoon.
I mean, for me anyway, from what they've already done, in my eyes, they're already winners. They've proved all the haters and everybody else wrong. However, They used the ammunition from the loss at Gamers Forgiving, and this is where they are. They used that, they brought it in, they lit the fire. They're here now in the losers final. The problem is, though, they're going against CLG. It may work the other way. They may just do the exact same. They may use the loss against EG in the same manner. Take it as ammunition and fire that against the Noble Black. I mean, we saw them yesterday. They were on fire. They were going for it. They were pretty much on the momentum. They were on the steam train of love. They were pretty much firing from all angles, and they made it to top 3. However, they're coming in cold. That could be the problem. They're coming in cold against a fired and warmed up CLG. Either way, it's going to be a hell of a fight.
It is, and I have to say, the CLG that we just saw play EG, keep in mind, they took them to 5 games. At Gamers Forgiving, that was not the case. EG made quick work of CLG 3-0. That might indicate that there's a different CLG squad here at the HCS Season 1 Finals.
Indeed, but once again, they are going up against Noble Black. They had a fantastic run over these last 2 days. So tell you what, guys, let's take a look at Noble Black in action.
Got him.
Oh no! Maniac staying alive! Maniac coming forward, and he gets the kill!
Move to the later hill. That's when things really start to get interesting as Maniac sneaks up.
There with the camel waiting to arm, but still a little bit too late. You hear them saying that they needed to slay. Nice job with the pro combo here. Going to go for this melee. Yes, the last night. They haven't looked back since, and they've just been in control. Oh my goodness!
APG, if we switch over to him, might be in position to finish this. He has to win the battle against T-Square.
He wins the battle! Halfway there! Is he going to get it?
Be in. He wins the game for Believe the Hype.
In his hand here, folks. Finding one in front. He's going to hit the headshot. 48-48. That's going to be the 49th kill.
Nemesis actually is right by the line. He's trying to get there.
Over to Arcanum here, finding one right in front of him. It's going to be Nemesis, and he's able to get the total off everything. Ogre 2 getting an unfortunate library spawn. These two teams, Arcanum jumping up to ring 3, finding a player. That's L-Town, now 42-4. Yep, now we're looking at Arcanum. There's the lead. Noble Black gets a camo. It's Arcanum. He helps with that kill.
You know what? This is a tough team. We're probably not going to get all 4 down and have all 4 of us alive for the perfect.
There you saw it, Team Noble Black. They are coming to this with their heads down. They are severely focused. They don't want to take home 3rd place. They don't want to take home 2nd place. They want to take down Evil Geniuses in that grand finals, and they want to walk away with that trophy and $50,000. But in order to do so, they have to take down CLG first. It by no means is this going to be an easy feat, Bravo.
Oh, no. They have a long road ahead of them today. Not only CLG, but should they be able to take down CLG in the losers bracket finals, they'll of course have to beat Evil Geniuses twice in order to take the victory here. So they have a lot of Halo to play. Talked to Arcanum after their last series yesterday, and he said, what did I tell you, man? What did I tell you? They're here, they're ready to play, they're a different squad, and we were just talking during the break there, I can't wait to get this series underway. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a really, really good match, especially when you think of, but I have to just really quickly touch on what you said earlier on about, we saw coming back off of Gamers Forgiving, the damage that CLG did last time, that EG did to CLG and how good they played this time. It's going to be an interesting one. People of the crowd, if I could grab your attention for 1 second. Dave Walsh has finished his casting for today. He is all over and done with this tournament. Please, can you put your hands together and give Dave Walsh a big round of applause. What a fantastic event he has had. It has been my pleasure to cast alongside him. The guy is a true Halo legend.
Legend is the best word to describe Walsh. I had a pleasure of casting another match with him on day 1. I have to say, I've seen a lot of people say that their favorite casting combo is Sims and Walshy. I have to say, you know, I'm guilty of the same. You guys are my favorite casting combo as well. Big shout out to Walsh for joining us here once again at the HCS Season 1 Finals.
But it's all about this next matchup, Bravo. We've got CLG taking on Noble Esports. It's going to be... you actually made a bit of a joke earlier on saying, oh, well, one team's going to win. Simple as that, one will win, one will lose. However, I just think it could really, really swing into the damage of one way. But you do have to remember, you know, Noble have come through plenty of teams. They beat Denial Esports. Denial Esports taking CLG to the Game 5. If they can do that, can they do this? Can they cause the biggest upset of this entire tournament? Can we see Upset City and Noble Black taking down CLG?
I mean, yeah, they've had quite an incredible losers bracket run that we'll recap in just a moment. But now taking a look at the losers bracket final series layout. Game number 1 is going to be lock down oddball. Expect to see some fast-paced action, but it won't stop there. In game 2, we're going to go right into Warlord, Team Slayer, back-to-back, some of the fastest-paced game types you'll see in this tournament. Then we go to Shrine CTF, where we'll see a little bit more strategic and methodical play. Then back into the fast-paced action on Warlord Bomb, and if needed, we'll go to Shrine Slayer for game 5. I tell you what, if yesterday and this morning are any indication, we could be going all the way once again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's what we want to see. These teams are the best 8 teams in the world right now. They should pretty much have every single close game. I'm still quite surprised at the first and the 5th game against CLG. Evil Geniuses just opened up, and what a way to open the show with a 5-1 on Bomb. But less about that, it's all about now. We are on board. It looks like we did say Heinz, but we have the wrong camera there on screen at the moment. That's Arcanum. We are, however, on the POV of Heinz. Do apologize about that. We will get that change very soon. There it is right now. It is changed up. So Heinz moving into the library, gets the assist at the moment. Gonna try and grab that bomb. Richie Heinz, we know he is the objective man. However, gets taken out by the barrel.
And now over to Ogre 2. We'll see if he can maintain control of this BR tower. It looks like his team has secured the ball once again. They'll drop for just a second. That's going to actually be Snakebite, who actually throws the ball up to S2, but stays S1 with the shotgun. I like that play. Going to wait for a player to push it, but he falls as well.
Unlucky that he actually went down, otherwise that could have been dangerous, but Royal 2 comes in to secure S tower. He manages to grab the ball. He has the sword in his hand also. Nobody really wants to be coming close to him right now. There is also a shotgun down at S1. The interesting thing is if any of the Team Noble Black roster manage to pick that up and secure it, or will Snakebite walk in, take advantage of that, and that's going to be all the close range weapons in their hand at the moment. Snakebite hasn't picked up that shotgun. It's not been called out, which is interesting. Finds APG running down, but look at this, Bravo. They have the S tower on lockdown.
They absolutely do. Snakebite's going to retreat for just a moment, so we'll switch over to Ogre 2, who's actually watching the S2 angle himself. Royal 2, we're still with the sword and waiting to pick up the ball. Looks like they're waiting for a Noble Black push here, so momentarily dropping the ball.
But I like exactly where at the moment, this is a very, very good setup that they have. Again, you see the sword coming down to help him out. Headshot from Ogre 2, down goes one. Round comes the sword, that's going to be Royal 2. Can he survive? He needs to stay alive. However, the grenades in this game are absolutely huge. He does, however, have support off screen from Richie Hines, who's moving up on the elbow, searching around for that player. There's 3 players in S1 now. It's not the greatest place to be, especially when we just, I believe, saw a sniper bullet coming down from BR3.
We did, but that was Aries, so he's taken down momentarily, actually. So now we'll go over to Snakebite, who's keeping his teammate Royal 2 alive. Yes, so Royal 2 will still be alive with the sword. Somehow CLG fights off that Noble Black push. Like you said, Noble Black even had a sniper there. CLG able to maintain control of that snipe tower momentarily, and they have not yet let Noble Black get a point on the board.
But I like this play, moving away. It would have been a travesty if they didn't pick that ball. However, it is now reset. That's going to be up in top mid, waiting for someone to take a hold of. AR in his back pocket. Again, the AR can be used at close range. That thing's quite a nasty weapon. You whip that thing out and it's like running through a person with a chainsaw. It's a very, very deadly weapon. Now he knows somebody's there. Grenade goes up. Hit markers come down. Big back whack from Snakebite. He's going to take control of top left.
And I have to say, I'll switch over quickly. You see nades coming from Snakebite, so we'll go to Royal 2. His teammate at Snipe Tower, no, Royal 2 will actually fall. He had the sword still throughout that entire duration. So now back over to Heinz, who's pushing across top mid.
At the moment, the game looks severely sealed in CLG's hands. 42-3 at the score. Heinz coming around, finishing off APG. APG not taking full advantage of the sword that was on the S ramp. Now the ball goes back into Heinz's hands. sword in back pocket, anyone comes to hit him. I like that play. Tosses the ball to his teammates. He can just now take control and go out on a slaying mission, locking down S-Tower. This is what we like to see.
I have to say, look at how well they've controlled Snipe Tower throughout the first 3.5 or so minutes of this match. It seems like Noble Black it feels like they're almost playing a man down, right? They have not had the pressure that we'd expect to see from Noble Black that we've seen from them all weekend.
The biggest question I want to ask you, Bravo, is this simply because they're not coming off the momentum of day 2? You know, they are cold, they are getting warmed up, or is this simply because this is CLG and you expect nothing less?
You know, I think it's a CLG, exactly that. They're ready to play. They just dropped a Game 5. They know that they're capable of beating EG. They're ready to actually look past this match, and they want to be back in the final. So now Ogre 2 with the classic green room hold here, a strategy that they invented around 10 years ago, a little bit less. So we'll see. Let's go actually to a listen-in now with CLG as they have this unconventional green room hold set up right now.
Tell me one shot.
S2 and B2. B1, S2.
Watch out, tell me it's still.
Top center is dead. Top center is dead. B1 and S2. Or she'll be one.
S2 still weak. S2 weak.
B1 hit him.
S2 weak and ball. S2 weak and ball.
One hit S2 sniping.
One hit. Alright.
We're pushing S2.
They're over here.
His sword snipe.
One shot.
His sword snipe.
I stuck him.
Get the snipe.
They're 100 up. They're at sight.
One in library. He's weak entrance.
There's a sight. There's a sword. They're both down on the ramp.
Nice, PJ. In library. No, he's top center.
I fell. One shot, tell me, guys.
BR2 as well.
One shot, tell me.
Good job, PJ. Good job.
BR2 open ramp. BR2 open ramp.
Nice help, guys.
Entrance.
Close ramp. One shot. One shot, close ramp.
I got ball.
Arcane
Matthew has a snipe, guys. Matthew has a sniper.
3 in library, I think. 3 in library.
I got one hit. Entrance one hit.
No, we got slay.
Matthew has a sniper inside.
Shoot dead.
Nice,
Matthew.
Elbow, I think.
Tell me shortcut. Watch shortcut.
I don't know where I got naded.
S2 one shot. S2 one shot.
S2 just dead. 3 dead.
Tell me again.
Last guy. Tom's gonna have your help. That's one.
I got it. Get the ball. Window. Matt, I'll get in a few seconds.
Window's dead.
Watch blue behind me. Watch blue behind me.
No. There's no one at entrance right now. I don't see anyone in library. They have to be blue.
Blue.
Rotate BR. Over ramp.
20 seconds till sniper, guys. 20 seconds.
Underglass, one shot. I got a short ramp. 2 dead. Underglass, good. That's one shot. 3 dead. Last one's top blue.
10 seconds. Watch your top mid. 10 seconds till sniper.
Last one's top blue, man.
One shot bottom blue.
Sniping 5. Sniping 5 seconds.
Elbow, man. Elbow also.
All right, and during that listen-in, we started to see continued dominance from CLG. They're now up 106-19 there, and I have to say, Royal 2 still has the sword at Snipe Tower.
This is all kinds of dangerous for Noble Black right now. As you mentioned, CLG have hit the 100-point club. Noble Black yet to even hit 20. That deficit is not what I expected from Noble Black coming into this first game. However, we did see it previously how EG managed to also get a big deficit on CLG with a 5-1 bomb plan. Anything can come back in later games, but at this moment it looks to me, Bravo, like the game is sealed in CLG's hands. But jumping across to Maniac, they've now taken control of BR Tower. I tell a lie, somebody runs through B2. That's going to be Hines, but he does take down Hines. However, I think the ball has gone off the map. Yes, it has. And once again, CLG are just there to clean it up.
And this is not good for Noble Black. I have to say, Royal 2 actually picked up the sniper and the sword. Ares just had that combo. He was taken out. So once again, Royal 2, sword, sniper at Sniper Tower, and they also have the ball. They're going to continue to rack up time here. Noble Black, just for a moment, looked like they might have been able to gain control. That was not the case. They play the ball. CLG was ready for that play ball, and they bring it back home.
Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Fair enough. You need to get rid of the ball when you're under pressure. I understand that. But they did have numbers, and they did go down. If they would have been able to hold it, and as you can see now, Snakebite in the library, maybe if Maniac had been able to keep a hold of this ball here, we could have seen a different scenario. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. I can't see the time going all the way down. They only need 50 more points to win. This, for me, is going to be a clean sweep for CLG. They don't even have 50 seconds on the board. This is all kinds of dangerous right now. The pure aggression from CLG that they've opened up with, it's just magnificent.
And Snakebite almost got that play ball. I have to take a second to say amazing how that rotate was. They had the ball at Snipe Tower. The second they felt pressure from the elbow, they did a quick switch over to the BR Tower, right, continuing to rack up time. Pressure came from that way as well. And then what they did was brought the ball under glass. Snakebite actually almost got an incredible play ball as they rack up time. So I love Snakebite's awareness there, as we switch back to Hines. I love his awareness there as he sets up around his team.
However, Hines being the absolute beast right now, just controlling that B section. Take down the sword and sniper guy at S3. Looks across the lift, gives his teammate support. There's another assist. Can he finish off Ares? No, he cannot. Ares puts his down. That may have been a trade. No, I'm telling lies, it wasn't a trade. However, Ogre 2 will come down, finish him off.
Oh no, right there. Ogre 2 gets stuck on that railing, so he'll be taken down now. Back over to Royal 2. Seems like his favorite place this map is certainly S2.
And he's always got a close quarter. If he doesn't have a close quarters weapon, he's always got the sniper rifle. One thing that he's been doing all game is holding those power weapons. Fair enough, he's been getting the kills, which is a massive advantage to him. But more than importantly, he's actually been holding them and stopping the opposing team from grabbing them.
Yeah, and there goes CLG with another ball grab. Here comes Maniac. Let's take a look at the clock, Sims. Not much time left for Noble Black. CLG already has 170 points on the board, only 30 more to win.
Yeah, but a good play here from Maniac. Unfortunately, he doesn't have support. That would have been big if he'd managed to get that kill. That's going to be 3 down, though, for CLG. If they get this, will that be a play ball? Yes, it will. However, Ares is going to be there to pick it up. Now they have a chance to get BR set up.
Yeah, here they are. They bring it over, and now Noble Black has the opportunity. Let's also show you APG, who has the sniper rifle in hand. He's at snipe 2. He needs to stay alive for his team. Lands that perfect 4-shot on Ogre 2.
This is exactly what they needed. They now have the ball over at snipe. However, grenades are coming in thick and fast. Can he survive? Yes, he can. Looking at that top lift, and there's one. Can he find another one? Throws down a grenade. Looking for anybody that comes around, but the grenades are far too much. That's going to be sniper rifle, I do believe, if I'm not correct. No, I'm actually saying lies. It's not off the map. In the hands of Royal 2.
Royal 2 is a magnet for those power weapons, whether it's the shotgun, the sword, or the sniper rifle. We have not seen him leave S2 this entire game as he tries to put shots across. Here he is again. I don't think he's moved the entire match.
No, I think he's paying rent on this ramp at the moment. Looking up on BR3, can he find any heads? No, he cannot. The ball currently going down. Now it goes back up again. It looks like Noble Black may just edge into the 100-point club. Yes, they do. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. 80 seconds behind. They need to keep this setup locked down.
Yes, they do. And right now they have very good positioning. It's 4v3. You just saw Ogre 2 get taken out. So that's going to delay the CLG push for another second. Can Noble Black hold off here at the BR tower?
But once again, it's all about Royal 2, where he is with this sniper. He's just been a nightmare as he lands a headshot. That's going to be on APG across the map at BR3. But nobody's taking down the ball guy at the moment. He's locked himself in library. Will his teammate? Yes, he does. Finally, that's going to be Aries cleaning up another CLG player right now. Catch another one off guard, top mid. The ball, though, the amount of time that they brought it back, Bravo, it's incredible.
Great amount of time here. Let's show you where Maniac is right now. He's hiding on library, watching these angles. He's watching bottom blue, not only holding the ball, but a little bit of a gatekeeper there, making sure CLG doesn't put across. I love that decision to drop and shoot. As an objective player, Sims, you have to know when to drop, listen to your teammates' call-outs, quickly put in shots, and grab the ball time. Take a look. They're coming back in this match.
But there is only 1 minute remaining. They literally need to hold BR setup and not let anybody sneak across. If anybody sneaks across and they drop that ball, they could be losing the game. Look at this score, though, Bravo. 151 to 179. Can they do the comeback? This would hurt CLG if they manage to pull this one off and pull it out of the bag.
Let's see if Noble Black can hold this BR setup. I'm scanning across the screens. There is a player top BR, so lots of pressure coming in on Noble Black. Arcanum is the only player here with Maniac, so Maniac needs to be able to play. They're only down by 10 seconds now with 30 left.
This is a close game now, 9 seconds behind. There's only 25 seconds on the clock. This is all kinds of dangerous, Bravo, for CLG. I believe, yes, this could be it. Maniac now taking the lead, 181 points to 179. 10 seconds left on the clock.
And now over to Hines, who has the sword. He has the sword at BR1. It looks like that might be out of reach. Yes, Noble
That's
Black.
They can't do it. They've done the comeback.
Oh my gosh, Noble Black with a come from behind win. Like you said, they needed nearly every second with 1 minute left. Noble Black with another come from behind win. We saw CLG do this yesterday as well. They dropped game 1 after leading for the entire match.
Oh my Halo, what did we just see? That is a comeback. That is what I call an upset, and this is what we like to see in losers bracket final. Nobody going down without a fight. I'm going to criticize myself here. I put those guys down at the start. They were down by over 100 points. That is a massive deficit to come back from.
I do believe it was 160 to 60 at one point. Just like you said, incredible resilience once again from Noble Black. Let's remind everyone, they took down Optic Gaming on day 1. They took down Denial Esports. Now here they are once again, threatening to potentially take down the number 2 seed as well. They take game number 1, Oddball on lockdown with a huge come from behind win. Let's take a look at the stats.
That was incredible play, but look at Maniac's ball time, 133. Aries with the 1 minute though. Look at the kills. They were actually, saying that, I was about to say they got outslated. They didn't. 15 across the board for CLG. It was all about Royal 2 though, with that sniper, with the sword, with the shotgun. They had the setup, and you know, they came off the bat. We saw 3 go down for CLG, and that was it. They never dropped the bat. I think he got about 150, maybe 160 points in consecutive seconds with only dropping it a couple of times.
And you know what's pretty incredible was, we're actually looking at the score here on a replay. It was indeed, it looks like 179 to 60 was the score. Let's cue that up. Here's the turning point. That was a play ball at the bottom BR. You might remember. Here comes Aries. They're down by 120. They bring the ball into Library, and here they never look back. Take a look at this APG 4-shot on Ogre 2. That was huge to maintain control of the tower and the sniper rifle.
Yeah, and then he looks across. He did manage to tag a player over there, I think, at one point. Scopes up, there he is. No, I'd tell a lie, they didn't actually manage to win. Oh, yes, he did. I do apologize. There's the kill. Stops the lift push across top mid. Again, that was huge. What a turnaround. But again, you saw Aries pick it up. There was 3 down. They got the BR set up, and they simply, CLG just couldn't break it. They kept it trapped.
I mean, yeah, we had a lot of eyes on Maniac there. Maniac playing a pivotal role, like I said during the match, not only holding the ball, but also standing on that Library, that wedge there on that fence, watching under blue, watching under glass, dropping and shooting to finish kills top blue. When you're playing against a team like CLG, you need to make sure, you know, when you do have the oddball in hand, of course, you are playing slightly a man down for that moment. You need to be able to drop and shoot to clean up those kills. CLG, of course, is going to have to forget about that match as they now look forward to game number 2, going to be Team Slayer Warlord. But I tell you what, incredible comeback there from Noble Black, down, like you just saw, 179 to 60 when they brought the ball over to BR, and they held that. CLG could not break it. You have to wonder, Sims, we've talked a lot about this weekend. CLG is a slower team, right? I had the pleasure of coaching Final Boss back in 2008 when Ogre 2 and Ogre 1 were both still on the roster. And as a Halo 3 team, we were one of the slower paced Halo 3 teams, right? Placed around the third and fourth place area. Reason being, Halo 3 required a faster rate of play, right? You needed to play that game very fast. You needed to be aggressive. And I think Ogre 2 is a very methodical player. In that game, they certainly had all the time on their side. They could have easily pushed across. All they needed to do was set up the right push, get a single player weak, and then push on that man advantage as they collapse around the BR tower. That might have been what they were trying to tee up as they kind of took their time, and perhaps that moment never came, or they just, when they did push, they were held back. And I think that might have cost them there. Noble Black able to put up one of the most incredible setups that we've seen this weekend as they hold CLG back, and they take game number 1, 196 to 179.
That was huge, and going in, and we spoke about momentum. These guys kind of fireballed and snowballed off of it yesterday. We could potentially see them do this again. This, for me, would be the biggest upset of this event so far. Next game's going to be Warlord Slayer. Game number 3, once again, Shrine CTF, and then 4 and 5, if needed, will be Warlord Bomb and Shrine Slayer. Remember, guys, you are watching at home. People in the crowd, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, tweet the stream. Let everybody know what is going on today here at the Halo Championship Series 1, Season 1 Finals. Use the hashtag HCS. The crowd outside is incredible. We saw it earlier on, the amount of, there weren't even enough chairs.
No, there's not. Everyone's lined up against the barricade, several rows deep. We saw some awesome, here's the crowd here in Boston, enjoying some awesome action here this weekend. All right. Hey, that crowd looks good.
Yeah. A lot of happy people. That's what we like to see from Halo, though. A lot of good Halo fans.
Yes,
and the games, they're well worth seeing. I'd like to be sat out there watching some of these games. I can't imagine how the grand finals are going to play out, you know, at the moment, if this is how these games are. But we do have to get there first. Remember, this is Noble Black taking game number 1, going up against seed number 2, CLG. Did not think, I have to be honest, Bravo, did not think I'd be saying that today.
No, neither did I here. And actually, we talked about in the beginning of that match, when Noble Black was down by so many points, we were wondering, is Noble Black, have they lost the momentum from yesterday? Yesterday evening, we were saying if Noble Black was able to continue to play last night, they might have just straight up won the tournament as they continue through the bracket. However, they find their energy there towards the end of the match. They put everything together. They had an excellent team composition towards the end of that game. That nets them a win in game 1. Another come from behind win. So we're loading up now on Team Slayer Warlord. That's going to be game 2. And once again, Sims, that's going to be even faster paced than game 1.
The one thing I'm looking forward to, once again, with it being Slayer, you do need to get control of that camo. This is where the coaches are so imperative. You can see it on the screen right now. There is the trophy. That, along with the money, is what everybody is wanting to walk away with at the end of Championship Sunday. We're kicking off game number 2 on the POV of Maniac right now. Shots coming in. He instantly gets dropped, though, by the CLG boys.
Yeah,
moving.
Yeah, over to Ares now with the camo, but before we can even talk about it, he's taken down as well. So is Arcanum. 4 dead for Noble Black off the start.
Straight off the win, then 4 and go down. That's not exactly what you want to see. Only 15 seconds into this game. 4 already down at the moment. On board with Heinz. He gets the assist. He's bottom mid now. This is going to be a quick and fast-paced game throughout. I do apologize for a little mix-up there. However, at the moment, it's all about Mr. Heinz. He needs to finally get up above. He finally does go down. Looking at Royal 2. Kind of camping back a little bit, which is probably what's needed to sit back in the flag, put some shots across, finds APG the top mid now. He's going to be half shields, throws a grenade in. No hit markers came up. There's Arcanum. I believe Arcanum's actually got a shotgun. Managing to survive. No idea how, but he does finally go down with a grenade kill.
Yeah, right there now, tied 7-7. Actually, Noble Black will go up by 1. As you see in the bottom right of your screen, the winner will move on to the grand finals, and the loser will be eliminated. If you're just joining us here on twitch.tv/Halo, this is CLG versus Noble Black in our losers bracket finals.
All kinds of dangers right now, but we need Noble Black. They will be coming off of the momentum. The fire has been relinquished. Not only just for a win on game number 1 against CLG, but what a way to win it. That is coming back. That really is an upset right now. You just saw the killing spree. That's going to be a big double kill for Ogre 2. This man needs to step up to the plate. We all know what he's capable of. Arcanum's pushing down. He does finally go down, though. They're boxing him in, and that's what they need to do with players like that.
The Snakebite finally taking down Royal 2, taken down as well. Snakebite did have that camo, keep in mind. So now we're over to Arcanum as they get a 1-kill lead, and now actually lose that lead immediately.
This is going to be a close one all the way, I think. A little bit, there was a deficit at the start initially. They all went 4 down, but they've kind of rallied themselves back, brought it into, this could be a tie. No, it's not. They will go down 17-15 at the moment in favor of CLG. Moving over to CLG, then here's Ogre 2 right now. He has half shields. Can he get them back? Yes, he can. Looking for a shotgun. There is no shotgun. Catches Maniac dropping down from the health pack. There's Ares up on the health pack, and there's APG looking at 3 people. Can we see any assist coming off the back of that, though?
Oh, and it looks like right there, finally, CLG rallies back as they now have 22-20. Looks like Noble Black got a little bit of a killing spree there. 3 down for Noble Black momentarily. But Sims, what we're waiting to see is, can any players really get that camo to get control of the map and start to use it right? Anytime we've seen camo so far, almost always in this tournament, that's neutralized immediately. If a team is able to get that, start running around bottom middle, right, they'll start to rack up their kills, but still now, for now, these 2 teams are tied neck and neck here, just about 3-kill difference.
Especially if they can actually start timing it. If they get it off the spawn completely and religiously keep doing it over and over again, then it can start to become a very dangerous thing, especially if you mix it up with a shotgun. This is a very close quarters map, and as you can see now, it's Heinz who's grabbing that camo. He doesn't have a shotgun, jumps up, just as I say that, he actually grabs and finds a play bottom mid, but he does go down with a big beatdown.
That's a huge play, I have to say, huge play from Arcanum. That's so worth the trade there as he takes down the camo player, and they stay in this match. We just talked about it. If you let a player roam around with camo, it can be the end of you on Warlord Team Slayer. Arcanum there with the Sentinel Beam. He was looking for Heinz, and he trades with him. That's a great trade. So only 29-27. Noble Black is down now by 3, 30-27.
So on board with Maniac, finding Royal 2 below the platform. He will be hiding away to get his shields back, both players, and now no assist coming in from either side. Finds a player top mid. He gets put down by one of his teammates at the moment. Looking across on the platform. There is no one there, but it's going to be Snakebite who jumps up. He's no idea where Maniac is, looking around. Takes full advantage of it, shuts him down. Half shields right now. Can he find anybody else? I like where he is, Bravo. Creeping around on green, finds the player jumping up. Beautiful,
gosh,
beautiful
you saw
play.
how well they timed that Maniac and his teammates shot at the exact same time, essentially making that kill time only half. It only took them 2 shots to take that player out. Now we're tied 35-30. Noble Black takes the lead here, 36-34.
11 minutes on the clock, you're completely right. He got melted. You saw him just drop instantly. But he is pretty much kind of staying here. This is where he needs to be. There's the assist. Can he finish this? So walking out onto the catwalk, he takes him down. Looking at a player now, but it's Ogre 2. He knows that they need to take down Maniac. He's in a power play position right now, catching 2 people on the platform.
Look at this killing spree there. You said it, Sims. You called it. Great positioning for him. Finally, CLG is forced to take down Maniac. Now over to Aries. It's a one-kill game.
This will be interesting if Aries just kind of, and he is in the green area, just taking up exactly the same position that Maniac did.
Yeah.
They've traded places. He is one shot, needs to stay alive and control this area. Neck and neck now, 10 minutes 20 on the clock. Everything still to play for.
Yeah, it feels like Noble Black right now is playing from those flag areas. Aries will pick up that grenade kill as well. I like the positioning that we're seeing from Noble Black towards the end of this game. Now over to Arcanum, all tied up. Now 45-44, they take the lead.
However, Arcanum finding 3 people, but he does get a trade with a grenade. 46-46, 10 minutes remaining, 47-46 now. Everything neck and neck, 48-48. This is going down to the wire, 49 in favor of CLG. They are 1 kill away from taking game number 2. That's going to be an enemy player up in there finding him. Can he survive? He needs to stay alive. This will be huge if he gets this kill, which he does. 49-49 now. Who's going to get this last kill? Is it Eric's going to be it? That's going to be Noble Black taking game number 2.
Amazing stuff once again from Noble Black. The Cinderella story of this tournament there. So glad we were on board with Maniac towards the end, and they're going to win that game 50-49 despite being down 48-47. They have got to be pumped right there. You see APG is all smiles as they are now leading CLG in this series 2-0. Back-to-back heartbreaking defeats for CLG on the other side of the stage.
That was an incredible play by Aries. He saw a guy up in the health pack. He had the height advantage him. Aries should have died. We're going to get a replay of that right now. He should have gone down. He was left to stay alive. Here you go now. Grabs the assist. Moving around. Sees the player go down. That's his teammates. Look at that score though, Bravo. They're down by 1.
And look at these shots. Perfect shots. Lays down 2 shots. He gets a little hit marker there on the nade, so that was huge. Of course, he needs to push this. They're down by 1. Ties the game up 49-49. And now you see a little bit of a waiting there and gets this kill on Hines as well, who was jumping up. You see how excited he was off that break, getting that kill. That gives them a 2-game lead. You have to think for a few moments they might have been worried that they were going to have that series tied up 1-1. Instead, they head into game 3 with incredible momentum there. Noble Black leads CLG 2-0. Game number 3 is going to be CTF on Shrine. A little bit of a different play style that we're going to see from those last 2 games. So we'll see if CLG can rally back. Let's take a look at the stats.
So Arcanum once again putting in work. This guy all weekend has been on fire, but look at his teammates putting up the assist. 10 and 10 from Maniac and Aries. APG down at the bottom with 10 kills. 17 deaths, unfortunately. APG getting a bit of a negative there, but that doesn't matter because they cleaned out the game. Looking down at the CLG roster, there was quite a few assists, 12 and 14, I believe, at the bottom, but it doesn't matter. 1 kill game.
My goodness, the whole game, it felt like the largest lead that CLG might have had was, I think, a 3-kill lead, maybe around the 30-27 mark. So, like we said, both teams neck and neck throughout the entire match. I don't think we saw a single camo that really got put to use. And what that means is the teams are going to be playing tug of war throughout the entire game, right? Trading kills almost off the spawn every single time. And that continued as CLG did have that 48-47 lead. However, incredible plays out of Aries to push the player on a health pack. It was do or die for them, Sims. He needed to make the play, and that's exactly what he did. That netted them a 50-49 win, as you see on your screen in game number 2. Noble Black, keep in mind, they are the 8th seed, leads the number 2 seed CLG 2-0 as we head into game 3.
Game 3 going to be Shrine CTF. I need to raise the question, will we even see a wall or bomb, or will we see Upset City and see CLG going out in 3rd place and Noble Black moving on to face that warmed-up EG team?
And I have to say, and now I'm starting to wonder, I think fans at home are also going to start asking that question. If we saw CLG take EG to 5 games, what does it mean that Noble Black potentially could take down CLG in 3 games? But we can't think about that just yet, Sims. We have to focus right here on game number 3. CTF on Shrine. Players are loading in right now.
We literally could not ask for any game, any better games of Halo on Championship Sunday. This is what Halo is all about. This, for me, is esports. We need to keep going forward with this. It'll be an intense one if they manage to clutch this 3-0 on CLG. It'll be moving forward. You have to remember as well, initially Noble Black faced EG. They did take a game off them on day 1. They managed to scrape a game, but as you said it perfectly. If they can take EG to game 5, you know, CLG, and if Noble Black can take these 3-0.
Hey, I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
It's dangerous, though. It's worrying. I'd certainly be worried.
It certainly is. I want to kick things off with Aries on the Noble Black side on this match. He had that huge performance there, picking up the final 2 kills for his team to steal yet another victory from CLG. We're going to kick things off here on CTF Shrine with Aries.
All right then, guys, here we go. Game number 3, losers final on the POV of Aries. Noble Black just 1 game away from securing their place in the grand finals and fighting for 50K right now.
And looks like we do have a controller disconnected on the Arcanum side. That's why you're seeing APG remove his headset. So it looks like Arcanum will talk to that station referee and find out what's going on. We did see a controller disconnect off the break, so we'll get that resolved here on the main stage. So we apologize for that. It looks like we've had a few controller difficulties throughout the weekend, so we'll get that solved on the main stage right now, and we'll get that match restarted there. No harm, no foul, but we saw Aries coming off the break there, heading towards that carbine. Not something I've actually seen any other team really do, as he was kind of hop, skip, and jumping through those rocks over to the carbine bridge.
The question is obviously now, would he go in for those rockets? Can he secure them? Maybe as he comes down, he can get a few grenades and take down. We saw on the opposite side rushing those rockets. Those first rockets on this map are so imperative, because not only can you get some kills on the board, but you can then time them going further into the game. If your coach can keep a track of exactly where they're going to be, where they're going to drop, you can hold them and you can time them perfectly. The opposing team will no idea when they're coming up. People in the crowd, we see a fully stacked out house. Guys, are you ready for game number 3? This is what we like to see. This is Championship Sunday.
It is, and we have some CLG fans right in the front, as you saw, cheering on their squad. However, they are down 0-2, so they do need that support from the crowd if they want to get back into this series. Players are once again loading into CTF on Shrine. What I'm looking for, Sims, here, we saw 2 very fast-paced game types. We'll see if that happens here. In CTF Shrine, you're not always going to see that. Sometimes a single flag is enough to seal the deal in this game type. However, both of these teams fired up. I'm wondering if Noble Black is gonna come out hard, if they're gonna get those early grabs, or if they're gonna just hold that ring control and wait for the perfect timing. Yesterday, we had the privilege of seeing Noble Black with their methodical neutral bomb Shrine play, where they waited for everything to come in line before they got the arm. Will they play the same way in CTF Shrine? How will that work against CLG, who oftentimes plays the same way, right? That very strategic and that slower style of play, not looking for risky flag pulls, right? They wait until they have all the players dead that they need to, usually at least 2, and then they start to move the objective on the appropriate side.
The interesting, for me on this one, this is one of the most highly teamworked games that we have here today. You can't run a flag. You can't just what I call YOLO pulling. You simply cannot do it, because if you do that, you're going to die, and then it forces the easy transition back. Again, we are kicking off, restarting game number 3, still on the POV of Aries. This time, not jumping up his ring. However, he will meet Snakebite around the corner. Both guys have the same idea. Stop that under rock push right there. Hunting around for that one player. There's the one shot. He needs to be careful. There is somebody above him. That's going to be Royal 2. I think Royal 2 does possibly have the sniper, so that's why he needs to be careful. Jumps down and cleans him out.
And now over to Hines on the CLG side. Like that play from Aries, though, right? Getting that extra hit marker with the nade. He pushes his advantage. Aries, he doesn't wait. Yeah, he's aggressive exactly when he needs to be. I would like to describe his play style as conservatively aggressive, right? Doesn't push at the times that he shouldn't, but he capitalizes on every opportunity he's given. And if you're CLG, you do not want to give those opportunities to Noble Black.
Richie Hines jumping in there. I have no idea how he's managed to stay alive right now. That's going to be the flag on the move. Grenade goes in. He does have 2 rockets, so this could be dangerous right now for Noble Black, especially if they can bring it forward.
Oh my.
2 snipe on snipe. We just saw Bravo moving across. Still with Richie Hines. Rockets goes in. Down goes the flag defense. At the moment, it's on the move.
And finally, a Snakebite is taken down. The reason we were reacting that way is CLG did have 2 snipers and rocket control, but just as quickly as we say it, Sims, those 2 players, Royal 2 and Snakebite on CLG, are neutralized, so it looks like CLG's not going to be able to convert this. Both flags are back at home.
Interesting how they actually couldn't capitalize on that. You would have thought if you've got rockets and dual snipe control, the game's in your hands. You can just rinse them off the spawn, move the flag. The flag was also on the move. You know, that they had it going. They just didn't manage to seal the deal, even cap one. At the moment, though, on board with Ogre 2, hunting around that hut area. Finds the sniper rifle in the rocks. He is one one shot, needs to be very careful. That's going to be Maniac over there. Grenades are coming in. He's getting shot from the flag. Needs to stay alive here. This will be imperative. If they need to even try and make a pull right now, he needs to be a nuisance. He needs to draw fire. Finds APG. One shot. APG goes down, getting shot from the rocks, though. However, he's going to move back now. Jump up into... He doesn't have a shotgun for anybody, though.
I have to say, he has to turn around because Aries is actually running his flag in his own hut. So CLG is going to have to do a 180-degree turn and make sure they focus all their attention back on their own base.
As you mentioned, and him just putting it there has drawn attention. He's drawn CLG back away, letting his teammates actually now respawn, recuperate. They might be able to make something happen. Arcanum's over there on his own, grabs the shotgun. Will he get another touch? Yes, he will. He is only one shot. All he needs to do is just stay alive and be annoying.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's doing. He has help. He's forcing CLG to turn all the way around. He's pulling them all the way away from their own base, and that's what he's doing. Now he's going to get a touch again, once again, maybe at the 2-second mark, yes. So he's just continuing to advance that flag just a bit. Now let's go back over to the CLG side where Snakebite has the sniper rifle.
As you mentioned, he did go down, and he also had 2 other teammates go down, so that's going to be 3 off of the respawn for Noble Black at the moment. CLG protecting that flag. Snakebite with this sniper. There's the headshot. Looking for the second player, went for the no-scope, but didn't land it.
Yeah, Hines is going to be taken down as well, so now we'll go over to Ogre 2, who's the only player alongside Royal 2 alive with his team.
APG running in the war at the moment, going for the bonfire. Can he get away? No, he cannot. Came back to fight, but that was a bad mistake against Ogre 2. However, Ogre 2 will go down. That's CLG, 2 members down. That's going to be 3 down now. Richie Hines on his own, moving up to the carbine. He needs to be very, very careful from anybody running into Ring 2 at the moment. Nobody has control of it. I do believe he's going to try and take control, running into Ring 1 right now. Looking around, seeing if anybody is up on Ring 3. Finds APG coming out, but that's going to be a rocket to the back of his head, I do believe.
And let me tell you what's going on in the mind of Richie Hines there as we switch over to Maniac, who's on Ring 3 for Noble Black. When you are the last player alive, Sims, you have a few different priorities. The first is to get a kill. If you can make that man advantage even a little bit less, that is the biggest play you can do. But you saw he did not get that first kill, so the first thing he did was threw a grenade into Ring, and he started to panic because he does not want to go down. He does not want to give them the full advantage with 4 down. So there's a lot of things you need to do as the last player alive. Hines able to hold off the Noble Black rush just a bit, but he finally goes down to Arcanum.
Arcanum putting grenades in. He's getting hit back, because that's going to be a big double kill for him. A sniper rifle is going to be down. We've just hit 9 minutes remaining. I do apologize. 2-2 down on each side at the moment for each team. However, Ogre 2 picking up the fresh rockets. Down goes 1 rocket in the water. He takes out APG. Moving up now, waiting for somebody to try and poke their heads out on the street. There's the second one. Does take himself out. However, he takes out Aries at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to be a good trade for Aries. Any day of the week, Aries will trade for rockets there. So Hines will get that last rocket and fire it. So here comes CLG making a push into the hut.
Going one-on-one, that's what he needed. Finish off your kills, get those one-on-one battles. Walshy was saying it not so long back about the individuals when you move in on your own, especially if you can win those one-on-ones, you can have your teammates move in and back you up afterwards. Look at this, so Royal 2, he's been called out. He needs to provide help for one of his teammates. Puts down the grid. There's the hit marker, so he knows that player is going to be damaged, turns around and cleans him up.
Yeah, here comes the push here. Royal 2 looked like he was going to try to make a move into the enemy's base. However, not the case, as 2 of his teammates, Snakebite and Ogre 2, did just get taken out. So it's only Royal 2 and Hines that are in Ring right now.
But he hasn't been hit by any grenades, so they still don't know exactly, 1, how many's in there, or 2, exactly where they are. Drops down to Ring 1. He knows that guy's half shield. Will he finish this off? At the moment, it's no better. That was a big, big mistake.
That was APG there, jumping along the bonfire, landing the melee exactly when he needed to. That's one of the reasons that APG is such a big threat when all odds are against him, when he has such pressure and no shield. Somehow he comes out of that battle alive.
He did chase that kill, and he got punished for it. Picks up the shotgun, goes for the long ranger, doesn't manage to finish it off. Will find the sniper rifle, turns around with shotgun. Can he get this kill? And he does, surprisingly. I have no idea how he managed that one. Accidentally zoomed in, but got the beat down. Relentless kill by him. Picks up sniper rifle, misses the headshot, but that is a big play.
That was huge, and now the flag is being run as a result. Let's take a look at Aries. He's running the flag through Ring, now back over to APG, who picks up another kill with the sniper rifle, and looks like Noble Black is bringing this back home. But there are 2 CLG players on his side of the map. APG needs to take them out.
This is dangerous, though, because this is their sniper rifle. I believe that's Aries who's going to put it in. That's going to be 1-0 to Noble Black. Amazing plays from APG and Aries right there. But if that second sniper rifle comes up, Bravo, that's going to be 2 snipers in the hands of Noble Black as they are 1-0 up.
And I have to say, an incredible play from APG that we just saw somehow time after time stays alive in his enemy's sniper hut. That's one of the most dangerous places that he can be in. He lands those kills with the shotgun incredibly, picks up those sniper kills to escort his flag back home, and Noble Black has once again taken the lead in Game 3 as he's going to pick up yet another shotgun kill. The bottom right of your screen, you'll see that the winner will move on to the grand finals, and the loser here is going home.
I've still no idea how this guy is staying alive all the time. He's brought the CLG sniper rifle back to his soul. He's just seen the guy's head poke up, turns around, another shotgun kill. There is the killing spree, another one, but that's going to be a sniper rifle, I do believe, in that enemy's hand. We saw the bullets come out. Will he finally go down? Assist coming in from his teammates. He's still alive, Bravo. They need to shut this guy down immediately.
Yeah, if anyone at home is watching and has a stopwatch running of how long APG has been alive, please let us know on Twitter. It's probably going on 2.5 minutes. Picks up a huge grenade kill there as he pre-nades ring 2. You saw that. He threw the grenade there. He must have gotten a call out that Rockets were in ring. Follows it up with a snipe body shot. He is playing out of his mind right now. That's the reason they're up by 1.
What's even more dangerous, the guy that he actually killed had a fresh set of rockets in his hand. Finally, he goes down. CLG may be able to actually finally push forward. You can hear the crowd giving him a round of applause there. Double kill now for Aries, cleaning up the players in his hut right now, throwing grenades, and there is a guy on the flag. There's the hit markers. 7 minutes remaining. CLG are literally 7 minutes remaining away from being eliminated from the tournament if Noble Black keeps playing like this.
And I have to say, Heinz did have the rockets, but Arcanum is going to steal them from him. So now he has the sniper, and I believe he might have a rocket left as well. Noble Black not only in control of the map and the scoreboard now, but also the power weapons.
This is all kinds of dangerous. I did not expect Noble Black to be doing this kind of damage to CLG. Beautiful little headshot there from Arcanum. We've seen this guy go wild on a Ripter, but I didn't even realize, that's my ignorance, killing spree. He also has the rockets. That is one dangerous combo. He does, unfortunately, though, go down with a big grenade. That means that sniper rifle and rockets could potentially be moving on to the hands of the CLG player.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be Ogre too, who does pick up the rockets, and he has 1 left. So still at his own base, however. Take a look at his team's composition. They're still fighting to push out of their own base. They have not yet been able to really get behind Noble Black and start to pinch them on the respawn.
This is all sorts of dangerous at the moment for CLG. Ogre 2 been a little bit aggressive. Pre-fires the rocket, no hit markers whatsoever. That's going to be a bit of a waste. Did think there was a guy creeping around on the bonfire, getting shot in the back. Turns around, gets the beat down. He finally does go down. It's going to be 2 down for CLG at the moment.
And it's actually 3. Heinz, once again, only player alive. He is at his enemy's base, but they know he's there. This is not good for Heinz. He would have to somehow get a player weak right now. This is the same exact situation I talked about before, Sims. Heinz is the only player alive, so right now he wants to stay alive. He wants to get a player weak until his team can push. Unable to do so, that's very difficult on a larger map like Shrine.
Could we be seeing this, Bravo? They are literally 5 minutes away from taking down CLG in game number 3. They will advance on to meet Evil Geniuses in the grand final. Whoever would have thought the underdog seed number 8 Noble Black could do this kind of damage to CLG, but they are doing it. We hit the 5-minute remaining mark. 1-0 up currently on flags, helping. There's the assist medal. Him and Aries working together right now. Royal 2's above him. Shots coming in, but he actually went down from the sniper, I do believe, across the map.
He did an excellent play there. Let's see, where the sniper rifle is actually in the hands of Royal 2, so we'll go to APG for just a second. I love what we're seeing team shooting from Noble Black, putting up really good pressure in concentrated areas of the map. I started to talk about it just a moment ago. Shrine is one of the larger maps that we have, the largest actually in the HCS, so especially as it pertains to sight lines and how those work around the map. So if you're trying to move across the map in a game type like Capture the Flag, Sims, you need to move as a unit so you can clean up those kills and progress across the map.
The interesting thing here is, Bravo, APG so far in the last minute has had no shield twice, and he's been allowed to walk away, and look where he is.
That's a huge play right now. CLG did not know that APG was behind them, so now they have to worry about APG, one of the best shots in the game now, pushing in and stopping their rush. Royal 2 was able to land that no-scope or a quick-scope, so APG, but still, look at him, alive in his enemy's base. This is such a pain for CLG.
APG absolutely playing out of his mind right now. This is incredible stuff from him. Didn't expect to see any of this right now, but he has just been a complete nuisance in this enemy hut. The sniper rifle obviously in the hands of Royal 2.
And look at that, and there comes the help from Aries. Such a good push there as they move across. APG's doing everything he needs to, almost single-handedly just being that nuisance, like you said, ensuring that CLG cannot really get their full setup.
It's usually Maniac and APG the duo, but right now it's APG and Aries.
We do have Maniac with the sneaky run right here. We'll see. And now he starts to throw. So CLG is going to be notified that that flag is not only out, but also where it is.
The problem is with this, he's just be aggressive. They now have to push back. Big shotgun kill from Maniac. Picks it up, turns around, shuts that player down, coming to run through shotgun tunnel. Rockets, however, coming. I'm looking across the screen. I'm not entirely sure. That's going to be a CLG player, Royal 2 at the moment. They need to be very, very careful as they push that through. 6 seconds on it. Will he go down? Yes, he does.
Unfortunately, got caught by that nade. His own nade kind of hit that blast radius as it was a weird angle with that grenade. So he'll be taken down finally, but Noble Black still in the enemy base. Both flags are now back at home. For the last 2.5 minutes, Sims, that's all we have until we hit the end of regulation. CLG needs to get these players out of their base. We talk about it on a variety of game types. You cannot push out unless you have your own base cleared out. That really needs to be priority number one. So Noble Black just needs to keep playing this game, and CLG will not be able to do anything, but CLG does have a flag out. Royal 2 with the sniper rifle will bring things over to the other side to show you what's going on. Here's Hines. Oh no, and that was Royal 2 who hits the double kill with the sniper rifle. You just saw as APG and Aries were both taken down.
That's going to be 3 down now, so the tides turn. They are moving this flag into the base. They need to push there aggressively and super fast, but that's going to be Hines putting it in, the objective man himself, Richie Hines, rocking it up to 1 apiece right now.
That is a huge play from Royal 2. What we saw there was Noble Black started to make a flag run, right? And throughout that, as Hines now fighting here in Ring 2, desperately trying to stay alive with noob combo in hand. It looks like his shields will recharge indeed, but Noble Black pulled that flag out. As you see, they started to make that run. However, CLG had the same idea, and they started to run of their own. Royal 2 with the clutch double kill. Sam, sometimes that's all it takes, right? If you take out the 2 players who are the biggest threats on the flag stop, you're going to be able to run it across the map. Now we're all tied up here 1-1. CLG still in this series.
Exactly, you got it perfectly. They did manage to take him down while they was running the flag. They run the flag, got it halfway. The double kill came in off of the spawn, and that was it. The flag was stopped, and they got it in, racked it up to 1-1, which is exactly what they needed. 1 minute remaining of normal game time. I can see this one going into overtime, Bravo.
Yeah, I definitely think so. Unless either team is able to put every piece that they need to together, we will be heading into that 15-minute overtime period. Snakebite, the only player alive. Look at him. Look at as you see that bottom left cam, not even watching his own screen. If you're new to competitive Halo, what he's doing when he's the only player alive is actually just watching his teammates' screens as they spin their death cams. He wants to know where the biggest threat is, where is the nearest player, what play can I do that's going to set my team up for success as my players come off the respawn, right?
I like what he's doing here, though, trying to take control of Ring. There were 3 players at one point of Noble Black. There's one up on Ring 3. It's going to be Maniac once again. We see him up there time and time again. However, the assist has not come in. He will still be floating around, even outside on the bonfire. However, that's Ogre 2 transitioning behind to see if he can pick that one off. Royal 2, however, Hines does finally go down, moving across, but here we are, moving on with Aries, picking up that fresh sniper rifle. We are now into overtime.
Yes, we are. As you see on that bottom right, the next flag will win this match. If Noble Black secures the next flag, CLG will be going home, upset by the 8th seed in the tournament. However, oh my gosh, Aries almost hitting that quick scope on Ring 3, but that sniper's going to go into the hands of Arcanum, which is exciting, so we'll go over there.
Arcanum has been landing some disgusting shots all week. We've seen some of the plays that he's been doing, but look at this. 3 players held back in their base. They need to get these CLG players down, and they need to push out at the moment. If they want to see this one through as a 3-0, they need to do something disgusting. There's a beautiful headshot from Arcanum, takes down 1 player over on the carbine. Looking, he's hearing the rockets, that 2 down. He knows he needs to reload. I believe that was Ogre 2 actually went down there. He finds Royal 2 though, also with a sniper rifle in his base. Royal 2 has actually brought their sniper rifle across. That's going to be dangerous, especially if there's any ammo in there. He's going to be able to pick that up and do some very dangerous damage. We are going to jump on board with a team audio now with Noble Black.
Ring 3, drop the street.
Can't see anything.
And our street going up right there.
Hardcore on me, Royal.
Are there Peter? Peter, our wall.
I got it. This side ring 3, I'm the Brad. I'm looking at you in a second. Ring 3, this side. One's our court, one's our court. This side ring 3, this side ring 1 shot. Jump ring court, 1 shot. One shot, court.
Kill me.
Stay alive, Brad. Stay alive, Brad. Work with me, work with me. I have no more sight man. I'm coming ring 3. I'm gonna go ring 3 right now, Brad.
I'll jump window.
Stay alive, Bradley.
One shot, Tigger.
Don't get too weak. I'm looking now. Looking out. In their side ring 3. This side ring 3.
Is that wall? Wall, Tigger.
I need a wall.
Where'd you go,
He's
Brad?
going Our jump window. Our wall, guys. Watch our P. Our wall.
One shot.
Ring 3 their side. One shot. One shot. They're jump. One in.
Kill me. Bomb 1 week.
3 dead.
All dead.
I'm getting ring 3.
I'm
not getting ring 3.
Turret.
I'm looking rocks also.
They're back rocks.
Back rocks. They're all back rocks then. Stay alive. Go to the court. Get in their hut. Get in their hut.
Shouldn't be rocks. Shouldn't be rocks.
Looking you now.
One shot.
Back rocks.
Roach is dead.
Flag, one shot.
Charging bomb
One
there
shot.
now.
Snake.
I got flag.
In their hut right now. Weak. I killed her out there. I'm charging now. I'm in their court. I'm in their court.
They're hot. Yes.
They're gonna spawn in the turret.
You might.
Hut swing.
They're rock shooting me. They're rock shooting me.
I'm hut now. He's their back turret, Bradley. In their hut behind us, Bradley. One shot Tuger. I got him. In their main area, maybe. I'm
guys. They're nading the fuck out of me.
Help me and Brad.
I'm watching the push him.
Under turret.
No, I don't. In their hut behind
I'm
him.
gonna help you.
On me another court. On me another court. I got slow turn. 2 our court. 3 our court. 3 our court. Behind you, Brad. Run, Brad. Nice, Bradley. Nice, Bradley. In there, Bradley.
What's up, Brad?
Nice, Bradley. 3 heads.
They're jump. Jump on.
One shot. Back down.
Jump on.
I'm on the hut.
Rock rip back rocks. They're rocks back rocks. 3 there, Brad. I'm hiding. Take their med pack now. Take their med pack now.
One of you guys.
One shot med.
The shotty, stay away.
Looking right now. 2 1 shot over there. Nade it.
They're under the turret. Play ramp.
They're P to ring 3.
He's on me.
There's 3 under the turret. 3 under the turret. One in ring. They're wall.
They're all shooting me. I'm dying by their bonds. They're not killing me. I mean, they're turret. Kill me.
They're
I'm with you,
They're
Rock.
pillars. Stay alive over there. You guys don't die. Both of you cannot die. Stay alive. You're cluttering.
They're P.
Stay alive. They're far next to you. That's an easy kill. Nice shot. There might be gunner base.
They're bond shooting me.
Bradley on wall. Bradley ring one. Bradley ring 2.
I'm at him.
One shot.
They're hot.
Our wall rockets.
I'm looking.
Wall rockets. Shot.
I'm charging now.
After the wall rockets.
He's our court. No, still alive.
They're P to ring.
They're jumping with rocks. Stay alive.
They're jumping with rocks right now.
They're flag behind me.
There's 2 rockets.
Stay alive, Mason.
2 rockets. They're jumping window.
They're gonna charge you. Let them charge you.
The court. One shot.
Brad, I'm coming out. Our street, Brad.
We got a rock.
I'm looking at him now.
Bring one coming our jump window.
I'm shot our court, guys.
Our jump out.
And we just saw some incredible play there during that listen. And now let's go back over to the CLG side. Sims, you heard all 4 dead several times. I have to point out, when we were on board with APG, that incredible triple kill in the hut, he was the only player on that side of the map. He had 2 teammates in ring and 1 teammate in his own courtyard. He was putting on a show there, but it wasn't enough to get them the cap. They started the run you saw, however, not able to convert. So we're still tied 1-1 here with about 10 minutes left in full time.
As you mentioned, he converted that then into a killing spree coming off the back of the triple. They could have run that flag, but nobody was there. They were not working together with APG in the corner. He was going to be, well, he was just a complete nightmare for CLG. But it took yet again, it takes ages for them to take him down. He helped Aries grab that first flag and secured it, but nobody was there to do the second time. Currently on board with Ogre 2 right now. He's got the sniper rifle. You know what, Bravo? Let's jump across to this team and go for a listening with CLG.
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we do that. Let's go ahead and jump right in with this CLG roster, see if they can answer back to this Noble Black pressure.
They're rock ramping their nades. They're hot weak. They're bottom car. Yes. I fell. Tom, get off. Get off. I'm running.
Under turret, guys, under turret.
We're running this.
Hitting flag.
Last cap.
Watch rock. Nades. Under turret, 1 shot. 2 under turret, 1 shot. 2 under turret. They're rocks, spawn. They're rocks, guys.
Are you in a flag? I'm going. Center flag. It's literally in a flag. Center flag.
Rocks, 1 shot.
Got one. Shoot the water. Shoot that. Our bond. I got 2.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's bring it back right now.
And you see right there, CLG is able to get back into that match right away. They answer back, like we said, to the Noble Black pressure. They got the sniper exactly where they needed it. They started that flagpole. You heard them say during the listen-in, last cap. What that means is they have to double down on making sure that flag goes all the way back. So any players who might be hesitant on pushing into the enemy base, instead what they're going to do is start to escort that flag back, and that's exactly what they did. CLG answers back. they get their first win of the series. So now 2-1 still in favor of Noble Black. We're going to game 4.
But just look at those kills across the board. Aries again a little bit down compared to his teammates. However, he did get that initial flag cap. But 39 kills from Arcanum, 33 with the triple kill from APG, 30 pretty much across the board right now, kind of evenly matched neck and neck. However, there were so many times that Noble could have capitalized and sealed the deal, but they didn't, with the triple kill especially.
That's what the story really comes down to, right? I mean, we talked about it all day yesterday, especially on their neutral bomb Shrine performance. They really play that game type very slow, mainly because they just want to have complete control of the map before they start the run. There's a few different factors that can play into that, right? If they had a player that's in position to run the flag, then they might be able to run quicker. Perhaps they like to move across the map as a unit, which often results in them needing to actually get a pull together rather than a single player being in position to get a pull. We'll see if we see them play that game type again. We can dig more into that strategy. But now, in the Losers Bracket Finals, our next game type is going to be Neutral Bomb Warlord, a game type that you cannot play slowly, right? You're going to need to play out of your mind. We're going to see which team can get the bomb into the enemy's base and get those first arms. We're going to see this play style very similar to the Team Slayer Warlord pace, right? It's going to be very fast-paced. Teams are going to be struggling to get that bomb out of their base. Other teams are going to try to answer back. The other team, excuse me, is going to try to answer that back and throw the bomb right back in. So you see Noble Black, as we're taking a look here at APG and Arcanum, I think they know that they could have won that game, exactly like you said, Sims. So now they need to focus here on game number 4. Of course, should they win, they will be advancing to our grand finals.
The question that they need to ask themselves is, CLG, the cracks appeared when they played Evil Geniuses on this. They went 5-1 down on bomb arms. Is this their weak game type, or was that just a poor performance, or even just an amazing performance from EG? But you know, this is the thing with Noble Black right now. I'll be thinking, we've seen these guys get absolutely smashed on this map. Can we also do the same thing? They need to try and capitalize on that. Again, a disappointing end for Noble Black. There were so many times they could have finished that off, and the clean sweep of the 3-0. However, CLG took advantage. We saw at the end, Ogre 2 grabbing the sniper rifle, putting a little bit of working, helping his teammates secure that, running it through rocks. They got the cap at the end to take it. Now the series score racked up at 2-1. God forbid, but could we see a repeat of gamers forgiving for Noble Black? This happened when they played before 2-0 up and went out.
And there's really nothing more crushing, Sims, like you're starting to say, than being up 2-0 in a series and knowing that you had every chance to close it out, but being unable to do so. Of course, that's actually exactly what's on the minds of CLG. They want to do that to Noble Black. They want to win these next 2 games with 3 unanswered wins to get themselves back into the finals against EG. Keep in mind, they only lost by 1 game, so they know that this championship can still be theirs. Let's take a look at the series so far. Noble Black, big come from behind win on Lockdown Oddball. They did it again on Warlord Team Slayer, winning just by 1 kill, 50-49. But CLG, in overtime, is able to win game number 3, 2-1. They're going to force a game 4.
As you mentioned, just look at those scores. Every single one super, super close. We are going into game number 4. People in the crowd, are you ready to see game number 4? Here we go. This is it. We could see CLG eliminated from the competition, or we could see the upset that would be a game number 5. Can CLG bring it back? We've seen it done time and time again. This happens in Halo so much. It would be such an upset on both sides, you know. Now, if Noble Black lose this after being 2-0 up, or if CLG go out to seed number 8, either way, somebody is going home very, very earlier than what they expected.
Oh, it's true. I mean, at this point, it almost feels like Noble Black isn't even upsetting teams anymore because we're so used to them winning and beating the higher seeds. You can bet that them coming in with the 8th seed, they knew that people were probably counting them out early, right? We even had teams that we saw yesterday and players that are here that were counting them to not even win their wild card matchup against TGN Vibe, who did take a game off of them. However, the losers bracket has been everything but for them. they are on a tear. We heard from Arcanum earlier. He is determined to play. Every time it feels like we cut to his camera, he is so laser focused on performing here. We have to give credit to Arcanum. I think, you know, Maniac, Aries, and APG have had their successes throughout the season. Arcanum has bounced around from different teams. This is the roster that he feels confident in. This is his breakout performance, right? He's always been a pro player. We don't generally see him, though, in the top 3, but he's hungry for even more here in the losers bracket finals.
Indeed, and he has proved his worth, his weight in gold. He deserves to be in this top 3. Can they seal the deal and make it into the top 2? That is the next question we are about to find out. We'll have game number 4 underway very, very soon. But this is what Grand Final's all about, Bravo. The games that we're seeing, intensity, even split games. I mean, I'm still shocked that we are going on game number 4. For me, that should have been a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially when we had that first cap from Noble Black, right? They looked like they had complete control of the map. I think APG's spree there and his actual duration of that life was so long, it felt like CLG could not do anything to get rid of him. They tried to push through the rocks, past him into ring. They tried to push him in the hut. That results in him getting a triple kill with the shotgun. It felt like they couldn't be stopped. However, CLG proves us all wrong, and they win that game 2-1. They stay alive in the series, and like you said, we could not have asked for better matches here on Sunday on day 3.
Remember, guys, tweet out the stream. Look at it on there in all of its glory. There is the trophy. That is what people are playing for today. Tweet the stream. Use the hashtag HCS. Some fantastic, fantastic games of Halo. We've seen some incredible plays by players. Still yet to see an extermination. That's all. I'm going to call it out now. I'm still hoping for it.
You're still hoping for it?
I'm still hoping for it. Somebody's going to. I've got a feeling. Oh, I can feel it in my ginger
and
hair.
I tell you what, if there's a game type that can offer it, Neutral Bomb Warlord might be that game type, right? We have the smallest map in the HCS and also the most concentrated areas, right? Everyone's going to be fighting over that bomb. This could be the game type that brings it. We're going to see multi-kills abound. We're going to see very fast-paced play, and let's talk a little bit about that strategy as these players are loading in. You're going to be looking for teams to control not only their own bases, right? The red and the blue team each have their own respective bases in this symmetrical 4-base map, but they also have their own, they also have the side bases, right? They have 2 areas that they need to control, kind of a 2-base, 2-tower map. Excuse me, a 4-base map, so they want to control those sides. If they're able to do so, that's going to start to pinch the enemy team really wherever they want. These pro players know exactly where they need to be to spawn trap the enemy, and once they're able to do that, we can start to see the bombs really rack up for either side.
And again, we saw Maniac doing this, where he actually managed to sustain his place for quite some time, hiding in that green flag in one of the previous games. He was left so unchecked and so uncontrolled. The bullets that he was putting down, the assists, the kills, everything that he was racking up. It's good. I really want to see somebody on either side,
give me,
you know, kind of take control and push it forward and really move up into that top corner. If they move there and lock it down, they can get the shots across, but also come onto defense.
And that's exactly it. And another thing we haven't really seen just yet is really complete control and use of the camo in any of the Warlord matches today, right? I'm looking forward to seeing if a team is able to use that here in Warlord Bomb. I know you said you don't like using the camo to get in the hill. What do you think about camo to move the bomb?
Again, even when you're moving the bomb, you can't see the
so
bomb.
You're not a fan. You're not a fan of it.
I think that for me is a power play weapon. You should be getting this. However, that said, if there's an opportunity around the bomb, then you need to take it. It's as simple as that. Regardless, you have to be able to think on your feet. This is where these pro players will use their knowledge and use their mind. As you can see on screen, we are talking about, we're going into game number 4, Warlord Bomb. If there's an opportunity there, by all means, grab it. If there isn't, let somebody else take control of that bomb. Let someone else do the work. Use that camo to its efficiency. If you do use it to its efficiency, you do get the kills. One of your teammates, if they're in the right place, will always grab the bomb.
That's indeed the case. So you're going to see players capitalizing on every opportunity they need to. We already saw Aries do it on Warlord before. He knew he needed to get those kills when they were down by 1, and he actually got the last 2 to close out Warlord Team Slayer 50-49. Look for him to make similar plays here on this map. Also coming up in just a bit, we're going to have some tease announcements for Season 2 after the Losers Bracket Final, and we're also going to be playing the Denial Montage. That will be the premiere. All of that coming up in just a bit, but now we're going to start things off here with Heinz of CLG.
Here we go then, game number 4 underway. It's going to be Warlord Bomb on board with Heinz right now. Will we see any sneaky quick arms? I don't think so at the moment. The camo is still up. He's not gone for it. He's just staying alive. Now he grabs it. Beautiful play. Back off. give his teammates support. There's Maniac, he goes down. The bomb still at the spawn at the moment. I like what he's doing, backing off with the camo. There's the shotgun. Will he go for the bomb? No, he doesn't, but a shotgun comes into the back of the head and he goes down.
And looks like, yeah, that was APG, I think, who picked up that kill. So now he's taken down, so over to Arcanum. So, you know, and Sims, this is how we play Assault in America. We get kills up top, and then we go down on the bomb. We saw TGM Vibe with that sneaky, immediate bomb arm off of the start, but not very similar, a very different thing here, right? We saw Heinz with an excellent camo grab, like you said, to start. Very patient. He waited for those grenades to explode, got the camo, so they're maybe going to be able to get the time on that next one as well, but you can bet that Noble Black knows when it'll be coming up. Now over to Ogre 2.
And we're going to call that the Blackjack bomb. He did actually manage to, against this very team, Noble Black, sneak that straight. I think you said we'd never seen a bomb arm so quick in HCS so far. I was wondering, I spoke to Arcanum and he said he called it. He knew that was coming. They didn't shut them down, but he knew what was going down. That's going to be a big beat down by the ball guy right there. That's going to be APG who's thrown that down right now. But I was thinking maybe, just maybe, would Noble Black actually use what had been done against them?
I was wondering the same exact thing, Sims. We could have seen Noble Black try to go for that sneaky bomb, immediate grab. I told Blackjack after that series, I thought I was watching Oddball, because I've never seen anyone go straight down to bottom middle and grab the bomb off the break. But here's APG and crew getting ready to toss this bomb up.
He's just grabbed himself a double kill, seeing Royal 2 off the spawn. That's going to be 2 players. He's going to pick up this bomb. He's going to start arming. Does somehow survive, however, the bomb will be thrown out. That's Ares catching people off the spawn. Didn't get the triple kill, however, it was an assist, but that doesn't matter. The bomb's still over that way near the green, near the red area at the moment. However, everybody does go down. We saw 2 double kills back to back, but nothing came from it.
Yeah, and let me tell you why we didn't see anything come. It was a big play from CLG. They were able to toss the bomb out of their base as CLG is now moving the bomb across the map, but sometimes that's all it takes. Here is CLG now moving it across. I tell you something, if you throw the bomb out, it causes such a delay for the enemy team. It forced Maniac to drop down from the flag. He has to jump back up. By that time, he's taken out of position on that flag, right? That's such a power position. A lot of things have to happen. That's why you're going to see teams throw the bomb out of their own base to buy their team some time while they come off the respawn.
Speaking of Maniac, he's doing exactly the same thing as what he did last time. He's camping down in green flag and just being a total pain in the backside for CLG, putting shots across, being a nuisance, being annoying. You see him there once again on screen, catching Ares in the flag, crouched down. Ogre 2 putting some shots on there. Grenade goes in. There is no hit markers, however, but look at this. It's kind of a battle between Ogre 2 and Maniac. I think whoever out of these two goes down first, that's when we will start to see a shift. We see the assist come in. There's the headshot. That's going to mean there's 2 people down now for Noble Black. Ogre 2, aggressive push in, finds Maniac, so that means Maniac's no longer in his area where he was at green. However, Ogre 2 on his own, saying that someone came up on the platform, but the bomb isn't there. That would have been a perfect opportunity to capitalize.
Here it is, Sims again. These 2 teams are really butting heads for playstyle, but finally Snakebite bringing the bomb in there. Royal 2 is going to start that arm, and now here only 75%. We'll see if he can get this. No, not able to complete. Here comes Ogre 2. Will he get the touch? It looks like, yes, he does. He's going to get that plant. CLG is going to go up 1-0.
There we go then, CLG putting 1 on the board. Can we see the comeback that everybody in the crowd is probably hoping for right now at the moment on the POV of Snakebite, catching 2 guys coming through the teleporter, follows it through. There's APG as he works through, sees it to the end, takes him down, jumping up top mid right now, helps his teammate. However, that's going to be, I think at the moment, Ogre 2 who does go down, but he did trade off with there. He's catching the guys on the health pack spawn.
And I can't tell you how much I had to eat my words there. I was actually just about to say how CLG was not getting the bomb in fast enough, right? Both teams are kind of butting heads with their play style. Each team wants to have the perfect scenario before they bring the bomb in. However, CLG timing it perfectly. They needed to use two players to do it, but they do get the first arm, so now they're up 1-0. We have about 10 minutes left in regulation.
Snakebite grabbing that camo straight off of the spawn, looks down, there's Arcanum. Can he pick up the double? Yes, he can. He also does have a shotgun. Will we see a triple kill? There is a player, I think, at the moment, possibly bottom mid. No, he hasn't. He's actually rotated around, I believe, to bottom red, and there it is. Finds that 1 player, but eventually Camo does get shredded, but look at where Ogre 2 is with the bomb. didn't manage to get it in, but that's no problem. There is still a player up there who will drop down. There's the big beat down. The assist comes in. Ogre 2 goes down, 2 down on each side right now.
Yeah, here over to Hines as you see that bomb is being tossed out. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe the bomb came up on the catwalk. That's going to give Hines a little bit extra time to toss it in there. It looked like the player on Noble Black was going for the melee, which resulted in the bomb coming up there. So that's going to give CLG a pretty good position here with the bomb.
Yeah, the bomb bouncing back up. That's an interesting one. And as we say that, this could be 4 down. That's Aries. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's going to be bomb number 2 on the board for CLG.
I cannot tell you, Sims, how big that was as Royal 2 picks up another shotgun kill. The fact that the bomb stayed up on that upper ledge, it made it so that Hines didn't have to drop down. He did not have the disadvantage in that battle that happened in the flag. And as a result, Ogre 2 can just walk in and clean up that kill as well. Now CLG goes up 2-0.
But there was 4 down as well. When they actually got the arm, they put 3 down and mentioned it was a very strange bomb bounce. To be honest with you, you got the back, you actually beat him down in the face as he jumped him in the air off platform. He did land on the catwalk. But at the same time, while they arming, they managed to get 3 down. However, coming back off of the spawn, once again, grabbing the bomb, will throw it down, goes to the sticky head, doesn't get it. However, the beatdown does come in. Ogre 2 gets put down. Bomb once again on the move in the hands of Arcanum. Arcanum using the Sentinel Beam across map, and that thing can be dangerous as long as you've got the team shot.
Exactly, it really can be. As long as you have support at long range, that weapon can be a big threat to the enemy team. Now, Noble Black is going to toss this in. We'll see if they can convert.
But just look at these assists that he's racking up at the moment. Unfortunately, I'm saying that. Look at the potential assist. We didn't see any come in whatsoever. He was using the Sentinel Beam to what it's needed to do, but nobody else supporting him as that bomb does go down. They don't know where it is at the moment. It's wandering around somewhere. You've got to be worried if you were Noble Black right now.
Yeah, here's Snakebite actually sneaking the bomb across. He does have a teammate on his enemy's plat. We'll see if they can start this arm. And looks like no, Noble Black is aware that the bomb is in their base. So Snakebite will be taken down as well. So will Ogre 2. Only 2 players alive for CLG, neither in position to make anything happen with the bomb.
So Camo has just popped up. Nobody's gone and grabbed it yet. We'll see whether any of the players do take advantage of that. It's still up in the middle. That's 2 players, though, taking down Hines. I believe we actually saw someone grabbing it right there. And here we go on board with Snakebite right now. He's going to grab that camo. Will he grab the bomb? We mentioned this earlier on. Will he run in with it? Yes, he will indeed. Just drops it down, but does somehow manage to survive. The grenades are coming in. This will be a huge play if he manages to survive. Yes, he does. Jumps up on the platform, looking around. Grenades currently not hurt. Will he get it? Yes, he will. That's going to be 3-0 for CLG.
And let me tell you why he's playing that right. He was jumping on the front of the block. He's jumping on top of the flag block. He's now jumping around behind. That's because the game has actually changed on Warlord since it debuted, where you can run the bomb in front of the block because you're expecting grenades to blow up on the other side there. And that's one of the advantages, Sims, of camo, is that players who are very hectically coming off of the respawn, right? It's chaos. They're trying to throw the perfect grenade to stop the bomb arm, but right there you see they can actually just dodge each grenade one by one. Now CLG is up 3-0. Less than 6 minutes left in regulation. We could be going to game 5.
Again, he made the perfect decision, though. He threw it up originally, then put it down, managed to stay alive. If he'd have gone initially for the bomb, he wouldn't have done. That would have been a wasted camo. Yep. Grabbed it for a second time, but you saw no one even challenged him. After that second time, his teammates said, right, hold up a second, let's get some kills. Checked it, kills went down, bomb went down, 3-0. The pressure is on for Noble Black. They were 2-0 up in games. Could we be seeing game number 5 today in the losers final?
Yeah, it certainly looks like that might be the case if the past 9 minutes are telling us anything of what's to come for these final few. We're seeing excellent performance here from CLG. Noble Black not really able to answer back just yet. 2 down again for them. CLG, and here's one of the reasons, Sims, is that CLG has started to control the camo. And as I say that, actually, no, Maniac makes immediate work of that. Takes down Snakebite, who had the camo and Sentinel Beam. But earlier throughout this match, over the first 10 minutes, we've seen that CLG has capitalized on the camo.
6 minutes of game time remaining and 3-0 down. Noble Black have got a hard hill to climb if they want to see out game number 4. They are currently 3 down right now. I would like to go in and listen in with CLG at some point to hear exactly what those guys are saying, because at the moment they're going to be going off of the hype. You know, you've got to imagine how hyped up they're going to be. They're 3-0 up at this current in time. Let's jump on board and have a listen to what they've got to say.
All right, now Royal 2 is the only player alive there, so let's jump on board with him and CLG.
Our nades. Nade it. Top mid's
Tom.
one. Nade it. Finish top mid, fall face. Top mid was one.
One's on their flight.
Double our plat. No. I don't see him. No one's our plat.
Behind you, PJ.
Alright, top center, no shield, top center, no shield. Matt, get up. Two dead. He's upper health. Nade it. Throw it down if you can. Nade our health, bro.
Keep the lane.
You're good.
Still there, so much heart. It's coming out now.
I don't have a nade.
Try to jump.
There's no shield on it if you can nade it.
Please, absolutes. You can nade orbit, yeah. We have nades, you guys all pull through.
He's no shield, our flag.
Just throw it out. No, it's gonna reset. Yes, rush it. Nice, guys.
Nice.
Nothing there.
I got it.
Fine, two dead.
Don't worry about it. Inside bomb center.
Our health fort?
Two dead.
Our health fort.
Two dead. In bottom middle.
Three dead. Where's last one? Green, yellow ramp. Guys, 10 seconds till camo.
Three dead now. Just one.
Blue needles,
He's nade side, maniac.
Camo's at 20, guys.
Their health spawn, I'm gonna die.
Camo is up. Watch out. I got him. Camo's up, guys.
They're nades to their health. Their flag.
Camo's still up, guys.
Tom, stay alive. We got him. Nice shot, Chris.
That's gonna one shot. To your left.
I'm porting through their ramport.
Still your left.
Top center, maniac. Their shield top center. And their needles. Top center.
One shot. I got him.
Maniac. Their health.
Our health
Yellow jump up. Blue jump up.
Our health fort somewhere, guys. Our health fort.
Get touch. Our health. They're ramp now. He's their nades.
I fell. One shot, yellow needles.
I'm one hit absolute, man. I can't arm this.
One shot in needles, Aries. I got him.
Stay alive.
Here's one health fort.
They're nades.
Two nades. They're both weak underneath me. They're ramp fort.
I died. Two dead.
What are their nades? Stay alive. Three dead.
Last guy yellow flag. On the spawn ramp.
Go for it.
Stay alive.
They're ramp.
Yellow.
Stay alive.
Yellow and grenades.
Next camo's
Yellow health still, guys.
Might be our health port.
18
Green needles around.
Green needles, green plat. Green needles, green plat, no shield. Nice. Two there.
He's weak.
They have bomb, guys. They have bomb. Oh, no.
Bottom mid. He's inside bottom center.
Yellow flag. Maniac's half health, yellow flag.
Inside bottom center, one shot.
Yellow health weak.
10 inside bottom center. Camo, guys. 10 seconds. There's a guy inside bottom center.
DJ Camo's O2.
O2 is camo.
I'm going for it. Our ramport.
Our ramport.
I need help.
Green needles.
Shield.
Shot him once.
Green needles, bottom. Camo's up, guys. Camo's up.
They're ramport.
Let's go ramport. Dead. I got camo. I got it. What's on their flag? Weak their flag. Last two dive.
They're health fort.
Up their health, one hit. Stay alive. Absolute their health. Their nades, their health nades. They're pushing out. They're pushing out. Stay alive.
I need help. I keep getting it. It's okay.
Looking yellow.
Where are we?
No shield, our health port. Their health port, no shield. I got him. Our cannon was their health port. He might go back. Our health port. Yeah, there is.
One shot.
He's half health. No shield. We're back there.
One shot.
They're ramport, one hit.
All right, so coming back in 2.5 minutes of play remaining. Noble Black managing to put 1 point on the board, but the aggression, the pressure at the moment is coming from CLG. Bravo, we were listening to the teamwork. Some of the call-outs that those guys were making were truly game-changing.
I mean, their communication is so on point here. I have to stress one of my biggest takeaways from that listening was how often you heard those players saying, stay alive. When you are the last player alive, you are the only obstacle, right? You want to stay alive as long as possible. You do not want to forfeit your map position. That's what they're encouraging one another to do, even when they are down in terms of the man advantage, and it's paid off for them. They do have a big lead here, and looks like Hines now hanging out on the enemy's base, and this is where you want to be.
However, there are 3 or 4 down at the moment for Noble Black. And again, the pressure is on. They only have 1 minute and 40 seconds to bring back 2 bomb arms just to take it to a tie. At the moment, this game looks securely in the hands of CLG unless a miracle happens currently for Noble Black. Richie Hines at the moment just running away, trying to stay alive again. All they need to do is be a nuisance and slay. They don't have to go for the bomb. However, I would like to see them keep the pressure on of that bomb, but at the moment, just look at Royal 2. This is what they need to do. He's currently in their base and shooting at them and slaying them from inside their own base. The pressure at the moment mounting on Noble Black.
Yeah, this is the biggest thing right here. Of course, the 2 bomb cushion is giving the CLG really the ability to play as they want, but Aries is arming that bomb. We'll see if he's able to get that. No, CLG is able to do a quick about face. Ogre 2 is going to toss that bomb right out of his base. So Noble Black looking like they might have been able to sneak across the map, but that's not the case at all. So CLG has only 40 seconds before they force a game 5.
As you mentioned, 40 seconds, and this would be a travesty. Well, from us, from a good point of view, we get to see a game 5. However, If I was Noble Black, I'd be so disappointed. They had so many times to clutch it in game number 3 earlier on that we saw, but at the moment the bomb kind of just getting in and out, getting a little bit desperate for Noble Black. They know the pressure is on them. They only have 20 seconds to arm 2 bombs. I think that this is game number 4 going to CLG.
And look at Ogre 2 just melting here, insult to injury. At the end of the game, melting with the Sentinel Beam. Now over to Royal 2 for the last 7 seconds. But CLG is going to close this out. Sims, we are going to game 5.
What a way to end the losers bracket. You know, this is the losers finals. Game number 5, we could not ask from a fan and from a POV watching point of view, we could not ask for anything better. But how disappointed right now must you be if you were on Noble Black? I mean, is this going to affect them going into game number 5? Could we actually see a repeat of Games Forgiven?
We could indeed. I mean, if you're Noble Black, you know, you've got to be feeling bad and constantly thinking about those last few games, how they could have closed out the series. However, that's not the attitude they have and they need to have, and you can bet that their coach is going to be on top of making sure they're focused on game 5. Let's take a look now at the stats.
Again, not too different on either side. Quite a lot of 30 bombs going across the board. 2 on for CLG. Only 1 down for Noble at the moment in time. But just look at the assist across the board, Bravo. That is what I call teamwork. Everyone around the 20 mark. A couple of teams here and there. But that's what you need to be doing at this high level. It's not about individual skill by any means. Fair enough, individual skill does count for a lot. But it all comes down to teamwork.
Those teams were neck and neck indeed, especially in the assist category. Have to point out that Noble Black, they're not a single player going positive, 1 player going even. So that really was the difference maker. CLG had control of not only top mid, but also their enemy's base at a variety of times. We saw Hines towards the end of the match just sitting on his opponent's flag. That lets him be such an anchor, right? When you have those 2 points that are polar opposite on the map, that you can lay down team fire from almost any angle as the opponents try to push out. And what that does, if you're spawning on a side base, Sims, you don't know which side you're going to be able to push out of. Do you look left? Do you look right? Neither is safe.
Not at all. So, game number 5 then we are going in. It's going to be Team Slayer on Shrine. Always finishing up things on a Slayer as ever, but the sniper rifles and the rockets we've seen earlier on, Noble Black were absolutely tearing it up on this map. Both Arcanum and APG, we saw the damage that they did to CLG. However, regardless of that, they actually lost the game on Shrine. But can they see this one through this time, put the slaying to good use and finish this game 5 off? Remember guys, whoever wins this will be going on to the grand finals to meet EG and fight it out for $50,000. What a way to end the losers final.
That's right, spots 4 through 8 have been filled. We know who's going home with that cash. However, we have yet to determine who will take this 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place prizings. As you said, $50,000 going to 1st place, and I couldn't be more excited. We're going here to game 5 in the losers bracket finals.
Again, this is what we all want to see. I know these players don't want to be playing in the game 5. The pressure is on both sides. I certainly think the pressure's, I don't know, I want to say the pressure's more on Noble Black for losing a 2-0 lead.
Right.
However, I don't think CLG probably expected to be down 2-0 at any point or even seeing a game 5 against Noble Black.
And I think what really speaks to that is the fact that when you saw their reaction, if you're here for game 5, make some noise. We're about to head here. The losers bracket finals winner will go to the grand finals.
Obviously, loser is going home, but they're not going home empty-handed. Credit where credit's due to these guys. They're going to take home 3rd place, but here we go. Let's kick things off. It's game 5, baby. Royal 2 right now with the sniper rifle. Let's get some hype going in the crowd. We want to see some brilliant headshots. It's all about Slayer now. Every single kill counts. 2-0 currently to CLG coming out of the stocks. I believe that is rockets in the hands at the moment of, we're looking across, that's going to be Richie Hines. Royal 2 looking to plant some bullets in some people's face though.
Right, so a little bit of a minor victory here for the CLG side. They do have the rocket control, so they will have 2 of the 3 power weapons, but Hines is taken out. Snakebite actually laying down some nasty pistol play. I wish we could have caught that. Here he is with the Magnum. Looks like players pushing in the ring though, so you heard Ogre Ogre 2 say that if you're in ring, that can give up free kills, and that's what just happened now. We're tied 2-2.
He actually just went down. Nobody really on the CLG side with ring control. That is securely in the hands at the moment of Noble Black. They take the lead. 1 minute into the game, 3-3. It goes back to an even draw right now. Royal 2 really needs to make use of this weapon. However, Arcanum on the other side, Bravo, I think it would be good to know where he is. He's actually just picked up 1 kill. He's moved up onto the carbine. He's kind of in the open right now. He needs to be very careful on the other side of it. Royal 2 needs to be aware, though. APG jumping up. However, if we move across to Arcanum, just look at where he's found himself. He's pushed all the way up with the sniper rifle. A dangerous maneuver, but it's paid off.
It has. The score is 9-5, so Noble Black winning the first of the initial engagements here with a 3-kill lead now as it goes to 9-6.
Indeed, it was very scary where he was moving to. He actually pushed forward onto their carbine. He was out in the open, and he could have been taken down at any one point, but Royal 2 just had no idea where he was. Managed to put the bullet and take him down, get himself some of this cover. You've mentioned this before, whether this can go 2 ways, whether it's a hindrance to seeing people. At the moment, it looks like he's giving him that little bit of defensive cover, just checking ring 3, making sure no one is there.
And I also have to say, if we want to show a Snakebite on the other side is looking for ring 3 as well. So Snakebite was peering into the flag area. However, the waterfall made that difficult. So Arcanum will also be looking at ring 3. Both snipers wanting to make sure that neither team is able to get up on that power position.
9-7 the score. Everybody's gone a little bit quiet. I mean, let's jump on board with Ogre 2 right now and just show the people at home where he's sat. He's literally just camping down with that shotgun. Anyone comes through a bonfire, they're going to have a really, really bad day as they face the blunt end of his shotgun. Moving across, let's have a look at Snakebite right now. Again, he's hunting down players. Keeps having a cheeky little peek up at ring 3, seeing if anyone's there. At the moment, the push is going to come when one of the snipers goes down. However, Noble Black still have the advantage.
And actually, right here, why Snakebite is sitting there is he's about to boost up, right? You're going to see a little bit of a boost up there as he boosts Royal 2 up into that notch. And they're going to give him that sight advantage. So we'll see if Arcanum finds that player. But it looks like Royal 2 is going to be very cautious here. If he jumps up, there will be players gunning for him.
However, that's Hines actually putting one on the board in ring 2 as we move across to him right now. He's found another player. He is one shot. The player has just jumped down from ring 2 that he was going against for a second time round. So we know there's someone else there. Richie Hines, though, locking down that ring 2 section. And again, at the 50-yard mark, this is where they need to be so they can push them back.
Yeah, let's go back over to Snakebite. He's going to boost up again. You're going to see him boost up Royal 2. Of course, the reason they're doing that is because that lets them not go the most common routes, the most traveled routes. When there are snipers in play, they are watching certain sightlines. By boosting up there, they're able to get up to the second level of the map without possibly being seen by the enemy sniper.
However, Snakebite is kind of one-on-one at the moment between him and Arcane. Whoever finds each other first, this could shift the tides of the game. They are still down by 1 kill. However, I do believe in my headphones, I just heard rockets come back into play. That's going to be Ogre 2 for CLG at the moment. He's just jumped up onto ring 3. Still with Snakebite, though, I believe he's actually just copped for Arcane, and this could be dangerous. Whoever sees each of the first now, things will start to change. A little bit of a slow game type.
Yeah, I have to say, it was a 9-5 game just now, right? So CLG has certainly climbed back into this match.
At the moment, it's Noble Black who's in the lead. Fair enough, we've got Ogre 2 up on ring 3 at the moment. Rocket's in his back pocket. We're going to jump on board very shortly with a listening with Noble Black. They have the advantage, Bravo. Fair enough, it's only a 1-kill advantage. It's very, very fragile, and at any moment they could lose it. But still, you've got to understand that it's there. The pressure for them is in their hands. They need CLG to come to them. They just need to wait out. So we're going to jump on board now with the team listening for Noble Black.
On their pillars. We have rockets as well. So, can someone nade, like throw nades at ring 3 and like on the little ledges that they can hide, like left and right? Like just you can. All right, yeah. I'm gonna go Bond with
He shot a rocket yet?
No. Yeah, I got a snipe back tower. Live, that's a one-shot snipe. He's a Walsh, they're Walsh sniping, gonna go to the rock. They're mid-rock right now. Spawn on them. Look at me, Mason, get ready to challenge.
We need help, Jake.
Get ready. The rock sniping, go. We're mid-rock sniping. He's on their health rock,
They're B. They're bond, jump. flag.
red flag.
I'm looking at red flag now. Red health, red aid, red aid.
Blue
car to ring. Back up. He's not flag. He's not flag. Our flag. Blue flag right now. Blue turret. Stay alive. Let that stay alive. Look, Nate. I'm behind him. I'm behind him. And sniper. And sniper. And sniper.
I can't see bomb.
Rock the dead eye.
Our bond. Ring one.
Ring right. I need help. Hold on. I'm coming. Watch the rock one. Alright. I should rock that. Ring 2 red jump window. I need help now. Hold on. Red wall. I'm dropping. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Watch out for jump window. Watch out for jump window. There's 3. Got one. Nice shot. That's one. That's one. They're hot. There's another P-door. P-door one shot. P-door one shot. Look at P-door now. And blue pillars. Got him. I got him. Blue turret. I can push. They can push. Watch the ball minus.
They're P. Tugers. They're bond weak. They're bond weak. Tugers.
Alright. They can spawn.
They're court also.
Blue rock. Snake bite.
And now we're back here with Noble Black. So I have to point out, incredible run from CLG. They were down 9-5. They quickly answered back, and now they're up 18-13. Still on board with APG and Ring. They have lost their lead, however, and now they're in Ring, down by 5 kills. But let's get back over to the CLG side now. Let's take a look at Ogre 2 fighting in Ring. He's going to stay alive as his teammate Snakebite does drop. But Sims, let's go into a listen-in now with CLG. They've got a 4-kill lead. Should they win this match, they will advance to the grand finals. Of course, if they lose, they will be upset by the number 8 seed, Noble Black.
Wait for our sniper.
All right, I'm gonna back up.
Good come on. 2 guys ring 3. Stay alive. Pushing me, man. I'm on here. He's quarter. Is there jump up? Aries. Watch out, ring 3. Red carbine, and ring 3.
Ring 2, guys. 2 ring 3 killing me.
Arcane FL.
Ring 3 killing me.
Don't push him. Ring 3, they're red carbine and... Stay alive.
Tom, look at my screen.
Red carbine again. I'm getting shot. I have a feeling they drop.
Tom, you see my screen?
Ring 2 looking at me, I'm gonna die.
Watch out, ring 3. Watch out, ring 2, maniac.
Watch ring 4. Red jump up. That might even be a snipe. I backed up.
I got naded.
He's red rocks.
Passive, guys.
Or no, yeah, red.
Alright,
No more deaths. Where do we want to sit so that we stop getting picked?
Wait for snipe.
That's what I'm saying.
Why are we like pushing up?
Alright, slow down. Carbine and ring 2. Get over here. You want the snipe? Get over here. Red jump up.
You push this court, let me know.
Ring 3, above blue jump up.
We're all on hustle.
We're kidding ourselves, you know that.
We're all on hustle.
Listen, they drop.
Ring 3 still.
They drop.
Timer.
Watch the cart, my push cart.
Do not die.
Tom, get out of hustle.
Ring 3, I'm leaving. It's 2 weak, ring 3. I hit one in ring 2 weak, ring 2 weak.
Just live.
We're gonna have rockets soon, guys.
Yeah, they probably drop.
Red cart, he might have sniper red cart, I'm not sure.
They're gonna have rockets. Okay, we have a sniper.
Jump up, one's by their jump.
Do not die.
Aries might have had sniper, I'm not sure.
AVG fell in ring.
We're gonna have rockets soon.
Bottom red P shooter, red P sniping. Red P sniping, I'm just hiding here.
Alright, red P sniping.
Looking for nades, PJ, I don't see any coming in yet.
Let Matthew work.
Probably just gonna keep hiding here. No waters. Up if you want to shoot.
They're probably gonna have
They're just
rockets
spinning me
soon.
down. Yeah, they're gonna go ring 3.
No, they have full rocket control. They're probably gonna get them.
I can't hit all these ring 3.
Don't worry about it. Okay. Their jump up. He keeps peeking under their carbine. I think he's got a snipe over there.
I'm
not shield rocking.
Yeah, they're probably gonna have a snipe too.
Just watching
Ring 3 again.
I just keep sitting around.
Can anyone know let me know if they go core?
He's ring 3. He's just on hover, jump up.
Okay.
I can't.
He fell in ring.
I can't get
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
We're up by 3 guys. Just got trade.
Once their bottom carbine, I think that's sniper. It looks like he's sniping.
What's his name?
Oh, I can't see the name. I'm not peeking long enough.
I'm just poking out
He's
top
left side, man. He was like 5
Tom, could you just watch courtyard?
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta
carbine.
We have to
Is it
assume.
sniper?
We have to assume they have rockets.
PJ?
We have to assume.
No, I don't think it was a snipe.
Is it Aries?
Sorry, I think he's sniping. I'm pretty sure he's...
We have to assume they have rockets also.
Yeah, they're gonna have rockets.
They're gonna definitely have.
Just watch. I'm in. Guys,
Dude, I can't hit
I am in our shoddy watching top car. Because you can watch your court, Tom?
Looking court, yeah. I have to just hide rock ramp. They could drop, Richie, they could drop off them.
Are you guys sniping their rocks? Watch them peeking ring 3.
Jump up sniping.
I can't watch that, Richie.
Dude, bro, they're about to take this.
Do you want me to
I can't hit that ring 3 shot.
Do you want me to take it?
Yeah.
Careful, he's looking there, Matt. Oh. He was looking there, I got sniped.
Who has sniper now?
I'm going our hut. I'm terror ramp side now. If you want me to take it, let me know. Drop it?
Literally can't hit. He's going ring 3.
Remember, guys, assume they have rockets. They have rockets.
Right courtyard sniper.
Watch nades.
Yeah, I might die.
Okay, if you go turret.
All right, then, so coming back in, still on board with Snakebite, but just look at that kill gap. It is not far, whatever, from being over, but now it is getting increasingly big as he lands that beautiful headshot right there. 19-15, we've crossed the 5 minutes remaining mark. Can they upset Noble Black? Bring it back from a 2-0 down deficit in Game 5 to see out the series and secure second place. Going in for the no-scope. Can he finish this one up? Jumping up, surviving. I like this, not giving away the deaths. However, the grenades, he needs help from behind. using the waterfall to his advantage, staying alive. I have no idea how he's managed to do that.
I don't either, but the waterfall is saving him. On the other side of the stage, Arcanum does have a sniper rifle. Somehow Snakebite strong sides away. Now 19-16, still a 3-kill game.
Manages to tuck his head in. Someone else comes out. He gets challenged, and then they get put down. Turns around, goes for no-scope. He's going to be weak, but that's going to be Air. He's putting 2, I believe, on the board for his team. 20-19. Now it's getting close. 1 kill in it. 4 minutes remaining. This is going to go down to the wire, Bravo.
Sims, it was just a 5-kill match. Noble Black rallies back. They're only down by 2. 4 minutes left. Anything can still happen here in Game 5.
Especially when you have a sniper rifle in your hand. Moving into Ring 2, that was a little bit of a daunting challenge. Would have been great if he got away. Unfortunately, he doesn't. That's going to be Arcanum who picks up that sniper, moves back. Again, Arcanum has been hitting all sorts of shots this entire tournament. This is now his time to shine. He has 3 bullets, but he needs to find 3 faces first. And that's a lot easier said than done when CLG are now going on the passive offensive at the moment. We see someone in Ring 2, however, he's going to have players in there.
Yeah, now 22-24. Like you said, Noble Black has everything to play for here. They were so close to sweeping CLG. You know that Arcanum is the most focused he has been this entire tournament. They're only 2 kills down. All they need to do is put this sniper rifle to work. He's got 2 bullets.
He needs to be very careful creeping up on Ring 3. There's someone... Do we have a sniper rifle looking across on the opposing team? So there's no sniper in play for CLG.
Let's see, Ogre 2 is in position. Oh, Snakebite jumped up on Ring 3 for just a moment now, so still a 2-kill match. Only sniper in play right now is the one you're looking at. Keep in mind also on the other side, on the same side of the stage, excuse me, Maniac does have the rockets, so Noble Black has everything they need to get back into this match and potentially take the lead.
And notably,
you see on your screen,
rockets.
Maniac is jumping in ring.
Yeah.
The reason he's jumping is he's just popping in that angle. He wants to potentially shoot in courtyard. We'll show you that for a second there. Maniac just jumping right here, trying to catch someone off guard through that sliver of a crack. We'll keep you updated with what's going on in ring, but for now, back over to Arcanum.
But look how many rockets he's actually going there. That was a fresh rockets, potentially 4 kills more if he lands a double kill off one of them, but at least 4 kills. That's going to be Snakebite getting caught off guard. He does drop down. Arcanum looking for Snakebite, see if he can clean this one off.
I'm surprised that Maniac did not make a quick little peek with the rocket launcher. He decides not to. Instead, he does fire that first rocket. That's going to make one player weak. Now tied. Now 1-kill game. No, CLG answers back and takes out Arcanum. Now back over to Maniac.
Yeah, puts in a long-range rocket, but he's getting hit left, right, and center. But that's a big rocket kill. 27-25. There's still a 2-kill deficit. Arcanum, though, is pushing in, and with the looks of it on the screen, there is grenades going down. That's going to be APG off the screen, go down also. 3 kills. Royal 2 now dropping down, though, getting hit from behind.
And Hines right here is looking for Maniac. We'll see if he finds him. Maniac is going to stay alive in this shotgun area. Now 3-kill game with less than 1:30 left.
This is going to be a very, very close one, but 3 kills in such a passive game type at the moment when it's come down so much. Going in with a long-range rocket doesn't even get any hit markers. Yes, it was worth the... I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's questionable. Definitely a tough call to make there so late in the game. They're down by 3. He might have needed that rocket. However, now they're only down by 2.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining and 2 kills, stopping them from seeing the championship. Now only 1 kill killing spree for Maniac. 1 minute remaining. Still a 1-kill game. Trading finds Royal 2. Will he finish the 4? No, he does not. He's going to get called out. However, I believe off screen that's APG who goes down. But look at what he's found. He's found the sniper rifle, but he needs to be very careful. There is a shotgun guy wandering around here.
He does need to be. Indeed, 40 seconds left on the clock. He has the sniper rifle. It's a full one. He can get his team back in this if they're able to find the CLG players, but you can bet CLG is not going to show for the sniper.
I'm not entirely sure if you can see off screen where that shotgun guy has landed. However, there is someone in ring 2. Down it goes, still a 2-kill game. Beautiful little cheeky shot there from Maniac with the BR. 1 kill, 20 seconds remaining. He's got everything to play for. Can he land 32-32? We're entering the last 15 seconds. Can he land it? No, he cannot. This is a tied game with 10 seconds remaining. Will anybody get this last kill? Remember, 1 more kill, and it's going to see it through to championship, the grand finals. And I don't think that's it. It's going to be all tied up. Game number 5.
Oh my gosh, these two teams, incredible match to the end. Noble Black somehow rallies back. They tied the match up there. I don't want to know what would have happened in the crowd if Maniac had hit that quick scope on ring 2. To tell you the truth, I'm surprised that player in ring 2 even challenged Maniac there, knowing what he's capable of. but they answer back. They did all they needed to do there in that match. We're just hearing from our station referees it will be a 5-minute replay only of Game 5.
That was intense, and especially for them to bring it back. I think at one point they had quite a large deficit chasing round. However, can you imagine what would have happened if Maniac had landed that quick scope at the end? That would have been incredible.
And I have to say it again, CLG, I think they had a 5-kill lead towards the end of the match. It was either a 4 or 5 kill lead when we were on board with Snakebite, with the sniper. They had everything they needed, but we talked about it during the match. Maniac had the rocket launcher, Arcanum had the sniper rifle. Even though Arcanum was taken out first, Maniac with a clutch rocket on the pea shooter. They had great pushes towards the end, somehow tying the match up, killing 2 players in the courtyard. All they needed to do was tie it up 32-32. You know they're not going to take a chance. They'd rather try their luck here in this 5-minute replay.
I know hindsight's a beautiful thing, but can you imagine if he hadn't have fired that long-range rocket and kept it?
Right.
He could have fired it into ring 2, pushed into ring 2. That player was there for the taking. Again, nothing we can do now, but if he would have kept that, maybe, just maybe, he would have found that player with that final rocket.
Indeed, I mean, that's what we said. I was thinking the same thing you were, Sims, when he fired that from ring 1 all the way into the enemy-based plasma grenades. But, you know, like you said, hindsight there is certainly 2020. He might have been watching his teammate's screen, and maybe that player at the moment was exactly in that spot. We don't know what kind of intel he had. However, if he had had that extra rocket, who knows if we could have seen a different result there. But Noble Black, in the last moments of the match, tying it up. It looked like, in the beginning, like Noble Black was going to pull away. 9-5 lead. CLG answers right back. I believe they were up around somewhere around, I think, 16-9 or around 18-12, around that mark. So then the match completely went to the side of CLG almost for the entire duration of the match. But when you have 2 out of 3 power weapons like Noble Black did at the end, they made it count. Maniac not able to hit the quickscope towards the end, so props to that CLG member for making sure that they unzoomed Maniac as he tried to hit that falling shot. Let's take a look at the series so far. If you're just joining us, this is the Losers Bracket Finals, and what a day it has been so far. This series, of course, no exception. Noble Black takes the first 2, CLG answers right back and wins the next 2. We just tied on Shrine 32-32, so we will have a 5-minute replay to determine the winner.
So remember, whoever wins this will secure themselves a minimum of $20,000. Whoever the loser won't go home empty-handed. They'll go home in 3rd place. They'll take home $10,000. But still, it's everything to play for. Nobody wants any of that. They want the 50K. They want the maximum amount of money, the pride, the joy of being the HCS Grand Final Season 1 champions. That trophy as well, it's fair enough, the money's a great thing, but that trophy, such an achievement. People in the crowd, are you ready for a 5-minute Game 5? Let's get some hype going for these players.
This stage has been incredible. We have to give a shout out to everyone here in Boston. This East Coast crowd has been incredible. I mean, when Cloud9 got up on the stage on day 1, they were talking about how pumped they were to play in front of such a crowd. You know that these teams are feeling the same way. The energy and the excitement in the room has been incredible, especially when we go to Game 5 every darn series.
This is exactly what this crowd wants to see, and not just the crowd at the moment, in the audience. Thank you to everybody else at home tuning in. It's really appreciated. Remember, everybody tweet the stream, use the hashtag HCS, let everybody know we are in a replay of game number 5. CLG going up against Noble Black, jumping straight on board with Maniac.
Yeah, I want to start this game off with Maniac. We saw him with the clutch rocket at the end and also the sniper grab, hitting some hit markers here on the early start. So what we're going to see here, Sims, potentially is a little bit of slower play because there's only 5 minutes on the clock. Neither team wants to make those first mistakes because those mistakes are even bigger mistakes when you have only 1/3 of the game time to play.
We actually saw one of these back in England, but there's going to be the first. That's a 1-on-1 kill right now, 1-1 at the moment, 30 seconds into this game. Maniac just staying alive. They have taken ring 2 control. Needs to be very careful of any grenades. I like what he did there. He kind of heard and knew what were coming, jumped across, didn't get hit. That means there's no hit markers. Bravo. I believe we have the snipers in play.
We do. We have a sniper battle going off, of course, as the rockets are in ring from Snakebite. So Snakebite will actually pick up that kill. But let's go over to Maniac's teammate, Arcanum, who once again has the sniper rifle in hand. We saw him go off on Lockdown Team Slayer in Game 2. He was on fire with this weapon. We'll see if he can do what he needs to do to get his team in this match to get control of that ring structure and also the scoreboard.
However, it is all about Royal 2 right now with those Rockets. Look at what he's put on the board. Couple of kills, making it 3-1. However, if we actually move across, well, in fact, we'll stay on board, but we'll just tell you now, they have also boosted Snakebite up again to ring 3 to avoid that sniper.
We'll see if Arcanum checks that angle. Like you said, oh no, and Snakebite actually does drop. That was incredible timing. Arcanum checked the spot that Snakebite was at ring 3, potentially 1 to 2 seconds later. Let's actually take a look at all 4 players here on Noble Black to take a look at their team composition.
So currently, as you can see, Maniac hanging around the bonfire, just waiting for someone to try and challenge those rocks. He's now backing off, moving across to Ares. He's also in the rocks area, looking for that flank. When you look at APG, though, hanging in that little boost-up gap, probably not going to challenge ring 3 until he's actually told. He's just waiting, praying, prowling. When someone goes to ring 3, the call-out's going to come. He's then going to jump up, but it's all about Arcanum. He has the gun which can seal the deal and change this game. There is only less than 3 minutes remaining, and they are down by 2 kills.
And yeah, this is what I said when you only have 5 minutes to play, right? These teams are going to play really slow. It's only a 2-kill game. We've only got 2:40 left in this replay. I mean, any single play can make the difference here as CLG is boosting up once again. Let's take a look here over at Snakebite on this side. Let's look at this team's composition as well.
So Snakebite up on ring 3. The Rockets are now out, and he just picked up another rocket kill as we did the transition. He's now jumped down. Royal 2 peering away from underneath shotgun, just watching the little cubby hole in case anybody comes through. They're going to lose their face when they step through that door. We've got Ogre 2 at the back of the map, back in the base, just watching the rocks. Grenades are coming in, so he's going to know that somebody's there. And then we have Hines looking straight across, ready to give Ogre 2 support if it's needed. However, he currently has no shield. Any grenades coming there, it's going to be a danger zone. But just look at Royal 2. It's the same situation for him. He's now no shield. He's backing off. These guys are set up and just waiting, kind of like a box situation.
That's right. I immediately looked to see when Royal 2 shields dropped that top left player if a Noble Black push was coming. That was not the case. They did not make that push. So now we will stay on board here with Royal 2 with the sniper rifle as some players are pushing across the bottom. Snakebite is forced to retreat, but Sims, so difficult to push across the map, especially when you have a player like Royal 2 sniping and laying down that sniper cover. They're sitting pretty here. They have a 3-kill lead with 1:30 left in the replay.
Yeah, indeed. No one can really move forward. I think they know exactly where their players are. However, that's going to be one that goes down. I believe that is going to be Snakebite. That's going to be a 2-kill lead now. Drop down, however, he knows where ring 3 is. The bullet will miss him. He now will know that he's been watched, so look for him to drop, but he doesn't. He stays there. 4-3, 5-3. The extended lead goes back. There is only 1 minute remaining. This is a 1-kill game. Same situation as previous Bravo.
Yeah, gotta love that push from Noble Black. They brought the game within 1 now as the player is pushing here on the hut for Royal 2.
Indeed, 5-5 though. He didn't challenge it. He actually went down from above and came back. Down he goes though, 6-5, but that's going to be Maniac. But he does have 2 people on him. He needs backup, he needs support, and he needs it now. 2 players side by side. That's an easy double kill. Hines goes down, 6-6. 40 seconds remaining, Bravo. What a game so far.
Yeah, I have to go over to Maniac, who is pushing here with his team. They just went up 7-6 now. Noble Black takes the lead.
Bringing it back though with 3 kills down, coming back 30 seconds, 1-kill lead. Everything's still the play. It's going to be 7-7 now. This is intense, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing it. Remember, the winner will go forward to the grand finals. Can't see the score. 9-8 now in the favor of CLG. 16 seconds remaining. Can they see this one out? They only need 1 kill and it's there. 10 seconds remaining. Will this go to a draw or will they see it? Player comes in. I believe it's going to be APG down. He's looking at the moment. 3 seconds, 10-9. Can we see another one? I think that's going to be CLG.
Oh my gosh, last second tie. They tied 10-10 there. It looked like Ogre 2 was ready to go. And oh my goodness, a tie in the replay, Sims. We've seen it again. I swear CLG was ready to get up and celebrate. You just saw 2 players pushing in on the courtyard there. Ogre 2 gets them both weak. However, one of his teammates dies. It's 10-9. Last second, he dies as well. We just heard from the stage. Look at the crowd here. They are hyped up. We have incredible Game 5 action here. Let's take a look at these very abbreviated stats.
Hines with the unfortunate goose there, but then again, it was only a 5-minute game nevertheless. 4 kills for Snakebite, 4 kills for Ogre 2.
Dude, we have got
4 kills for it. I want to see that.
We got to pull up the replay right now. Let's look. So Noble Black is up 7-6. Maniac is taken down. down right there, as you saw. I believe we now go over to APG. Yes, he's taken down as well, so the score goes to 8-7. Look at Ogre 2. He gets a huge double kill. They go up 9-8. 15 seconds on the clock, right? CLG has 2 players in the hut, and right now 2 players do not know Ogre 2's here. Look at this, 10 seconds to win. They're going to push the courtyard right now. He lays down 3 shots, 4 shots into APG. Maniac is so weak, but they do not win that battle in the hut. Royal 2 ducks away, Ogre 2 ducks away, and somehow Noble Black ties it up with 1 second left, maybe even less there on that push. Incredible play. We're probably going to see another 5-minute replay there, but yes, we just got word from the referees that, of course, that it was indeed another tie in our replay, so we will have a 3rd iteration of Game 5.
I cannot believe that. I genuinely thought where he was after picking up that double kill, he had sealed the deal. I mean, the wide came in at the end, so I didn't see it fast enough. I thought that was CLG going through. I literally could not believe he went down. That back smack must have come in literally in the last second to secure it, and what a back smack.
It was, but I have to say, potentially a communication breakdown on the part of CLG. If Ogre 2 got 50% of that team as weak as he did, 4 shots into APG, that means he is only 1 shot away from death. Put at least 2 shots into the other player on courtyard. However, that player in courtyard wins a battle against a player under the turret, right? Excuse me, under the hut in the shotgun area. Royal 2 was ducking away, moving out, potentially not helping. They're trying to stay alive. Of course, he did not want to be the last player to die. And then Ogre 2 falls for the perfect storm for Noble Black. Noble Black is not giving up yet. Neither team wants to give one another an inch.
How evenly matched are these players? Some fantastic, fantastic games of Halo going down right now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, this is, I want to say game number 5, but it's actually in theory more than that. We're going into the 2nd iteration of 5 minutes of play. Remember, this is for a spot in the grand finals of the HCS Season 1 Championships. The loser, unfortunately, will go home, but they will not go home empty-handed. They will take $10,000, but the winner of this will go on to meet Evil Geniuses and secure themselves a minimum of $20,000. The big question is, you know, are we going to see a 3rd one? Are we going to see this a 3rd time in a row?
You know, I don't think I've seen that actually in competitive Halo just yet, but these teams, of course, are fighting for not only a $50,000 first place prize, but also this trophy right now. Make some noise for game number 5 once again here in PAX East. This Boston crowd has been fantastic since.
All right, let's kick this 3rd iteration of this game off. We're going to be starting off with APG. He's been such a strong player. Coming up, will he grab that sniper rifle? No, he's not. He's going to leave it in one of his teammates. However, he knows someone there. Grenade goes in. No hit markers right now. He knows a player's down there in rocks hiding away. I'd be stunned to see him stay there, which he does. Drops down, finds one player, manages to get the first strike where he goes down, gets an assist. Rockets this time in the hands of Ares. We didn't see this last time. The Rockets belong to CLG. Turn of tables.
That's right, indeed. Once again, if you've probably noticed by now, but we do have another 5-minute replay. So this will be another quick match as well. It's going to be abbreviated. That means that the strategies are going to be a little bit different. Ares shooting a rocket there in that corner, trying to find if a player is there. Oh my goodness, and he knew it. Look at that. It took a rocket and 2 grenades. He was determined. He knew a player was there. That area often called the wall shoe, because wall shoe's been joining us here this weekend, commonly hung out right there in that spot in Halo 2. A very sneaky spot, as you saw. 2 rockets, a rocket, and 2 grenades, and finally he picks up that kill. Ares trying to pick up another kill on Ring. Oh, somehow stays alive. Looks like he might have dropped the shields. That's huge. Look at that, 5-1 now. But we saw the same thing for CLG last game, though.
Yeah, indeed. Everything to play for still. They can come back. You mentioned it. The exact same thing happened to CLG. But the Rockets, they are so vitally important. He's going to keep them in his back pocket. They can then time them. Their coaches will be in their ears, telling them when they're going to be dropping. We saw this initially round, but it all comes down. We didn't really see much of the snipers doing a great deal last time, but again, this is because of how passive they play. We've got Ares at the moment camping up on Ring 3. Does, however, find a player. He has, I believe that was that shotgun he did actually have? I think that was Ogre 2 who got pushed down with shotgun in his hand.
That was indeed the case. Ring 2 on. Oh no, well, I was going to switch over to Royal 2 actually. Royal 2 was waiting for Ares to make the mistake of peeking around the Ring 3 corner. So now 6-2, however, CLG needs to put some kills on the board. They've got 3 minutes to do so, and that player is not the enemy sniper that he's looking at on the other side. It looks like that will actually be Arcanum, who right now is on the turret.
Indeed, Arcanum and Royal 2 really feeling each other out here. They need to find one another. Again, this could be where the tables will turn. Whichever sniper goes down, Royal 2 Getting a little BR bullet to the chest, however, he's going to move back. It's not a sniper bullet, so he will have full shields at least as we go back to him. Moving across in the hut right now. I don't really know. It kind of comes down to the snipers where you want to be. You don't want to die, obviously, by the other sniper, but you do need to find a decent angle to look at, even trying to find enemy players, but it's so hard at the moment. 6-4, there's only a 2-kill gap with 2 minutes 30 remaining, and there is Aries. He goes down with a beautiful headshot from Royal 2, bringing it back to 1 kill.
And just like we said, a 5-1 lead here in the Sanctuary 5-minute replays doesn't really mean anything because once again, we're down to a 1-kill game. Keep in mind, Aries was not the enemy sniper. That is in the hands of Arcanum, so that kill will not neutralize the sniper for a moment. Royal 2 continues to look across the map here. Like you were saying, Sims, before, this mind game right here, what we have here is both snipers want to feel each other out, but they don't want to get picked off by one another.
I'm quite surprised Aries made that move. He's already made a move once and got taken down from ring 3. You mentioned it before how Royal 2 took a shot at somebody but missed them. He knew Royal 2 was there. He's questionable. He's already been killed by sniper. Why would you poke your head out again? I don't want to see Aries once again dying by the sniper. Otherwise, that's what's been too pokey. You mentioned it. They had a 4-kill lead. Now, 1 minute 30 remaining on the game, and there's only 1 kill in it.
That's right, and it sounds like we are ready to take a look at all 4 of this team's composition in just a moment. They're only down by 1 kill, so let's take a look. We were just on board with your top left screen. That's Royal 2, sniper rifle still in hand. You see Ogre 2 engaging across the map, though, so bottom right, Snakebite ties the game up 6-6.
This is what we want. 1 minute 10 remaining, near enough, 6-6. As we mentioned, Royal 2 looking for another play. He believes there's someone over in the rocks. He does have help from Heinz if he needed to put BR fires across, but look at where Ogre 2 is. He's hiding out around the Washi area right now. Just seeing if he can get someone. He did manage to put good shots on before. Still at 6-6. We've hit the 1 minute remaining mark. Here we go. Who's going to take that?
Oh,
that's going to be a... Was
but
that a trade?
That is Arcanum. No, that is Arcanum who picked up that sniper. So we're going to go on board with him as he was watching that crazy angle into ring on the pea shooter there from the shotgun. Noble Black is up 7-6, 40 seconds left.
Arcanum using the gun to the best of his ability, putting 1 on the board for them. Does who actually has rockets? That's going to be Aries at the moment.
Let's go to that.
Look at where
Let's show all 4 screens here right now. So rockets are in the hand of Aries, and now 8-6, they go up by 2.
So sniper rifle in the hands of Arcanum. APG's got cover from his Heinz ring down, but that's going to be Maniac going down. However, he needs to reload the rockets, Aries. That's going to be Rockets transitions hands, but look, we're going to come back kill on our hands from APG. 1 kill at the moment, 9-9, 15 seconds remaining. Please, for the love of God, don't tell me it's going to happen again. 10-9 in the hands of Noble Black. 9 seconds away from winning. They do have a guy trapped in the hut, however. 5 seconds, can he land it? 10-10, Royal 2 saves the day, though.
No, my gosh. Royal 2, incredible jumping headshot. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
Wow, what a savior of a headshot. Commiserations to these players. You can hear the crowds going mad. That was a save. That was such a save.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I've never seen anything like this in competitive Halo in all my years. Royal 2 clutching it. I was afraid he was going to miss the second shot as well. He just jumps out. He knew what he had to do, and he hits the headshot somehow.
That was incredible.
Now we'll take a look at the stats once again from that game. Royal 2 goes 4-0.
Oh, 4 kills at the moment, as you mentioned. That's insane.
Oh, I cannot wait to see the replay there. I'm so glad we have it in the back. With 15 seconds left, Sims, it was tied 9-9. Look at this here from Royal 2.
Turns around, misses
so
the
right there, he knows he has to do something. 8 seconds on the clock, and they're down by 1.
Turns around. This is the look at that. Boom, in the face. Good night, Arcanum. And again, I believe Arcanum actually had that sniper rifle. He did come off to the snipe, the snipe off at the end. What a savior of a bullet, though. Imagine if he missed that shot. That would have been it. That would have been them eliminated from the loser bracket and out of the competition completely.
It was all or nothing on that shot. He didn't have time for a body shot, right? He needed to hit the headshot because that player was about to duck behind that pillar on the flag area. Who knows what would have happened if he didn't hit that shot. With 4 seconds left, however, he does. So we are Royal 2 clutching it there. In that game as they were down by 1. I have never seen anything like this in terms of Team Slayer replays in a Game 5. We could not... this is testament to how evenly matched these 2 teams are.
Yeah, definitely. Without... You have to give them credit. You mentioned over the testament. So evenly matched right now. I can't call it. I want to ask. I want to try and say who's going to win, but it's just so uneven at the moment. Anything can happen. We've seen it where teams, each time, whoever's got the rockets, it's been the same thing. Whoever's got the rockets has gone in the lead. Got the rocket kills, gone up by about 2 or 3 kills. come back again, and it's always gone neck and neck. When that initial push comes at the end, all it's going to take is for one person to mess up there. Eventually, someone at the end is going to do the wrong push and get, I think it'll probably come from a flank. And like we saw with, at the end, it's the first one with Ogre 2, he got flanked from behind. You mentioned of the team where no one called out that one-shot player. That could have happened. I'm going to wait again to see. The push always comes at the end. It's do or die in those final seconds. What can you, I mean, Royal 2 did it. He didn't die, he actually did it. Put the bullet between that guy's face. Arcadum's going to be disappointed with that one. Especially, you know, when he's actually got sniper rifle himself. People in the crowd, are you hyped? Are you enjoying what you're seeing so far? Again, we're going to another replay of game number 5. This is Halo!
And I cannot say we have players lined up against that back barricade here. We are at full capacity here in Boston. Let's start things off once again with Royal 2 here.
So here we go, another 5 minutes on the board, Andy. I did not think we'd be here today. The team's putting on a show. 1-0 up now. That will be for, I believe, Aries putting one on. Looking across, is that the Rockets in his hands again? No, it's actually not. It's going to be Snakebite of CLG who has the Rockets. But the man of the moment, Royal 2 with that snipe. I cannot believe it.
An unbelievably clutch play from him to keep them in this tournament. Now we are going to our 3rd iteration here of Team Slayer on Sanctuary, tied 1-1. This time, like you said, Sims, CLG did win the rocket battle. So we'll give you a quick peek at that. Snakebite does have the rockets in ring. Just taking a look across the map, trying to find opponents now back to Royal 2.
It's going to be very interesting to see how they use that. Again, not a massive lead. They need to try and extend it.
I'm seeing something here that I need to tell you about. It looks like Heinz here is on the other side of the map. Take a look at this. He is on his opponent's rock ramp. Oh, and they might see him in the bond right now. We haven't seen this yet in this series, Sims. He is all the way on the other side of the map all alone. If he times his push perfectly with his team, they can get all 4 down with ease, and they did not see him there on that push.
I spoke about the flank. He's going to be calling that one out.
So, yeah, what just happened was Heinz let Snakebite know that those 2 players were in bonfire. Snakebite fired that rocket but did not connect. So we will keep you updated with, no, we should actually stay here.
Yeah,
now, I'll second
intense.
guess myself. Heinz has a crazy vantage point right now. He's not even showing because he does not want the enemy team to know he's here.
I think any second we should definitely jump on board with the listener. I want to hear how he's going to coordinate this push because, again, we mentioned before about the flank.
Yep.
He can work this one out. He doesn't have any power weapons, but he has the power play position. There is a sniper rifle in the hands of Royal 2. There is a rocket in the hands of Snakebite. Again, Richie Heinz just camping down here. We are very shortly going to go to a listening so we can hear how they're going to communicate this one. Currently, he's still there. He's just not moving.
No, he's not. He doesn't need to. And listening is ready, so let's go on board here with CLG. They're up by 1.
Eyes on the flag.
We can see it, I think.
They're not going to be looking
That
behind
was you that
them.
lifted, right?
No. Guys, they're not going to be looking behind them.
Oh, they lifted their HUD then. They lifted.
Get eyes on the sniper if you can.
Let them e-clock. Just hiding our rocks.
I don't want to poke out, guys. I have no vision.
Don't.
Actually,
I'm just looking there.
If you can get someone weak, let me know.
They're corp on again.
Dude, if they go flag though.
They're corp on. I don't.
You see it? If we see it, we can go for another.
Are we ring 3? Are we ring 3?
They're turret.
Sniping their turret.
Ring 2. They're ring 3 jump right now. They're courtyard ring 3 jump. He's there. He's
Check
ring
out.
3. He fell.
I got him. Ring 2 again. They're bond.
Our window. Our wall. Shoddy our spiral. They're looking for rock.
Bond. In ring 1. In ring. They're pushing sniping.
Sniping their P in ring. Their spiral is
behind us still. Ring 3.
Ring 3.
They know I'm here. They know I'm here. They know I'm here. They know I'm here.
We're gonna have to play Hex now.
They're P in ring 3.
Dead, dude.
All right, and I got to switch back over to Arcanum because Noble Black, with less than 2 minutes left, has tied up the game 4-4.
Again with the sniper rifle, but Arcanum just needs to find some people. Royal 2 has been putting a great show on. We're looking for Arcanum to do the same. They have now taken the lead. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining.
And I have to say, that push you heard Heinz say, they know I'm here, abort right there. They did not get the upper hand despite having Heinz behind enemy lines and able to flank, able to call out enemy locations like there. They had crazy intel, but Noble Black eventually found Heinz in the back of the base. They now lead 5-4.
Just looking across as well, there are no rockets in play. I don't think we're going to be seeing them for the rest of this game. Only 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. 5-4. The score, he just
and that's Royal.
No idea how
Royal
he
2
managed
was
to
thinking
skip
about
that one.
yeah. Royal 2 was thinking about jumping up with the sniper rifle, but that bullet came awfully too close to his visor, so he will back down as well.
But they're obviously now going to know where he is in the hot area, so they need to be very, very careful. Still no more kills coming in. 53 seconds remaining. Will somebody please seal this one out right now? This is intense stuff. Something that we love to see right now, especially in a lose final. Nobody wants to go home. Moving down into the 40 seconds remaining mark.
And CLG does have control of ring. That's worth noting. So that's going to give Royal 2 a little bit more angles to snipe from. He's about to jump up to ring 3. We'll see if he finds Arcanum. Arcanum is not checking ring 3, so Royal 2 might have the opportunity right now. We'll take a look. Now I'll switch quickly over to Royal 2, who is looking for Arcanum. He has moved up to ring 3, you see.
Again at Royal 2 previously, but that's going to be Arcanum. Sniping down Snakebite from ring, but someone else answers back. It's going to be Ogre 2 answers back, taking down APG. Bullets coming across, all tied up once again. 6-6, 10 seconds remaining. Will he go down? Yes. No, he doesn't. 5 seconds. He's one shot. 7-7. 3 is still 7-7. 2 seconds to go. It's going to be another 7-7. He's another draw.
I cannot believe it. Richie Hines' father right there on screen cannot believe it. As you see, he stands up. I can't imagine the emotions going through his head as a father watching his son tie game after game. And look at Noble Black. They still exchange those handshakes and those pounds as they know that they are staying in this tournament. We're tied 7-7. Shortly, I'm going to lose count of how many replays we have had. I believe that was the 3rd replay, if I'm not mistaken. We will go to a 4th replay of this game. But Arcanum, how big was that from him? He hits that sniper across the map to tie the game up, and then he hits that no-scope. How big was that on the player who's about to drop down?
Couldn't believe it. I actually thought he'd kind of sealed the deal then, to be honest with you. And we're going to go to the last 15 seconds with Arcanum to get his POV and show you exactly what he did there. But this was the big play. Again, the push could have come, looked across, scopes in, misses the first one. Player comes round the corner, turns around, boom, manages to hit him, unfortunately staying alive. But watch this now.
And look at that, 7-7. Both kills were exchanged. So let me break down what just happened there. Arcanum hits that no-scope, pushes the player back, right? So another player on CLG actually came to finish the Arcanum kill, ends up finishing another kill. However, the player who was down there kills the player that Arcanum had no-scope there, as much of a tongue twister as that is, and a convoluted sequence. We tie 7-7 again. Arcanum this time keeps his team in with that no-scope. The game before, it was Royal 2 who tied the game with 4 seconds left. And I cannot believe that these two teams are tied so neck and neck, replay after replay.
What a pleasure it is, not only to be watching it, but to be casting this. This is intense stuff. I absolutely live for this. This is what I wanted to see, especially on Championship Sunday. You cannot get any better. Neither of these teams wants to be eliminated in 3rd place. They want to move forward. They want to face Evil Geniuses in that grand final. Wow. I can see it's going to go on here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what it is, Sims. This is the most money Halo teams have had to play for, of course, all season. This is the grand final. This is the most money that teams have had to play for a while. They're also fighting for that coveted trophy and the bragging rights of the best Halo team in the world. But you know, there's a lot of money on the line here. Their share of 100,000, 50,000 to first. Neither team wants to make that mistake, right? Typically in Shrine Slayer, we would see very different play style, right? People taking chances in a 15-minute game. You can kind of play a little bit more of a marathon and make sure that you're consistently making the right plays to give your team the lead. Sometimes even making a push that you know you will die in order to get control of an area. We're not seeing stuff like that because it's only a 5-minute game and the teams are just playing back and forth, right? That sniper play becoming so huge. It is up to Royal 2 and Arcanum to hit the shots that they need to. So far, they've done so. If it comes to a point where they don't hit those shots, that's when we might see a team finally win this series.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you saw Arcanum there getting the guy down from ring 3. I believe that was Snakebite at one point. Actually took him down. He dropped. Then the push came. All the madness happened. Can you imagine, though, if we'd have actually landed that no-scope? That would have been seriously disgusting. But I have to give credit to Royal 2. That turn and quick scope to the guy back on back flag, hitting him in the face to survive yet again. As you mentioned, this is now going to be our 4th, I do believe, reiteration of 5-minute replays.
Yeah, this is, I think, the 4th replay in our 3rd iteration. But I'll tell you the truth, I've completely lost count at this point.
My mind is completely blown, not only by the loss of how many there is, but by this game. the game players that we've seen today, in fact, all weekend have been incredible. Every single team has shone out, and we've seen moments of madness. Still no overkill. I'm going to say that one.
No overkill, but we are approaching a different number 4, and that's the replay of this match here. So we now have another replay here of Game 5. Make some noise, Boston. We're about to see the winner, potentially, of the losers bracket finals at the HCS Season 1 finals. Let's kick it off with Arcanum.
Once again, starting off with Arcanum, and lo and behold, what's he going to go for? More than likely the sniper rifle. I do believe, yes, he is. Someone else leaves it for him, picks that up, looking down P Street. Can he find anybody? You wouldn't expect anybody to push at that. However, they do take the lead. That's going to be a grenade on Richie Hines. He goes down, looking across into the rocks right now, scoping out, not finding anybody at this moment in time. However, we will tell you now, Noble Black have acquired the rockets. Arcanum missing that jump. Probably not a bad thing. I'm not a big fan of seeing snipers up on ring 3, but a beautiful headshot finds Ogre 2. Puts number 2 point count on the board.
Surprising to see Ogre 2 in the back rocks there. He, of course, is not sniping. That's going to be in the hands of Royal 2. So Arcanum putting 2 points on the board. We have Noble with control of ring. They also have the rocket launcher. However, the early leads here in Shrine Slayer, of course, have meant little to nothing so far.
Oh, a little bit of an unfortunate grenade there. I think it would be only fair to kind of show you if we can get the 4 POVs of CLG at some time, because they are currently trying to bump up onto ring 3 once again. 3 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Not a single kill on the board for CLG. Sniper rifle and rockets currently in the hands of Noble Black, but look at Ogre 2. He's down in the shotgun tunnel. Royal 2 once again hiding up in his hut right now.
Yep.
But here we go, the Snakebite and Hines combo jumping up onto ring 3. But the problem is, Bravo, they don't really have anything to go up there with. They don't have rocket control. They don't really have ring control, and they don't have the sniper to pop up there because he's hanging around in the hut.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is the opposite POV of the team we were just on board with. You were watching Arcanum there with the sniper rifle. Now we're seeing what's on the other side of the 50-yard line. And then the reason this game, it looks like a snakebite there with a 4-shot there to bring the game within 1. That's what they needed to do, right? They jump up to ring 3, they land the perfect 4. Snakebite keeping his team in this match. But the reason this game type, on top of the reason that there's so much on the line, is playing so slow, is that this is a symmetrical 2-base map. There is a 50-yard line that both teams have to respect, and neither team wants to cross that without full support and full coverage of their sniper.
Indeed, but they need to be careful of Ares. He knows what they're doing, that they're doing the little jump up all the time to try and get up onto ring 3. He does have those rockets, and he needs to make them count. The game, again, a game-changing weapon, just like sniper rifle. Anything can happen at the moment. I do believe, yes, it is Snakebite and Hines once again doing the little bump up to ring 3. Couple of little shots on there from Ogre 2. He caught the feet of somebody. However, we're moving back across to Arcanum right now, hiding out with his sniper. He sees the plasma grenades coming in. He knows somebody is by the turret ramp. Can he actually find it and connect with their visor? We should find out shortly. However, we are approaching the 2-minute remaining, Matt. That's going to be a big rocket coming in. However, he does respond quite quickly. That's Ares getting a kill with rockets and then going down. Bravo have the rockets transitioned away.
Yeah, rockets are now back in the hands of Maniac here on this side. So we're going to look at all 4 players of Noble Black. Score is 3-2. We have less than 2 minutes left. Maniac still has rockets in ring control. Arcanum patrolling around. He does not want to get out-sniped. He also wants to make sure no one jumps up on ring 3. So, you know, if you're just joining us here on twitch.tv/Halo, this is the 4th replay of Shrine Team Slayer. Neither team wants to lose. Both teams want to go into the grand finals where they're going to play for $50,000. Still a 1-kill game and a minute and a half left.
We've only seen, I think, out of all these players, it's been Maniac, but more than importantly, Noble Black, who mainly had rocket control. But to be fair, it's not made any difference every single time. It's the snipers that have come down to it. We need to see one of them make the move. We saw on there, Ares has just managed to see the feet of a player. I'm not entirely sure who that is. They will get called out. But Maniac, he's literally just holding this position, waiting till he sees a CLG player pop up onto ring 3. There's the shots coming in, so he knows somebody's there.
And one of the coolest things that if you're watching here at home or in the crowd that you can see here, keep in mind, these 4 players are watching their each other's screens as well, right? They're keeping an eye on and trying to see. So Maniac's going to wait till he sees someone jump up to ring 3 on his teammate's screen to shoot that rocket.
Indeed, and that's what they need to take control of at the moment in time. However, Arcanum is going one-on-one with a play. That's going to be a big assist coming. Rocket goes in for Maniac. That guy's going to be weak. Another assist. 5-3 the score. He does go down. That's going to move to 5-4 right now. Once again, neck and neck in the last 30 seconds. 1 kill game, Bravo.
5-5 here now, 5-5. I almost can't believe it, but here comes the CLG push.
Here we go then, 6-5. Now they're going to go down 7-5. I do believe. I can't actually see the score at the moment, Bravo. 18 seconds remaining. 3-kill lead for CLG. Have they done it? Have they done enough to see it through to the grand finals? 10 seconds remain. 3-kill lead. Can they see it out? 5 seconds. We're going into the final once. They've got another kill. Surely that should be it. CLG are going to the finals.
And what a marathon here. You see a cry there, a roar from Hines as they have finally won this series. One of the most grueling series we've seen here in the HCS and in competitive Halo history. CLG finally wins that replay. We were on board there with Noble Black, and everything fell apart for them towards the end.
Commiserations to Noble Black. They will not see the grand finals. However, this has been the story of the underdog team. They had to play the wildcard match to secure their 8th seed spot. They've moved forward, proved everybody wrong. They've taken 3rd place. They walk home with $10,000. They won't be happy with it, but you know, they put on such an amazing show. Commiseration to them, but congratulations. Look, the crowd is going wild. Do you want to see more Halo, guys? Give us a cheer. This is what we want to see on Championship Sunday. CLG moving forward, then they will again play Evil Geniuses. Earlier on, we saw some fantastic games from them. Both of them teams securing a minimum of $20,000. Have a look at the kills, Bravo.
Yeah, 3 kills there for Royal 2, Ogre 2, and Snakebite. That was enough to give them their 9 kills, of course, as they finally closed that match out. Incredible stuff from them, and it felt like their Noble Black, they had everything they needed. They had the rocket launcher, they had, as well as the sniper rifle, and they had everything but a big enough lead towards the end of that match, right? And you saw the exhaustion on the faces of Noble Black, right? Maniac with his face in his hands. We saw APG maybe with a 1,000-yard stare as he looks off as well. And on the other side, CLG, of course, can finally get up and celebrate because they're headed to the grand finals after 4 iterations of Shrine Team Slayer.
I believe that was possibly a third game in a row that Richie Hines pulled no kills, but again, that doesn't matter. The teamwork were there. The captain led his CLG team to victory. They've made it through once again to the grand final. Seeds number 1 and 2 going at it for $50,000. Bravo, let's take a look at the bracket on screen to see how we got here today.
And we've now seen the entire road of the tournament, all 3 days laid out before you. In winner's bracket round 1, we saw Evil Geniuses, Cloud9, Denial, and CLG moving on to the semis. Of course, today we looked at the losers finals. That was Noble Black and CLG just now, finally following the winners finals. And now we are back at the grand finals. Evil Geniuses versus CLG. These are your top 2 teams. However, we have yet to determine a Season 1 champion.
Indeed, and we've actually seen already a Game 5 out of these 2 teams. Can we see it again? You've just seen what we've just witnessed. That was some incredible Halo. Everything that we want to see once again on Championship Sunday. I think we're going to be seeing the same again. Obviously, we're going to go into 2 best-of-5s, depending on who wins and who comes out on top. Evil Genius is going in with the upper advantage. Not only the upper advantage in games, but more so the fact that they know they've already beaten them once.
That's exactly
They'll be thinking, can we do it again?
Right, and they have to also know in the back of their mind that they only won by 1 game. I tell you what, Noble Black, we cannot forget. Noble Black was up in that series 2-0. That was huge for them. That's going to be a heartbreaking defeat for Arcanum and crew, as they had, all they needed to do was close out 1 more game. Time and time again, they were unable to do so after all those replays of Shrine TS. You have to imagine that's what they're thinking about now. If something had happened differently towards the end of any of those matches, they could be in our grand finals. But Sims, what a fitting end to HCS Season 1. The 2 top teams, Evil Geniuses, keep in mind, they won the first online tournament. They won the last 2 online tournaments. They won Gamers for Giving. CLG took home first place at the first event. These are our top 2 teams all season long. Here they are in the grand finals.
Indeed, and what a show they are going to put on for you guys at home. Me personally, this has been a pleasure to cast. I can't get over what I've seen. This is high level, the high level Halo. This is the top 8 in the world at the end of the day. They should be putting games on like that, but nobody goes home empty-handed. All the 8 teams have earned themselves some money today. Noble Black, of course, taking home 10 grand in the back pocket. It's not all doom and gloom. However, I do believe up on main stage we do have Clutch waiting for us. So Clutch, it's over to you.
Thank you, Sims. What an impeccable series that was. And also, ladies and gentlemen, give it up to Noble Black for that performance. Joining us from the wild card into the 8th seed, they definitely made a statement that they were one of the top contenders when it comes to Halo esports. We're going to take a break, allowing CLG and Evil Geniuses to get set up for the finals. When we come back, information about Season 2, the Denial Esports montage, and then we crown a champion. Jump on Twitter. Let's get it trending. #HCS. The Halo Championship Series Season 1 Finals continues after this. Stay tuned.
Are you a fan of Big Team Battlegrounds? If so, you're in luck. I'm Andy Bravo-Radinsky, and this is Breaking Down the Map, the show where I walk you through the multiplayer maps within the Halo universe and also give you some tips to help you succeed online and beyond. In today's episode, we're taking a look at one of the most iconic maps of all time. It's Coagulation, now remade in Halo 2 Anniversary as Bloodline. It was originally released in Halo 1 under the name of Blood Gulch, and I know we've all undoubtedly got some great memories playing on the various iterations of this map, which makes for some of the most intense capture the flag and assault games. It's back for Halo 2 Anniversary with everything you loved about it and more. New vehicles? Check. New weapons to dual wield? Double check. Victory guaranteed? Only if you listen to what I have to say and implement it into your gameplay. Let's get into it. First up, let's take a look at some of the updates that have been made to this historic map. So here we go, and we spawn, and wait, is that an assault rifle? You bet. Halo 2 Anniversary, you can set the assault rifle as the starting weapon, which allows you to engage enemies at a medium range and is much trustier than the SMG on this large battlefield. Be sure to yell Big Sauce whenever you get a kill with it. If the AR isn't your thing, you can grab the suppressed SMG on your way to the top of the base. If you fall down while trying to get up top, no worries. You have easier access to the top of the base with more jump route options for you to choose from. There's one by the lift, and one in the back of the base. If you prefer, you can jump up from the bottom here to inside the base. There's also a way to jump up on top of the base platform from inside the flag area. Speaking of lifts, you might notice there's no teleporter on this version of the map. To jump into the battle, just hop into one of the 2 man cannons which are located on top of the base platform. Be sure to also make use of the EMP on top of the base. Finally, there's now a way to stop the flag from getting away in a Warthog or a Gun Goose. This is the new interactive element on the map, and it creates a brand new layer of strategy. Whether you're using it offensively or defensively, make sure you figure it out before you push into the enemy base. Aside from these updates, the majority of the map will play very similarly to the original in terms of game flow. Be sure to jump in and add these new gameplay elements to your team's gameplay. Next up, let's jump into the power weapons and weapon layout on the map. First things first, there of course is a sniper rifle on this map. The sniper rifle spawns on top of each base right next to the lift, and as you're well aware, there are plenty of ways to get up top to make sure that you secure it. Because there are so many vehicles on Bloodline, you're going to want to get the rocket launcher, which spawns right in the middle of the map. Expect heavy resistance when trying to secure it, as there's only one available. If you need some ammo, there is some on either side of the map here and here. Now let's talk about the speed boost, which does exactly like it says. Located on either side of the map here in the rocks or here in the cave, it'll make your Spartan move quickly across the battlefield and into enemy territory if desired. Make sure to use the speed boost in conjunction with other teammates, otherwise the enemy team will pick you off. Unfortunately, you won't be faster than the slew of vehicles located on the map, which of course can be their own power weapons if used correctly. Each base contains a Gun Goose, a Hornet, a Warthog, and a Ghost. You have a lot of options, so be sure to choose the one that suits your needs best. If the Gun Goose is your thing, there's also one near the blue base and directly in the middle next to the rockets. To continue, let's talk about some of the other weapons that you'll find on Bloodline. For a map this size, rifle weapons are of course key. There's one behind the EMP tower of each base, and also in the middle of the map. And the other rifle weapon, the carbine, can be found under each side base. Over here, you'll find the fuel rod cannon, which is a nice alternative to destroy those pesky vehicles trying to penetrate your base. Storm or defend the bases with a shotgun, which is located right in front of each base. Lastly, this map wouldn't be the same without the classic Halo 2 Troy weapon, the Brute Shot, which is located right next to each mongoose. Now, getting your hands on these weapons and vehicles ain't gonna mean squat if you can't stay alive. Let me show you the best ways to do so. If attacking isn't your thing, grab the sniper rifle and sit back and enjoy the incoming headshots. From this ledge over the side of the base, you can see all the way to the other side of the map and everything in between. You'll be picking off everyone, but be careful. The opposing team has a ledge just like yours, and there's a good chance their enemy sniper is looking for you. Use the vehicles on the map to your advantage and don't give the enemy team a chance to use theirs. It's easy to get overwhelmed by enemy vehicles as there are only a few weapons that can take them out. In Neutral Bomb, you can go on offense when you have the bomb, but when you're unsure of its whereabouts, make sure to stay close to your own.
That was awesome to see. That is going to do it.
Welcome back to the Halo Championship Series Season 1 Finals. Bravo now joined in the booth by Golden Boy for our Grand Finals. I feel incredible. That it was one of the most incredible matches I've ever seen. You said to Sims, he was a part of Halo history. I have never seen a match go that long. Yesterday, I had tweeted that that was the most incredible series that I had ever casted, the Yesterday series, right, with Denial. But however, now that I can say has been topped today, and now we're gonna see what our grand finals have in store.
I know, I just absolutely cannot wait, folks. Of course, guys, we're gonna have Counter Logic Gaming facing off against Evil Geniuses in the grand finals. These players are gonna be playing for $50,000. Okay, folks, that's a lot of nuts. All right, just want to throw that out there. But let's go ahead and talk about some other stuffs.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, we have a little bit of teasers here for Season 2 and what's to come. I'm excited for HCS Season 2 to tee up Season 2 with the HCS Season 1 Grand Finals like we have. Has been absolutely incredible.
That's right, folks. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about it. So the Halo Championship Series Season 2 preseason cups 1 and 2 will take place April 5th and April 12th, giving these players some time to rest, relax, and shake up the rosters a little bit. But the first event will be taking place at Iron Games HCS Atlanta, April 17th and the 19th. We have an updated point system as well, which we'll be breaking that down later on. And there will be 2 LAN events that will lead into the Season 2 finals in July.
Yeah, also let me clarify, there will not be 2 LAN events in July, but there will be the Season 2 finals in July. So if you do want to start registering for the preseason cups, make sure you head to esl.gg/Halo Esports or halowaypoint.com/HCS. You can learn all about the Halo Championship Series if you want to begin competing in Season 2. Like you said, we're going to have an updated point system as well. And let's talk a little bit about that Iron Gaming Atlanta tournament.
Yeah, that's right. So the good news, folks, is Iron Gaming is back again after the first stop for the Halo Championship Series Season 1. And it was an incredible event where CLG ended up coming out on top. Here we go. Bravo, break this down for us.
All right, now Season 2 kickoff event is going to be Iron Games HCS Atlanta. We're very excited to partner once again with Iron Gaming to kick this off. Prize pool is going to be $25,000 for that first tournament. And I have to say, team passes are available right now. Just head to atlanta.irongaming.tv. I got to say, Iron Gaming, you see the brand new logo in the top left. They've got an all-new website as well where you can purchase those passes. I'm excited about the event. I think it's going to be great. So make sure you register now if you want to be at that event. That's where you're going to be able to grab your first HCS points for Season 2.
That's right, folks. And the good news here is that there's just going to be so much more awesomeness down the line. As you saw in the graphic before, we have another event that is yet announced. You'll find out more soon. And then the grand finals. And if there anything like this here, you can expect yourself an incredible show. So far, it's been amazing. But bravo, I guess, I mean, we're here.
We're here.
This is it.
It took us quite a bit of losers bracket finals matches to get here. We've had a countless game 5s yesterday and today. Gamers Forgiving, we've joked for the past 2 weeks about how that tournament was full of sweeps. It was all 3-0s. We showed that the teams that were on top, they were dominant. The upper seed, the higher seed always won those matches. However, now looking here at the HCS Season 1 finals, everything to play for. This is the biggest Halo tournament we've seen in quite some time. The most money on the line, of course, $50,000 going to first place alone, and no team wants to give any room for the other team to take advantage of them. We saw that certainly during those losers bracket finals.
Yep, that's right. So, folks, we're going to get into that in a little bit, but first we have an awesome treat for you as well. So our friends over at Denial Esports allowed us to premiere the the first trailer, the first Halo montage trailer for Denial Esports. Saw Denial compete this weekend, and I mean, obviously a great team, the UGC champions, very talented squad, and I guess I don't want to really dive much into it. I'm just going to say it's awesome. You guys are going to love it. So without further ado, here is the Denial Esports Team Taj.
Double kill out of Cloud. There's the triple out of Cloud. Big play there. They have control of the R3. They spawn all of EG at Snake Tower. And there's Mikwin getting it done. There's a huge double kill for Mikwin.
Oh my goodness. Could this be the run that nets Denial a championship? The first championship for Denial in Halo. Will it come today here at UGC? Ryan Noob taking this flag forward. Will this be it, folks? It's going to be so close. They could smell it. And Ryan Noob, he has this opportunity. He was here earlier saying this is the best they've ever played. And will this be the case? Yes, it will be. Denial will be the UGC champion. Right here himself, the double kill. Can he get the trip? Grinders in a position, and he does get the triple kill. Oh my goodness! He lined that one up and he kicked off Flamesword.
Overkill. But EG, they do have control of that right face. Double kill out of Clef. There's the triple out of Clef.
Oh my goodness.
There's the double kill.
Nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Halo Championship Series Season 1 Finals presented by ESL. After competing in the online season, 9 teams joined us right here at PAX East in Boston. After playing in a best-of-5 double elimination bracket, only 2 teams remain. The first place prize, $50,000. Let's take a look at our first team. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Evil Geniuses. Now let's take a look at our second finalist. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for CLG. Best of luck to both of our teams. It's now my pleasure to introduce our commentators, Andy Bravo-Dudinsky and Alex Golden Boy Mendez. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Clutch. It is time, folks, for the grand finals here at the Halo Championship Series Season 1 Championship, or Finals, excuse me. Look at me, I'm all flustered. Look, I'm still recovering from that last game. Listen, folks, there's a story here to be told, and I'm going to tell it to you right now. So it started all at Iron Gaming.
Yep.
Okay, let's go ahead and talk about this. Iron Gaming, we saw Evil Geniuses face off against Counterlogic Gaming in the finals. That was their first battle, okay? In that final...
Oh, wait, I'll interrupt you. Their first battle was Online Cup number 1.
That's true.
Where EG actually faced CLG early on and knocked CLG to a top 64 finish in the first cup. EG was on top on day 1 of the HCS.
That's very true. And a lot of people said, you know, CLG, they ran into EG early, but the first battle on LAN, of course, but I do agree with you there. So there was a story to be told even before we got to Iron Gaming.
Yeah.
Then we saw Evil Geniuses fall to Counter Logic Gaming in the end. And CLG looked fantastic. Unfortunately, Pistola, who was on EG, could not compete anymore. They needed to find a new player. They needed to find a new fourth. In comes Lethal from Believe the Hype. And Lethal joins this team, and everyone says, I don't know how this is going to work
I'll say
out.
it too. I wasn't sure team composition-wise. I wasn't sure how Lethal was going to fit in with this team, right? We know Lethal's a top player. He took home first place at the launch invitational. We've seen him do incredible things throughout the duration of Halo Reach's lifespan. But I think it took a little while, but he's fitting in quite well. The next time they played was Gamers for Giving.
That's right. So UGC went to Denial, who we just saw their awesome montage there. But then we went over to Gamers for Giving, and that was the second, or actually, yeah, that would be the second battle that they had, okay? The second battle, and this time it would be Evil Geniuses who would come out on top with Lethal.
That's right.
That, you know, kind of set the stage because it gave EG that #1 seed that CLG held the entire season since Iron Gaming. Counter Logic Gaming was pretty much an unstoppable force.
Yeah, they were the undisputed champion, right? The entire season, whenever you looked at the standings, they were #1. It was without question. It was more a question of Denial and EG, who's going to fight for second and third, what's happening with Cloud9 and Straight Rippin' around the 4th and 5th place spots, right? Those were the questions that were being asked, as well as Optic Gaming, of course, in that top 4. However, Evil Geniuses, dominating performance at Gamers for Giving, sweeping CLG in the finals. So they came into this event with #1. So, you know, CLG, for the first time, knocked off their throat.
That's right. And now we're here, the third battle between these two teams. It's going down in Boston, Massachusetts at PAX East. And for everyone that is out there in the crowd, you're about to witness one heck of a slobber knocker. I cannot wait until this matchup begins. And there you know, of course, everyone has been just coming all around the convention because they hear the noise that the Halo crowd has been making. I need you guys to be louder than that, though. Can you be louder, please? There we go. That's what I like to see.
I actually just saw a picture from one of the balconies of the convention center, and we are well past capacity. Overflow seating has started to just go all the way back. I mean, rows and rows deep. So a huge shout out to all of you here in Boston. It has been incredible, as well as all of you joining us on Twitch. This has been what an incredible weekend of Halo we've had. Let's recap the top 8 placings so far outside of the finals.
Yep, that's right. So we had, to round things off, Vive came, the Battle of Europe champions came all the way across and unfortunately fell to Noble Black, but we'll get to Noble Black in a little bit. Optic Gaming takes 8th place. Elevate with 7th. Straight Rippin' with a solid 6th place finish. Denial Esports, 5th place for them. Cloud9, though, 4th, looking great, overcoming a lot in this competition. And then we just witnessed Noble Black fall to Counter Logic Gaming, but my goodness, that could have went either way.
Absolutely could have. I have to say, Noble Black with a Cinderella story throughout the entire tournament. Like you said, I mean, Ares, Arcanum, and the crew, APG as well, they had a lot to prove here.
Yeah.
A lot of people counted them out immediately, even counted them out throughout the entire season. Arcanum, though, super confident in the roster that he had built. Like we said, APG and Ares, 2 players that were on Optic Gaming throughout the season. They had a lot to prove, and I think it's safe to say that they did that here this weekend.
That's right. They certainly did. Noble Black, good job out of them. But here we are, folks. This is it. It's time for the grand finals. Evil Geniuses versus Counter Logic Gaming. This is pretty much a story that has been told not only in Halo, but it's also been told in other esports titles in the past. I mean, it just seems like these two brands can never, not run into one another.
Yep.
And representing their teams well. There you see the boys in Evil Geniuses as they are getting ready to go, of course, with Coach Towie in the back. He's been such a factor for this squad.
He is. Every time we go into a listen-in with Evil Geniuses, Towie is on top of the power weapons as well as those power-ups. I mean, you got to say there's a reason that Towie has been behind these 4 guys for a while, especially Lunchbox and Roy, right? Coaching Instinct for years in the past. He's joining them again on this EG roster. As you see on your screen, they are your number 1 ranked HCS team.
That's right. Roy, Snipe Down, Lethal, Lunchbox. An incredible combination, talent through and through. Roy and Lunchbox part of that, I would say, legendary Instinct roster.
Yep.
And then, of course, you had the MCC winner, Lethal, joined by one of the greats, the man that is so good with the weapon that he has it in his name, Snipe Down. But then on the other side, they just had a grueling battle against Noble Black. Of course, being coached there by Royal One, Counter Logic Gaming, folks.
Yeah, Counter Logic Gaming coming in with your second seed. Like we said, these are the best 2 teams in the world, and they are about to duke it out for the title of Season 1 champion. Now, this is the best performing team on land so far. Average placing of 2nd. That means they're always in the finals. As we said during the pregame, they lost that #1 seed only 2 weeks ago. And Heinz, Royal 2, Ogre 2, and Snakebite, that is your CLG team.
That's right, folks. These guys are going to have one heck of a battle here, and it's going to be starting up in just a little bit. Now, we got to talk about, I guess, the overall picture here, Bravo. What are you thinking right now? Who you'll have going into this?
You know, I think obviously the winners bracket finals were a preview of what we're about to see here. We could take a look at those game types. It was looks like Neutral Bomb Warlord was game 1 in that series, and game number 1 of the grand finals here is going to be 3 flag CTF on Shrine. So that is a very different game type. Looking forward to seeing, like you said, these teams are always butting heads throughout the entirety of HCS Season 1, whether it's online or on land. These 2 organizations seem to always be playing one another regardless of what esport it is. So looking forward to getting things kicked off here in this best of 5. After Shrine CTF, we're going to be going to Lockdown Team Slayer and Warlord Bomb.
That's right, and if necessary, Lockdown Oddball and Warlord Slayer. So it's going to be 1 best of 5 for Evil Geniuses to win, 2 best of 5s for Counter Logic Gaming to win.
Yeah, and the fact that the last series went to 5 games tells us not much about what might happen here. Of course, it can go either way. Yeah. I do want to point out in that series layout that there's only 1 instance of Shrine, and it's game 1. It's going to be CTF. The rest are Lockdowns and Warlords, right? So there's going to be a little bit faster. The one exception there might be Team Slayer Lockdown, but we're going to see a lot of crazy, hectic play. And, you know, after the first, the fact that the winners finals went to game 5, I don't know how to gauge which team might play better in those fast-paced game types, but I can tell you one thing, we're going to have one heck of a match.
Oh, without a doubt, man. I am so excited for this one. You know, I think the players are kind of just getting themselves psyched up. You know, you have Snakebite and the rest of the crew just talking, you know, in this situation, you know, and that's what I want to say, you know, that they're having this conversation. You've been there before as a coach. Bravo, how's the conversation?
I mean, right now, these 2 teams know that they both need to play their game. I can't stress enough how big it is that they went to game 5 in the winners bracket finals, these 2 exact teams, because that changes the conversation entirely. If you had dropped the series 3-0, I'll be honest, you could be the most optimistic team that looks on the bright side every day of the week, but you're going to go into the finals knowing that you just lost 3-0. That's pretty difficult right there. Snakebite is looks like doing some final audio testing. We saw Royal One, their coach, talking with the station referee, making sure things are all set for the finals. But, you know, the fact that these 2 teams went 3-2, you can bet one thing, that they know they just need to play their game. But right now, focus is solely on three flag CTF on Shrine. That's what they need to worry about first, because the momentum out of that game 1 is going to carry them through the rest of the series. But on the CLG side, you know, here you see Richie Hines here looking across the stage at his opponents. CLG has a lot to play here. They need to win 6 games to win this tournament. But EG, once again, only needing to win 3. Very similar to what we saw 2 weeks ago at Gamers for Giving.
Yeah, and for Evil Geniuses fans, this is kind of a breath of fresh air. They're feeling good about it. They're like, well, you know what? We only have to win the 3, okay?
Yeah.
You know, they did that before. You know, they can do it again. They did it at Gamers for Giving as well. But for Counter Logic Gaming, though, and this is the big question I have for you, you know, they just got out of what was one of the most incredible matches in the history of competitive Halo.
Right.
What was it, 4 restarts?
I believe it was, but as I said in the last series, I entirely lost count.
Yeah, that is very true. I can understand that. You're in the trenches here, right? But I guess you're at that point where you've played that much. Can Counter Logic Gaming keep their endurance going?
Oh,
that's
right?
Because that's tough.
It's a real question. I mean, I think they certainly can. Mainly in part due to that veteran leadership of both Heinz and Ogre 2, but I'll say more Ogre 2. Ogre 2, a player who there's no one else in the world who has been in more finals matches in Halo than him, right? As we look through here to Snakebite and Royal 2 exchanging some smiles on the CLG side of the stage. But Ogre 2 certainly has that endurance. He's going to carry his team through this. Snakebite and Royal 2, the younger guns, they're ready to go, right? They're ready to play some more Halo and put on a show. So we're going to have a great grand finals in just a moment.
I can't wait, folks. Seems like the countdown has begun. These players are going to start loading up the map here. But yeah, my big thing, I guess, moving into this is going to be whether or not CLG, you said you feel like they can, but you know, I have my concerns. Can they keep their endurance going? They have to win 6 games here
against a very talented EG
and a well-rested Evil Geniuses as well. All right, folks, it is time for the grand finals of the Halo Championship Series Season 1 finals. Let's go ahead, make some noise. It is the immovable object versus the unstoppable force, and we're about to get this one going. I cannot wait. These players, they're getting their hands warmed up. I'm telling you, man, I'm jittery right now with excitement.
We've had incredible Halo all weekend long. This series is going to be no exception here in our grand finals. Looks like on the CLG side, they are calm, cool, and collected. We just saw a few big handshakes there and high fives as well on the EG side as they are getting ready to go. Golden Boy, we're going to kick this match off, game number 1, with Snipetown.
I couldn't agree more. That is a good choice because you know that this guy is going to light it up. So here we go, folks, in 1 second, and it's time for the finals. 50K on the line between these two teams, and Snipetown goes right for his namesake there as he's looking to cover Ring 2 with his teammates.
And you know what, Golden Boy, I'm so used to seeing a player go for the sniper rifle and play a 5-minute Team Slayer at this point that I thought that's what we were about to see, but that's not the case. This is capture the flag. Of course, objective here, take the opponent's flag and bring it back to your base, but much easier said than done as Snipetown cleans up World 2.
Brilliant snipe there out of Snipetown as he's going to continue to push forward here. Look around, finding another one as well. It's going to be an assist for him and just patrolling Ring 3. We're pretty much just owning it, living up there because that's what he needs to do. He needs to ensure that no one enters in it. And a gift from the Guardians as one of the players spawns right in front of him, but he can't follow up with the second shot there. Not able to get the headshot either, but his teammates should be there for some coverage.
Yeah, grenades flying in, so he wisely backs down, but still sees the player. Oh, catches the side of the ring structure, so won't be able to convert there. What we're seeing right now, Golden Boy, in the first few minutes, both teams are going to feel each other out. EG wants to get control of this ring before they push in to start moving the flag.
Somehow, Snipetown managed to stay alive on that one. Looking around to see if anyone's going to be coming for the challenge, but luckily for him, he's going to have a teammate there for support. But Royal 2, got to point this out, he has the rocket, so let's switch over to him and see what's going on. He manages to get a double kill there. That's going to open up the ring for them. Perhaps CLG can get some control now.
Yeah, he took down Roy and Snipetown, so he now has Snipetown Sniper in hand.
Oh, has to run away from that. That did not last very long. It seems like EG wanted to get that one right back. Heinz, though, throwing down a couple shots with the snipe, having to follow up with a battle rifle kill in order for him to net that one.
Yep, I have to say, Heinz, only player alive just now. Ogre 2 did get a flagpole. You see that on your screen. However, all 3 players taken down. Heinz is the last alive, and it looks like good pressure here from EG. Let's go over to Roy.
Yeah, Roy now, with that kill on Heinz, was able to secure the sniper rifle for his team for, you know, the CLG sniper rifle, because obviously if you're able to control that, I mean, it goes without saying, you're in a fantastic position here. But of course, CLG, they know how to bounce back. What a shot there out of Roy. Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Double kill as well.
Oh, right there, I thought he was going to turn 3 for just a second, but he's forced back. Some good shots there from CLG, tossing some cheeky nades, as Sims would say. Hey, I got to give a shout out to Sims. This is his first time casting Halo in the States. It's amazing to have him over here and joining us. It was a blast to listen to him. Make sure to give him a shout out at The Sims on Twitter if you liked what you heard this weekend.
Yeah, expect plenty more of him as well. Lunchbox, the twin brother, able to find one with the nade there on Heinz. Now looking around here, knowing that the spawns are going to be coming up, lining it up. That's going to be a wonderful shot there on Royal 2. The waterfall is down, and he's going to go chasing after that flag. Let's see what he could do here. As the player's actually going to hold him back, trying to figure out who that is. But I think that was actually going to be Snakebite who's hanging around there. Lunchbox has to be wary of this, having to get out of dodge, but no, not going to be the case.
Yeah, and I was going to say, EG needs a few more kills before they can move that. excuse me.
Sure.
And, yeah, they needed to move that flag across the map, but they first needed to get a few kills. Waterfalls were down, so not easy to move that.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously that was a smart play out of Chronology Gaming, but EG had the, you know, that brief window of opportunity. Player right next to Snipe Down, though. What happened there? It seems like Royal 2 just coming up out of nowhere. Now Roy on the prowl, finds one in front, makes a call out, gets the assist as well, and he locates another one up top. So this is going to be a constant push here to control the ring. That's what you want to have when you're playing this particular game type, when it's captured on this particular map, I should say. Capture the flag, Shrine. Player in front too, because that nade flew out right by the wall. Ogre 2 is going to get it, and he's able to nail the headshot. Let's see what he can do following up.
Yeah, now we're 4 minutes into this match, so neither team able to move the flag just yet. We saw some good numbers there from EG earlier on. We saw an early flag pull from CLG, but Rockets are
down.
up, Golden Boy. That's right.
Rockets are down, and who is going to get control of that? It's going to be Snakebite who has the Rockets here, and they have control of ring. 3 players push for those Rockets. A credit to the coach there for letting these players know when the Rockets were going to be coming up. 2 Rockets shot out, though. No kills just yet, but it's going to put the fear of God in them, as they're going to have to back up knowing that these Rockets are right in front. But he had to dispose of all 4 of them and was not able to get kills with that.
Not able to get a kill. Finally cleaning that one up. So those are more warning shots than anything else. Probably would have liked to have gotten a few more kills with those, but regardless, he is in his opponent's base and he has help with his teammate Royal 2.
And he has to drop those Rockets eventually, but we'll see what's going to happen here. Now able to clear that out. Killing spree as well for Snakebite. Player right behind him. That killing spree is going to be short-lived. Royal 2 whiffed a stop, able to find one inside of the shoddy tunnel, but Royal 2 has to run away from this one. He knows that this is not a smart battle, but his teammate, the other members there of Evil Geniuses, made the call out and they disposed of him easily. Now Snipe Down's turn to shine, able to line up one headshot, maybe another in the front. Let's see if he pushes this. He is going to, but he's going to take his time with the push. There goes the player, yet another headshot for the incredible one. It's Snipe Down continuing to push forward here with his team.
Yeah, both teams are still just trying to lock down control of the central area. They haven't been able to do so. As soon as we start seeing that, we'll start to identify and switch the POVs. Now switching over to his teammate Roy as he pushes into the HUD as well. As soon as we start to see that, we'll start to see a team get control, get some spawn traps going, but none of that just yet.
And I wonder how many bullets is in that sniper, by the way. That's another thing I want to keep a tab on, too. Seems like CLG did get tagged up a couple times. That is going to be Ogre 2 with the snipe. Roy cannot stay alive, though. Back over to Ogre 2, and he has a full snipe. So if he can stay alive here, this will be big for them. Player went for that melee lunge, flies up, gets the headshot as well. Beautiful double kill there for Ogre 2, the GOAT.
I have to say, Ogre 2 starts to check ring 3, but so quickly, immediately hits that headshot. Incredible awareness and reaction time from Ogre 2 as he hops up here on ring 3. This is the best vantage point you can ask for, Golden Boy, as he finds the enemy sniper. That's going to be Ogre 2 versus Snipe Down right now in this sniper battle.
Oh, man, and what a tale of the generations as well, right? Snipe Down really coming to his own in Halo 3, and a beautiful snipe there on Lunchbox, telling him to take a seat, son, because I'm in control of the ring. Ogre 2, though, looking around to see where his next victim may be, and he is doing absolute damage with this sniper rifle.
This is quite a show. We don't always get to see Ogre 2 snipe like this, but proving that he can do damage with the weapon as well.
Beautiful
He's not
run.
the only player to do it. Now over to Snipe Down chasing Hines.
But that is going to be 3 down, though, for CLG. They're going to be in a bit of a pickle here. It's Snipe Down with the peel. A double kill for him. Going for the 3rd, but not going to happen there. Maybe the no-scope? No, he has teammates to help him out with that. And yet another killing spree between these 2 phenomenal teams in the finals.
I'm surprised that EG was not able to get a pull there. I'm looking at why that might be, and it's Snakebite who was under the turret. So is Hines. So making sure that EG doesn't push just yet, despite this dominating performance from Snipe Down.
Oh my goodness, Snipe Down just really controlling this, where Ogre 2 had, you know, kind of failed, I would say. Not necessarily failed, but he did get caught off guard, and Snipe Down now has control of this, so he wants to show these guys why he is in control of this area. Going for yet another double kill, maybe a trip with the rocket, who knows? Enough time has passed by that won't be the case, but a 3rd kill would definitely be something he wants here. Looking over to the rocks, maybe finding 1 or 2 players, and he's going to just pull that flag and put some fear into these players here. Rockets flying through, yet another rocket kill for him. He has a teammate there for coverage as well.
All four dead,
down for
Boy.
CLG as the flag is going to be moving, and Snipe Down is on the prowl yet again, looking to see if he can continue to clear out CLG from this base, and that's another kill for him. A killing frenzy for Snipe Down. Lunchbox bringing this one forward, and that's the first cap for EG.
And Snipe Down going to town there with the rocket launcher, perfectly lining up those kills as he finally is taken down in his opponent's base. But I tell you what, Snakebite and Hines were the only players to spawn in rocks. Snipedown did so well to take those players out immediately, and Lunchbox carries the flag all the way home.
That was beautiful. Beautifully played. They read the spawns like a book. I mean, really, that's the best you could possibly want there. Now it's time for CLG to have to answer back here, Bravo. And it seems like they're doing just that. Snipedown's going to have to fend for himself. Cannot stay alive long enough. That is going to be 2 down, 3 down here. Lethal off the respawn, trapped in the rocks. He gets disposed of right away. Ogre 2 and the boys on the move.
Yeah, they're trying to push in here. I have to say, I think we saw back-to-back-to-back double kills from Snipedown there. So he made it so easy for his team to bring that flag all the way back to their own base now, as Hines picks up some nice falling headshots. But like you said, CLG needs to answer back. They cannot let EG go up 2-0 in game 1.
Ooh, and those nades, man, really well placed by Lethal. Looking over to Ogre 2, as CLG has been on the other side here. They've been playing past that 50-yard line on Shrine here. So at the very least, they are not giving up, or they're not giving in just yet to that cap, which obviously they should not. Endurance was a question here coming into the finals. And CLG so far, it seems like they're hanging perfectly fine. But a push at the rocks here for Snakebite and the crew. They have Stack on the left now. Let's see if Lethal will get wiped. Yes, he does, but Snakebite in turn will fall, meaning that now it's going to be up to his teammates to have to continue to hold this one down.
Yeah, Ogre 2 is actually the only player alive on CLG. We'll see if he's able to stay alive here. We talked about in the previous series, CLG so good about their communication. When Ogre 2 is the last player alive, you can bet that he knows exactly what to do, and that's the play. If you can grab a kill when you are the only player alive, that is huge. That's going to push EG back quite a bit, but Snipedown back on ring 3 with the sniper rifle.
And here comes Snipedown yet again, and he did not line up that no-scope, but that would have been absolutely filthy. Snipedown, though, having to run away, can't get out of the door just yet. That snipe will be down, but I think EG has enough control on this side to know that they're okay here. Let's see what Roy's going to do now, as that player is going to be pushing up right next to him. He kind of hurt himself with that nade as well, so he's going to have to back up here. Having teammates for support is nice as well.
Unfortunate grenade there made it so he could not push in, so there will be a trade, looks like, in his base, so he can't just push up there yet. He's playing this a little bit slow, does not want to get taken out and give up control of his own sniper hut here. We'll see if Roy can push out with his squad. He finally finds Royal 2 and takes him down, so that was what I'm talking about. That's the discipline we see from EG. Roy took his time. He made sure he took out the player that was behind them. Now they can not worry about it. They can push up together, with the peace of mind that they can get control of ring together.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think the rockets were picked up by Snipedown. So yes, he does have control of those, and they clear the ring. That's going to be a headshot from Roy. Snipedown gets a kill there on Snakebite. Roy now looking to continue to push up. Another run right by ring 2. He will get dropped immediately, and they're just looking for the spawn. You can see they're searching to see where the enemy team is going to be spawning at, and it seems like the hut was the answer as they push forward.
And Rocks, Golden Boy, we have Snakebite and Royal 2 also by the rocks. They will fall. Now Roy has the sniper rifle as well, so we have Roy sniping, we have Snipedown sniping, and here comes EG for a pull.
This is going to be dangerous for Counterlogic Gaming. Roy now on the move, finding one, headshot lined up. Maybe another one. Yes, that's going to be his teammate there, but he can't stay alive long enough. That's going to be 2 down here for the blue team. But Snipedown, he has 1 rocket. He has no weapons,
I mean,
too.
3 dead there for EG. Right there, we saw a rock spawn, and somehow CLG able to fight off the EG onslaught. It's not good when you see Roy and Snipedown pushing in with the snipers, but CLG answers back. They stay in this match. They're only down by 1.
A credit to this team, man. Throughout the entire season, everyone talks about the raw slaying power of Evil Geniuses, but when you talk about CLG, consistency is key, man. This team is incredible at just keeping their cool in the craziest of situations.
Yeah, great shots there from Lunchbox as he lands a clean 4-shot now, trying to push back out the ring. If you're Evil Geniuses, you just want to keep this up. But I tell you what, a 1 flag cushion here on Shrine CTF against CLG, Golden Boy, is not really enough. They're going to want to put at least 1 more on the board, but keep in mind we are under 3 minutes left until the end of regulation, so CLG is going to need to put their snipers and our rockets to use and push in and try to get a flag cap.
Exactly, but that's actually going to be a stick there. I think Lunchbox ended up getting tagged. Looking over now at Hines to see what CLG is going to do as they're trying to fight out of their base here, or trying to protect their base, rather. Hines finding one. That's going to be the assist for him as well. Now looking to push forward. They've cleared out the base. They've got the call out to advance forward. Now it's time for CLG to put this opportunity to good use here. Finding one. That's Roy in the front. Hines having to stay back here. Nades coming from left, right, and center all over the place. There goes a bank nade as well. Let's see if they can actually hold down this hut. Hines needs to stay up, but he cannot. A smart play from EG. Now it's going to be up to Royal 2 here to do the job that Hines couldn't.
That's right. Hines gets a little bit of a start there, but not enough to get his team in scoring position whatsoever. So Royal 2 is now going to have to push in and clean up those kills, but Lethal was waiting there. Let's go over to Lethal. We haven't seen much of him this series as he is taken down as well. 2 players alive for EG. Let's stick with Lethal off the respawn and see how he handles this CLG pressure.
And looking here, there's actually one player that was pushing shotgun, so Lethal did make that call out. I believe he was that player was taken out. That's going to be Hines, so he goes back yet again for seconds. But let's see if Hines can stay alive here. No, that grenade was like a magnet and found its way right to the armor of the Spartan. That was Hines. Let's see if Royal 2, though, can stay alive. Lethal continuing to bounce around here, and that's really just the smartest thing you can do in this situation. Not get reckless, not push the ring, just play this one slow and listen to the call-outs.
Yeah, I think bounce around is the best way to describe what Lethal is doing right now, just laying shots in across the map, cleaning up kills at his own base, and I mean really being a pain here for CLG. Look at them. They cannot push up. Lethal is putting himself in the perfect position. That's what it's all about. These players, of course, speak. You hear it during the listen. It's frantic communication, but Lethal can digest all of that, what sounds like madness, and weave his way around the map to clean up those kills.
And all that work that he has been doing off this respawn netted him a rocket. That's going to be 1 kill, maybe a double. That player is going to be weak, though, having to abandon position here. Smartly enough, not chasing after it. And again, just want to highlight how incredible he's been playing, finding one, and he did not get the kills with that.
Wow.
I believe he used 3 rockets on that.
He did, that's right. Let's go back over to the CLG side now.
Oh my goodness.
Hines is taken down by Snipedown. Excuse me, I'll go to Snipedown, who's hitting these shots across the map. Yes, indeed. Cleans up Ogre 2 as well. Golden Boy, time has ticked down. EG is going to win this one.
This is it. 7 seconds. No one's in a position. Evil Genius is poised for victory here, and that will do it. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 going to Evil Geniuses.
That's right. Snipedown getting hyped after game 1, standing up there and getting pumped with his team. I mean, now they're only 2 games away here in the grand finals. You don't always see that, right? Even just after a game 1, but Snipedown is hyped. He's pumped to be here. He wants to take the title of Season 1 champion.
He's been playing, I mean, absolutely mind-blowing. You know, his shot, I was actually talking to a couple people, and they were saying, like, one thing about Snipedown that's so awesome to see is when he has a sniper rifle in his hands, he takes his time, right? You see the, you know, he moves his thumbstick ever so slightly, and he's able to get those really good angles. He's not frantic with it. Right. And that's why he's able to own that up, own that name, Snipedown, and look at the performance there.
Geez, 41 and 16 from Snipedown. I think now we know why he got up and celebrated the way he did. What a run from him. Look at the next closest, 28 kills. Nobody in the 30 kill category. Snipedown putting on a show.
It's great when Lunchbox is just able to grab the flag, run it to the base, doesn't have to do anything. Snipedown's doing all the work.
I mean, he absolutely was. And I also have to give credit to Lethal, who towards the end of the game, we saw him, he just kind of pokes around, cleans up this kill, cleans up that. It's almost like CLG could not touch Lethal in those last few moments. He was doing everything he needed to make sure that CLG couldn't push across. Granted, CLG had the pressure of the time constraint on them. They really had to push across. That makes Lethal's job a little bit easier, but regardless, EG making all the right plays to win game 1, 1-0. Game 2 is going to be Team Slayer on lockdown.
Now, of course, folks, Team Slayer lockdown, slow game type. We've seen this happen in the past, you know, numerous times here. So I wonder what we're going to see now that everyone knows how to approach this game type in a much slower fashion. But what do you think? I mean, like, do you see it going that way yet again, where it's constantly just been that slower kind of methodical play, or can you expect EG and CLG to kind of just keep the speed going?
You know, I think we might see slower methodical play, mainly because as we got to the later rounds of this tournament, Golden Boy, we've seen the teams, like we said, they don't want to make the mistakes. There's a lot of money on the line here, but, you know, equally important is that bragging right. They want to be top in the world. in terms of Halo. So looking forward to seeing how that goes off. And also, Golden Boy, I got to say, we have brand new HCS gear available for everyone here and also watching at home.
That's right, folks. All you got to do is go to HaloWaypointStore.com. You will net yourself some awesome Halo Championship Series gear. Look at that blue and red shirt. And the hoodie, by the way.
You know, I got to say, we got to give a big shout out to our partners at Jinx who put this gear together for us. Some really awesome gear. I mean, the hoodie as well is sweet. The faded tees look great. So if you're enjoying what you see this weekend and you want to support the HCS, make sure you use that discount code. You'll save a bit of money. Also, that discount code works for all Halo apparel in the Halo Waypoint store. So whether you want to buy HCS gear, other Halo gear, make sure you pick that up. Also, there's a few organizations, Noble Black, Vibe, Denial. Check out their Twitter. If you want to support their organizations, you can actually use their coupon code. Money will go directly to the organizations themselves as well. So make sure you check out your favorite team's Twitter for that information as well.
Nice stuff there, of course. And let's continue on with the competition. Here's the series layout. We just saw EG win 1-0 there. And while the score was 1-0, that game was topsy-turvy. And I guess you could say it is a tad bit reflective of the score, you know, with how close that was. Now, Lockdown, Slayer. Warlord Bomb will follow after this. EG, 2 games away from netting themselves $50,000.
They are. I have to say they look good, right? They're poised to potentially take this series in 3, even though we saw them go to 5 games in the Winners Bracket Finals with this very same team, CLG.
But of course, you have to take into account that CLG had to deal with, you know, that crazy matchup against Noble Black. So again, that question will always come up. Can they continue to keep this one going? But there you see the boys in EG. We're going to be kicking it off with the guy who had 41 kills in the last matchup. Again, it is Snipe Down. Let's see what he does here. Sniper's right in front.
Yeah, he falls down. He might nade that towards himself, but that nade, yes, is going to be enough. He's probably, look how safe he's playing this. He scoots the sniper rifle all the way towards himself with those grenades, taking no chances. That's why he's one of the best in the world.
That was actually really awesome.
That was, yeah.
That was pretty cool.
We don't always see players that tactical in terms of getting the sniper rifle. I was actually about to speak up and say, hey, it's close enough where he could grab it now without too much risk, but not at all. Instead, they have a 3-1 lead. He's staying alive with the sniper rifle here as he drops down.
Snipe Down, though, having to push his way forward, and he's going through bottom blue, so this is interesting. Let's see what they're going to do. I think it's probably going to be an elbow push, yes.
It is indeed. We have Lethal already at Snipe. He's joined by teammate Roy with the new combo. We'll see if Snipe Down's going to be able to support. The reason he's staying here is he wants to watch those jump routes and sight lines to support his team, and they're going to grab the sword as well. You just saw that Lunchbox is able to take out the sword player, and I think the sword fell off the map.
Wow.
Yes, indeed. The sword's now off.
And that is why Snipe Down was hanging out there right by the elbow, because he knew that he can get some body shots and call it out and let his teammates get those kills. And those angles, it's a little bit more difficult to get a headshot. Granted, you can still do so, but because you're playing from that downward position, you're going to get the body shot more than not. And I thought he stuck him there for a moment. I would have just lost it.
Yeah, I thought he did as well. Now watching the drop down, very wise of Snipe Down predicting that route. Yes, indeed. Royal 2, he knew Royal 2 was going to use the drop down to try to get away. Royal 2, of course, thinking that Snipe Down was still up top so he could get away with it. That was not the case. Another player tries to do it as well, but Lunchbox will clean that up. Now they're up 11-7.
He read that play like a high school kid reads Shakespeare in English class. My goodness, that was incredible. I mean, really, you just cannot ask for a better play there. But a player's actually going to be popping a couple shots there right on BR3. He has to be wary of this. And look, he's also utilizing the glass to see if anyone's going to be jumping up, to see if he can catch the blue of the Spartan that hops up. And I think I just saw a player at the corner of my screen, and I don't think he was aware of that.
Oh, it's going to be Ogre 2 who's actually dropping behind him with the shotgun. There is Ogre 2 who picks up a double kill with the shotty, brings his team within 3.
And that was an incredible play. He did not notice Ogre 2 at all. Luckily, I was able to catch it at the corner of my eye, but I am not nearly as focused as Snipe Down is right now. He tries to line up yet another one. Not just yet. Having to run away. Smart movement there, and he's going to burn that last bullet in the sniper rifle because that could come back to haunt him later. A double kill, though, for Lunchbox. 15-10. Scratch that. 16-10 now as EG has his lead by 6. They're looking great.
I'm not going to lie. EG looks good, particularly because they do still have that sword in hand, and CLG is on a blue setup, but Royal 2 comes up immediately. Lunchbox says no way. He denies that push, so EG will maintain their 6-kill lead here.
Close call indeed as he got that medal. Lunchbox finding one at the elbow too. It seems like CLG is struggling now to get anything going here. They're getting like 1 or 2 kills, but EG can continue to afford the trades because they are up by a considerable amount here. And one thing I want to point out too, Bravo, this game has been moving pretty fast.
And I was going to say, who says Lockdown Team Slayer is slow? We're already at 24-14 here, just a few minutes in, as Lunchbox gets another sword kill, waiting for a player to push across and turns 2 on Royal 2.
Beautiful double kill there for Lunchbox, able to stay alive. And another thing I want to point out too, a lot of people give love to Roy, talk about Lunchbox. Heck, they've been talking a lot about, or excuse me, a Snipe Down. They talk about Lethal as well. Lunchbox is that dude. He's the unsung hero here, man.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
This guy, you know, just to give you a bio on him. I mean, this guy works a full-time job. He's an electrician. He loves what he does. You know, and really, Halo is a passion for him. He does this because he enjoys it.
Yeah, he just happens to also be one of the best in the world.
He just happens to be one of the best in the world.
And has been for the past few years, of course, a pro player since 2007, back in the days of Halo 2, and he's back again to compete in Halo 2 Anniversary. They now have an 8-kill lead. I have to say, Snipe Down was taken down with the sniper, but Lunchbox on a killing frenzy.
Killing frenzy for Lunchbox and the sword spree as well. He is fantastic right now. Looking over right by the library window, is going to have to back up here. Knowing players could be pushing up in the bottom mid too, he's opting to just play this one smart. But here we go. Roy, his twin brother, with the sniper rifle in hand. He's going to have Lethal there for support. The new pickup doing its job, and they're just continuing to patrol around and ensure that no one is going to be pressuring them at snipe. Roy is just waiting for the opportune moment to just take someone faces off.
Yeah, this is bad news for CLG at 31-19 on the scoreboard. Going to be very difficult for them to rally back. Look at that, back-to-back assists. Roy putting in the shots where he needs to. Big lead here, 10 minutes left on the clock, but at this rate, we are not going to need full time.
Yeah, the way that EG is playing this one, they have full control of this matchup. You know, I have to say, Snipe Down also on the push-up here. He's doing everything right, too. They know where they need to look right now. Lunchbox on the elbow. He's just pushing up, playing this one, you know, as best he can. Oh, he is going to get picked, though. And that tells me that there's going to be members of CLG, bottom blue, and there you see it. That is the worst possible position to have, though. Luckily, they're able to clear out the snipe tower.
Yeah, Royal 2 lifts up, so of course, Snipe Down's going to focus his eyes on that right Magnum drop, easily taking down Royal 2. They're going to extend their lead even further, 39-23, and EG has been dominating this entire match. It seems like CLG has not been able to rally. Oh, that's a nice little present.
Hello. Hello, Sword. How you doing? Oh, but the noob combo has other plans here, and it manages to succeed. The noob combo comes out on top. For anyone who played Halo 2 Classic back in the day, you know that sucks a lot. But with that said, off the respawn, they got to rethink the strategy. Snakebite now has a sniper. He manages to take out one snipe down there. Let's see what Snakebite could do.
Yeah, right now, 42-25. A big hill to climb for CLG. If they want to get back in this match, they need to take it 1 kill at a time. Like we said, lots of time yet to play, just under 9 minutes. So if Snakebite and CLG were able to put this sniper rifle to use, they could try to climb back, but I'm not going to lie, Golden Boy, it'd be quite difficult against EG.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. A killing spree would do him justice, though, and he can't stay alive because the double kill will come through from Lethal. He comes out on top, looking fantastic. And they have 4 left before they win this game.
Yeah, Lethal making a statement there just as quickly as we were saying that CLG could try to mount a comeback. Lethal says, I don't think so. Walks over, kills the sword guy, picks up the sword, and then kills the sniper rifle. So getting all of those weapons, along with control of the sniper rifle, back in favor of his team. They're only 4 kills away from taking the game.
Yeah, I mean, incredible play out of Lethal there. That could have went in, 2 different directions there. One really bad, one really good. Luckily for him, he had luck on his side there and skill to boot. That's going to be the 49th. Is the 50th coming here? On the hunt is Lethal, looking around with the sword, and he manages to get it, making it 2-0 for Evil Geniuses. Look at Snipe Down. He is pumped up and ready to go.
He is. They're only 1 game away from taking the title of HCS Season 1 champion. EG with another commanding victory here in the tournament in Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
Brilliant work. Brilliant work out of Evil Geniuses. Now, it's time for CLG to think about the strategy here. You're going into Neutral Bomb Warlord. This is a game type that, again, it's pandemonium. It's just going to keep moving because of the way Warlord is designed. CLG has to know that they need to get the bomb in that base so much. Like, there's so much for CLG to have to overcome here. it's going to be such a challenge, especially with how EG's playing.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I mean, Neutral Bomb Warlord is going to be a really tough match for CLG against EG. Take a look at the stats. Lunchbox, you called it out. Big performance from him, 19-6.
But Hines at the bottom there, he's struggling, 4-15. Player to watch going into game number 3, because, you know, it's not very customary of Hines to struggle like that, right? And then Royal 2, which he was brought onto this team, that Youngblood brought onto the team to really do, you know, what Ogre 2 was doing as well, which was getting those kills on the board. It just really seemed like it ran away from them, and they tried to mount a few comebacks, but EG was just there to say, hold up, this is our game to take.
That's it. They played too quick. I mean, they played every advantage they should have. I mean, for example, Lethal coming over shortcut the way he did, even though CLG had control of the sniper tower and the sniper rifle. Very quickly, Lethal just sneaks in and picks up that big double kill, right? So I like what I'm seeing from EG. I feel like they're capitalizing on all the opportunities they're given. I'm actually worried for CLG that they're going to do the same on Neutral Bomb Warlord. If they carry this momentum into Game 3, they will sweep the series 3-0.
They have to shake it off. This is it. This is the time for them to do it here. The Game 3 swing, right? You're able to just put that one under your belt, force that Game 4, get EG sweating a little bit, move forward to, what would this be, oddball lockdown, to move forward to that one.
Right.
And we've seen some incredible comebacks from that in the past.
And we've also seen incredible comebacks from CLG this tournament. We just saw them do it to Noble Black. They were down 2-0 in the losers bracket finals. That's right. They're down 2-0 now. There's no reason they can't come back and win these next 3 to force a second best of 5. That's all that is going to be on the minds of CLG right now.
Have a lot to work on here. You see the map is getting loaded up, ready to go. The battleground will be Warlord. The game type, Neutral Bomb. As these guys are, you know, they're sweating right now. CLG is concerned, right? But if you are Ogre 2, a player who's been in this position numerous times in the past, I mean, surely you still have that. You still have that unwavering confidence.
Oh, you do. Ogre 2, he finds a way without a doubt. Would love to start things off here with the screen you're actually watching. That's Royal 2 here on the far right of the stage, the rightmost player on the CLG roster. We'll see what he can do with his team off the start of the game.
All right, and here we go, folks. Game number 3, Warlord Bomb. As we kick it off, like you said, Bravo, with Royal 2. He's looking around to see who he's going to find. It's going to be Lethal right in the front. Can't get away. Oh, he manages to get out of dodge there. Don't know how. Royal 2, in turn, ends up dying on that one. A smart play from Lethal, who finally got killed there by Snakebite. I have to say, survivability, man, wouldn't peg him for that one. But it seems like Hines, though, able to just clear out 1, maybe 2. No, not in time, because he gets pressured. 4 down right now for CLG.
That's right. Roy is bringing the bomb up to Snipe Down. Snipe Down says, I'll take that, and he starts the arm.
Oh, he has to slow this one down. He had to slow it down because he knew that there was pressure from the left side, though. Another player actually chasing him, and nades are going to be flying through. He can't quite make it happen. Jesse with the shotgun right to the face, stopping him there. Lethal gets the plant, and that's going to make it 1-0. Counter Logic Gaming is down.
That's it. I mean, EG off to the strong start that we expected them to come to. Look at this. Sentinel Beam coming in. Lunchbox will easily clean up that kill. Yes, indeed. Now, Golden Boy, that bomb came within the first minute. CLG once again backs against the wall.
This team is proving why they are one of the best teams in the world here. I mean, CLG, again, they had that matchup against Noble Black that was, I would have to say, an intense encounter. And for them to have to do it again against EG, an EG team that's so well rested and really just watched that entire matchup, so knows exactly what CLG wants to do here. Really, at this point in time, if you're CLG, you gotta think, what are you gonna do now? You have to get back to the drawing board mid-match, and that's a challenge.
It certainly is. I mean, EG has been putting up unrelenting pressure throughout this entire series, so Lunchbox on your screen and crew have not let up at all. You just saw Lethal toss the bomb up. We'll go over to Lethal as he is trying to fight off enemies around his opponent's base, and right now somehow bouncing around once again to stay alive. Finally, he's taken down. Let's go back over to CLG. Ogre 2 is advancing the bomb across the map with Hines right next to him.
They got to get this one on the board, man. They need something. They didn't get the objective in CTF, and they really struggled in that Slayer matchup. They need to put 1 on the board here to get that confidence up again. Ogre 2, though, can't stay alive by Green Needles. Jumping over now to Snakebite here. who's looking. He finds his teammate there. You know, his dead carcass just lying. One in front, that's going to be Snipe Down. Tries to get that bro fist. Not going to be the case. Snipe Down's going to, or Snakebite's going to take this one right through. And this could be the opportunity they were looking for. One player is up at the top. That bomb gets tossed up. Battle rifle shots going left, right, and center yet again here as Hines is going to get dropped. Let's see if any of the blue team can stay alive. But a double kill there for the GOAT. Can he follow up with a triple? No, he's going to have to bail from this one and stay alive as long as he can. But Hines will be there to protect it at the very least, or try to. They're chasing that bomb now. Snakebite gets it right back, and we're at square one again for CLG.
Yeah, right there, Ogre 2 with a nice double. However, he was caught reloading, so he's unable to turn 3 and put his team in a position to be able to cap. Snakebite finding all sorts of players there as he gets sandwiched in the portal. He will fall as well. Let's go back over to the EG side and Snipe Down.
Snipe Down looking around, finds yet another headshot for him. It feels like that's his 80th, maybe 100th, who knows. But Snipe Down. He looks around, finds one as well, and the pressure here is that, you know, that bomb's going to be in the base, so you know the blue players are just going to have to turn their attention here. Nades flying all over the place. Snipe Down can't stay alive. The lunchbox is going to be around there. Perhaps that shotgun could do him some justice, and he's going to have to get out, but can't quite do so. 3 down for EG as Snipe Down's off the respawn. Roy up alive here. Where is the bomb presently? It seems like it's going to be up top.
Yeah,
nope,
moved across the bottom by CLG, so we'll go over here to Snakebite, who drops down from top middle. As you see, he had started to arm that bomb. He picked it up again, trying to bring it into the zone, but no! It looks like Roy was there and ready. He shoots kills Snakebite there, throws the bomb out, and is now fighting off enemies from his base once again. Great stuff there from Roy as he's finally taken down.
It's like a game of hot potato between these two teams with this bomb, man. They're just, you know, back and forth, but now you're going to see 3 down here for Counterlogic Gaming. Evil Geniuses looking to do some damage now, and Snipe Down can't quite stay alive long enough. I believe he had the camo on that. No, Snakebite has the camo. Snipe Down did not. He actually was trying to take out the camo player. Now it's time for Snakebite to push forward here. Let's see if they can make some magic happen. Snipe Down's going to be inside of the base, and Snakebite can't do much with the camo.
Finally, he's taken down. We're seeing players dropping like flies here, Golden Boy, being taken down. Once, again and again and again, as Snipe Down finally picks up that double kill. Might give his team an opportunity to bring this in. We'll see if he can stay alive in his opponent's needles. Finally, he's taken down. Golden Boy, let's go to a listen-in with this CLG roster. They are down by just a bit, and they have 10 minutes left to put a point on the board.
Dead. Get bomb out. Guys, next camo's 35. Ledge. Next camo.
He's already weak, right? Ledge in the ramp.
Grenades.
I threw it out their ramp. The ramp's weak.
Grenades right now, one shot. One shot grenades also.
Grenades dead, 2 dead. They're flagged, the last 2 they're flagged. Health weak lunch. Health weak lunch. He's got the ledge.
How does he nade that?
3 dead. They're spawning their health. We're dead. Run it in. I'm getting camo.
Spawn their nades.
You got it. Needles. He's flagged. He's got their needles. They're needles.
Flag right now, one shot. One shot of flag, Snipe Down. I got him.
Nice. Gonna spawn health side.
I'm gonna die.
Roy.
Their nade's one shot. 3 dead.
I'm gonna go for the arm. Up the lift. Tommy. Dead. Arm. Tommy. You're good.
Tommy, rushing here.
Not even on it. Up front. Jesus. The ramport on you. Our ramport. No shot. 3 spawn their flat. You guys are flat.
Green nades, one shot. Up green health, man. Up green health after that. Sorry, man, right? Are we gonna close that?
Our health forward. Weak. Helper's dead. I'm getting got one. Another one on bomb. Our nade's on bomb. Top middle, I think. They're still our nades.
Fuck, I couldn't get out.
Flag again, our flag.
Last guy. Where is he? Health?
Our health.
Reporting. Health right now. Shot.
Nice, guys. Let's go. We can bring this back. Bottom middle already. Bottom mid right now. Just right bottom mid.
Our health board. 10 seconds. Our health board, guys.
Weak.
Camo's 24, guys.
Our ramp board. Our nades. Double. Our nades. Our needles. Our needles.
Our ramp board again.
One shot. Our ramp board. Do an hit. 10 seconds. One shot. Ramp board's there.
Looking.
Green ramp. They're shut their ramp board. Their ramp board absolutely. Green ramp weak.
Nades.
Camo's up 20 DJ.
Camo's health. I got him.
Camo's up now. Our nades. Our nades weak.
Gonna die, dude.
Got camo.
Fuck.
They got camo.
Dude, red flag weak. Set our nades. Where's bomb? Red flag, Richie. He's coming needles. 2 there. Needles.
Dude,
Shot our flag.
Needles. On our flag also, dude.
All nades up. Top center needles. Nice shit.
Top in on our flag.
Top center on our flag. Top center's gonna fuck you up.
Go guys, only down 1, we can do this.
Yeah, guys, we're literally only down 1. Our nade's weak. Out for bomb.
Let's clutch up right now.
I don't see our nades.
Gotta be our jump up. They're flag.
Dude, our ramp board, guys.
Our flag still.
Face me grenades.
I don't see our
ramp. Dude, grenades.
Yellow ramp. See our ramp boards.
He went grenades. Look at that.
They're arming. Alright, they're gonna get me. He's got camo. That's what we want.
Hope we don't spawn flag.
Spawn literally, dude. I spawned.
Dude, our ramp board. Melee don't spawn.
Dead.
Two dead.
Go jump up and help pot.
Two. To the ramp, above you, there's a shot. Be on you, PJ.
They're needles. Two needles.
Next camo's 11, guys.
Nice job, one dead.
11,
Two
like
dead,
22, 11?
Yeah, 22, 11.
See how lights out these guys are playing.
Oh, they really are. Lethal taking down all 4 players. That lets his team get the space they needed to go up 2-0 in their potential final game here of the series and the tournament. That's a big lead on Warlord Neutral Bomb. About 7 minutes left in regulation time. CLG needs to start getting control of camos if they want to bring this back.
And that listen-in, you know, was good because you heard CLG, you know, they're still motivated. They still want this. But, you know, for Evil Geniuses, man, this is, you know, for them, I mean, the listening probably sounds exactly the same. They're just doing everything right here, you know? And now it goes Lunchbox with the plant here, the front plant, because those nades are going to be flying in, having to jump up. That bomb's going to be down. Can he secure it? No, the bomb is going to get thrown down. That will not be the third there for Evil Geniuses, but Snipedown has other plans as he has the camo. Pushing up, looking around to see who's going to be around, but he has to be careful because he has no shields. And that goes the target at yellow. Nades flying through, gets the kill with the grenade, and Snipedown continues to control this area with his team. A double kill for Snipedown here. Maybe he gets the third, perhaps the trip. No, that player's going to run away, and he will get the killing spree instead, so he'll go ahead and take that one. Snakebite, though, through the portal. Snipedown continuing to just put this pressure down. EG on fire.
Yeah, incredible use of the camo here from Snipedown. Look at him so selectively choosing those battles. Lands the 4-shot on Ogre 2. Finally, he's taken down. Now over to his teammate Lethal.
Lethal, again, this player, I mean, we didn't see it on screen here, but there was an overkill for Lethal, apparently is what Sims had told us. So, you know, we'll keep a tab on that later on, probably get on the Twitters and tell you what happened. But regardless of the fact, it seems like CLG starting to make some moves here by the bomb. Nades flying in every single direction, though. One member of CLG might be by the med pack, but another one's going to be on yellow plant. Snipedown, a clean headshot, and it seems like CLG's going for the plant. Can they get it? Yes, they do. Ogre 2 puts one on the board here, and CLG answers back with about 5 minutes left on the clock, 5.5 minutes. Let's see if they can do this, man. This is intense.
Just like we heard during the listening. Here's Royal 2 now with the camo. He picks up that kill. That's going to be big as well as he's clearing out his own base. Excellent shots against Lethal, taking him down as well. You heard it during the listening. CLG is down but not out. They're losing by 1 bomb here, but they know they can rally back into this match and into this series.
These are the moments that champions are born here, man. I mean, you know, you have to just show up for the moment, right? You know, cometh the hour, cometh the man, that kind of stuff. But it seems like Snakebite is, Lethal actually wants to get this one through the bomb. It's going to be about 75% planted. Snipedown now on the push. He's going to get it, and that's going to be the third for Evil Geniuses as they put it on the board. CLG now has to get 2 here with about less than 5 minutes on the clock. This is so tough for them.
Yeah, that's a big arm there from the EG side, as all 4 down actually for EG for just a second. Lethal is off the respawn, but that's a big play. 4.5 minutes left in regulation. Once we hit the 15-minute mark, the game will end if it is not tied. So EG with that 1 bomb cushion now, they can really just play their game and slay. Excellent shots there from Lethal.
Exactly, but it seems like CLG is on the move here. Lunchbox able to stay alive, and he's going for the 4th, folks, and that's going to net them number 4. EG is 1 plant away from being the HCS Season 1 champions. Can they do it is the question. Snakebite, or Snipedown finds one. CLG's Ogre 2 will fall victim, but he's going to start looking for Snakebite. Why not? Another one right around him. That's going to be Lunchbox here on your screen. Snakebite, there he goes, and he will get picked off finally, but it seems like EG just has their objective on the mind. They know that they are within spitting distance of getting $50,000 and hoisting that trophy over their heads. Roy now continuing to push forward, but CLG still has some fight in him, but a stick from him will actually net him the kill. Over to Snipedown here as he's by the yellow. Melee's down. He's able to get the retaliation there, and it seems like this is the opportunity that EG was looking for here. They continue to get the slays, and they continue to push forward here, onward to 5.
That's right, Golden Boy. I have to remind you, it was just 2-1 a few minutes ago, but now 4-1 is a big lead here with only 3 minutes left. Look at Roy now with the camo. EG still in complete control.
This is dangerous for CLG. That camo inside of the enemy base is not what you want. Snakebite staying. Oh, never mind. Roy ends up finding him here. And are they going to start moving this one? Not just yet, but Roy is going to continue to slay this one out. CLG has the bomb. Royal 2's going for it. He's going for it, and he's going to get it, making it 4-2, but they have 2 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock here to work with. Bravo, can they do it?
Yeah, Snakebite only player alive. There is enough time for them to do it. They would need to make the perfect plays for the next 2.5 minutes to pull it off. Big credit to Royal 2 there for that sneaky arm, but EG has the bomb back in CLG's base again. Here comes Roy. He's taken down. Lunchbox is going to pick up that bomb and toss it right back into Snipedown, who is going to start the arm.
Snipedown has it. The season started with heartbreak. They lost Pistola. Was that the opportunity? Not just yet, but it seems like Lunchbox there wants to finish the job, and he finds the headshot. Looking around for another one, taking that bomb forward. Halfway through, Evil Geniuses looking for the victory, and they're the HCS Season 1 champions.
Evil Geniuses with incredible play, not only all weekend long, but towards the latter half of the season. They came out here to make a statement. Woo. They are your HCS Season 1 champions. Evil Geniuses, what a performance there in that grand finals.
3 in a row for Evil Geniuses. Counterlogic Gaming, though, man, I mean, taking themselves $20,000 home, that's a good amount of money. But of course, $50K going to Evil Geniuses. They had one objective: win this tournament. There was nothing else on their mind. That was it, Bravo. They were so focused. They were so ready to go. They watched every single game. They studied every single play. And let's take a look at the scoreboard here. You got Lunchbox, a solid showing. This guy showed up big time in this series here. The strong showing in lockdown, as well as this great performance here. He gets 2 plants to his name, but across the board, just incredible statistics for EG.
Yeah, look at Snipedown as well, 34 and 23. Big numbers from him once again. He was so pumped up throughout the entire grand finals. You see smiles on his face as well, of course, as they've got to be feeling good. They come out of HCS Season 1 on top. Recapping their past few weeks, let's talk about how dominant they've been for just a second. The final 2 HCS Online Cup, 6 and 7, they win both back-to-back without dropping a single game. They only lose a single match at Gamers for Giving here at the HCS Season 1 Finals. It seems only fitting that their run here ended with the championship.
That's right, folks. It was quite the path here. Losing Pistola, thinking, what are they going to do? Who are they going to pick up? In comes Lethal and just shocks everyone with his incredible talent. And now they are the champions. Evil Geniuses, their road. Let's go ahead and recap this. You know, facing off against Noble Black. Noble Black had some fight in them. They took a match off of them, but it was onward to Cloud9, where they ended up getting that 3-0 sweep on the fan favorites. Then came the winner bracket finals, where CLG fought hard against EG, but because of that grueling battle that Noble Black gave CLG, one has to wonder how tired was CLG after that game. Well, there you see it right there, dropping only 3 games throughout this competition. Your winners, Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, incredible play from them. They'll take home $50,000 first place prize. Of course, also the Season 1 trophy and the bragging rights that they are truly the #1 Halo team in the world. Of course, a big congrats to CLG.
That's right.
Our second place team. They put up a great fight all tournament long, but it turned out in the finals, EG was just too much.
Yeah, man, it was quite the journey here, folks. You know, HCS Season 1 started with, the ESL preseason cups. You saw EG dominance from the beginning. CLG was also looking absolutely fantastic. All the major esports organization recognizing that Halo esports is here to stay in a big way, and they wanted to get a piece of the action. Organizations like Evil Geniuses, who now have a Halo Grand Final Championship under their belt. Counterlogic Gaming, Denial Esports, Cloud9, Optic Gaming, so many incredible teams here want to get a piece of Halo action with the Halo Championship Series. Bravo, your thoughts?
You know, I have to say, what you actually reminded me, years ago back in Halo Reach, there were some rumors that Evil Geniuses was interested in the Instinct roster. You might remember that. That would have been the first major esports organization at the time, really, to plunge into Halo. So excited to see now that dream has come true, right? They picked up Roy, Lunch, and Towie on their squad. They've won the HCS Season 1 Finals. I got to say, Golden Boy, a big shout to you for joining us here this weekend.
Was my pleasure.
And Walshy as well. We'll hear from Clutch in just a minute. But the biggest shout out goes to you at home on twitch.tv/Halo for supporting competitive Halo all season long at this fantastic grand conclusion. Of course, also a big shout out to our local crowd here in Boston at PAX East. Let's go ahead and
give
take
yourselves
a look
a round
at
of applause,
them.
guys. You guys were incredible.
This has been a historic event for Halo Esports. It has been great. Let's go actually back out to them, and Clutch, over to you on the main stage with our winners, Evil Geniuses.
Thank you very much, Bravo and Golden Boy. Congratulations, Evil Geniuses. Coach Towie, an impeccable play. But earlier today, it took Game 5 in order to get that victory against CLG. What was the difference for this 3-0 sweep?
The difference between that series and this one was our attention to detail. I would say we were able to communicate things much more easily in the second series. They maybe were a little fatigued after their last match, but you know, we came out with perfect communication and we played our game.
What does this victory mean for you and for the Evil Geniuses organization?
Honestly, it means everything. I can vouch for these guys. We've been practicing nonstop for several weeks now through both of the cups and the last event at Gamers for Giving, and this is what we practice for. This is what we're here for. So we want to thank everyone that's been supporting us, all of our fans that are here, Evil Geniuses for supporting us, Monster Gaming, and everyone for coming out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a huge congratulations to Snipedown, Lunchbox, Roy, Lethal, and Coach Towie. David Walsh has the trophy. Let's give it up one more time for your Season 1 champion, Evil Geniuses. A big thank you to our sponsors, G2A, BenQ, and a big thank you to PAX East. On behalf of 343, ESL, and Twitch, thanks for watching. We'll see you next season. Good night and good game.
Hey!